And welcome once again to the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Ali Najad joined this afternoon by Kevin Rabichow to kick things off. And Kevin, before we kick anything off, it was kicking off last night. You and Henry Kilbane, once the tournament portion of the program turned its attention elsewhere, picked up the 2K 4K cash game. I confess I was a little bit jealous I didn't have some seat time here in the cockpit, but having been there, walk us through some of those highlights.
Yeah, I mean, we've had the great fortune of having 2K 4K 2 nights in a row now on this stream, and last night we set at least a record for this series in the biggest pot that we've seen, and the players didn't even show their cards, Ali. Tan Xuan losing a $2.4 million pot to Wang Yi. Late in the night, Squid Game was on. Full House versus Full House. Tan made a great fold, by the way, in that pot. But, I mean, stacks were flying, as were bounty awards. I think Sosia Jang won $750K just from being dealt pocket pairs and suited hands because of the bounties these players have on. This was big gamble.
I'm telling you, you hear 2K 4K and you think to yourself, wow, that's big. But then add in this little kerosene that is the pairs game, and of course they turn their attention to the Squid Game as well, and suddenly things can get a little bit out of hand. Now, while seven-figure pots were maybe a little bit more commonplace in the cash game streets, we only had one seven-figure prize to award last night. Yesterday afternoon, I guess I should say, as day 4 of this one, saw us crown our 3rd champion of the series, and once Ivan Leal Player of the Year leader, Artur Martirosyan, busted out in 10th. Here's how it shook out. A lot of whispers throughout the room about the lesser-known Abdullah Alajmi. He found himself involved against Nacho Barbero. Post-flop action after he flatted Jack-10 versus the Ace-Queen suited went check-check. Top pair versus middle pair. Then Barbero would activate for 400,000. And with 1.6 in the middle, playing 1.8 effective, Barbero went for the full greedy and got paid as Alajmi decided to be a non-believer, and as such was dispensed. $102,000 would go his way for the 9th place effort. Barak Visprad would open with King Jack. The Frenchman Thomas Santerne, not exactly deep stacked, would defend his big blind with Ace-8. 875K pot would materialize. Santerne would just lead out and all in for 625K. And while it looks like Barak snap called there, he used several time banks before deciding whether or not to call with King High, which turned into a pair of jacks on the turn. And you could see the air leave the lungs of the Frenchman Santerne, but he would leave with 128,000, breathing in a nice payday for the 8th place finish. And then Barak, in turn, found himself on the receiving end. Ace-10 of clubs, always a dog against Ace-King. Barbero seeking to accumulate more chips as the chip leader throughout the final table. Top pair, top kicker did have some sweat on the turn after Visprad picked up the club draw, but the case ace would seal the deal as Visprad was out in 7th, 175K going his way. 6 would remain, and guess who was involved once more? Barbero, 6s as the Ace-King crept its way over to Tobias Schweck, the German, playing a massive 8 million chip pot. Barbero all smiles on a 5-high rainbow board for good reason. The smiles stayed intact as the run came 8, Queen, and Schweck would take the walk to the payout desk. 235,000 for his efforts. Now, Kristen Foxen, no deja vu. This is her 2nd final table in as many attempts. All in with 8-5 offsuit. She'd be playing for the main. Side pot was active between Linus Love and Barbero. Ace-King-King board, and the deuce would hit Nacho. Queen High was already in front. River didn't change a thing. And kings and deuces would scoop, sending Kristen out in 5th. $304,000 added to her Triton resume. Mateos would try his hand with a pair of 6s. El Conquistador narrowly covering Lolliger. 5.8 million chip pot breaking out. The ace high failing to connect on the 7-5-5 board. 6 outs twice for the Swissman. Now on the turn, he had one pull at it, and it wasn't there. So he would rise and exit. 379K going to Linus. Now, Barbero, guess who? At it again. Ace-10. Chidwick, the customer, with 3 remaining. Trip aces for Nacho, who ran white hot. Chidwick cooling off in third, 463,000, but back in form. A little bit of a dry spell since last Montenegro. Mateos would find himself heads up against Barbero. Jacks performing very well 71% of the time against Queen 10 offsuit, but all of a sudden on a Queen high flop, he had just 10% equity. It got worse on the turn. 2 outs, 1 time for Mateos, and instead the 8 of hearts would seal the deal as Barbero would enjoy title number 3. Mateos would take home $694,000. Barbero, the only 7-figure payout at $1,025,000. Storyline: 3 players were taking a swing at number 3. The final 3, in fact, in Chidwick, Mateos, and Barbero. But Nacho, the guy who really, I'm not going to say he ridicules, but he often pokes a bit of fun at the sorcery that is GTO and suggests that, I'm not that guy. Then he admitted in the interview that he does read, he does study, obviously. He's not a complete departure, but he looked solid. Hot knife through butter is the way I described it at the FT.
Yeah, I mean, hot is right. Nacho was hit by the deck seemingly the entire final table, and of course, a path to victory as smooth as that requires a bit of good fortune. But give Nacho some credit. He did make difficult decisions throughout that tournament. He was the beneficiary of some big ones, but doing what needs to be done, especially as the chip lead, putting a lot of pressure on the other players. It felt like with 4 left, just nobody had a chance. I mean, every single pot was going Nacho's way, and he breaks a dry spell. As I understand, 5 runner-up finishes before this title.
Yeah.
I know that feels good to get that monkey off your back after a long delay.
But here's the thing about that. 5 runner-up finishes, okay, sure. But he's got 16 final tables. 50% of his finals are top 2 finishes. I mean, that's still, I don't know if I call that a dry spell when I zoom out and I look at it at the macro. Nacho performing well.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if you ask Nacho, he'll probably say he's unlucky and he should have won them all. But
that's a great point. Listen, Mateos obviously unlucky on that last hand, El Conquistador second, but was very gracious in defeat, came over, and actually joined Nacho during the winner's photo. Very worthy adversary. I'm sure Barbero taking quite a bit of pride in the fact that he's able to best Adrian in that one. Although in the final hand, as you said, the deck kind of gracing him a little bit. But Mateos looking good, and again, just Montenegro is his cup of tea, considering last year he had a first, a second, and 2 sixth places.
Mateos looked really comfortable out there, and he was put in some difficult situations, willing to put his chips on the line, I would say more often than many at this final table. And of course, it comes as no surprise for someone with this much experience and this many accolades, not only here at Triton, but around the world.
I mean, just look at that rock-solid resume as we gave you a quick glimpse there in the Triton Poker Plus app, accessible to all of you at home, free of charge, of course. Download it if you haven't already. You're doing it all wrong. Let's not overshadow Stephen Chidwick. Maybe it's the product of having excessive expectations of people who are among the best to ever do it, if especially we're just considering the sheer volume of cash he's earned as a professional poker player. Top 3 alongside Kenny, alongside Bonomo. And so we feel like, it's been a dry spell. Maybe you've been underperforming. I know it felt good for him to get to an FT, to get this 3rd place finish, but his expectations of himself alongside ours are even higher than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell from the way that Stevie handles himself at the table. Such a tactician. You see him taking in details that it feels like nobody is paying attention to, even at this level, just really minute stuff, always locked in. Everyone just kind of understands that Stevie's here to play and compete, and apparently that's earned him, to be Mrs. Barbero's, Nacho's mother's favorite player, I'm told.
Listen, Mrs. Barbero's got a lot of favorite players. I've heard that shtick many, many times. And by the way, Chidwick was dishing it out and taking it from Barbero. A rare opportunity to see a lot of his dry wit and personality. Absolutely hilarious is that guy when you give him a chance. First podium stop, by the way, since last year for Chidwick. Linus Love, this has been an enigma of sorts, as we've been talking about more on the cash game side of things of late, but showing up and playing this one, which, let's face it, for Linus isn't a huge buy-in, but a big result.
Yeah, we were saying on the broadcast, we were really rooting for a chance to see Linus play heads up. Not because we're hoping that he gets a win here, but simply because there are rumors of how big this guy plays, how much battling he does in the heads-up streets, cash games online, live, just everything big money. It seems like Linus is involved. I'm glad to see he's coming out here to compete at Triton.
I confess I wasn't able to parse entirely for whether or not, not sliding this event. It's still a super high roller event. but if it was boredom or if it was being card dead or if
Yeah.
it was some combination of the two that left us sensing, you know, disinterest and disengagement from Linus at times.
Well, I have to say he looked engaged because to make some of the ICM-aware folds that we saw Linus making at that final table, very disciplined play off of a short stack, seemingly extremely cognizant of the money implications, even if that money maybe to his own bank account is not going to make a big dent.
Yeah, I think that that's an important thing to acknowledge, and obviously it's always nice when somebody still shows up and takes it seriously, because for everybody else out there, you know, that's a sign of respect. Last but not least, how about Kristen Foxen? Another final table here. We're not allowed to have an FT apparently in Montenegro unless there's a Foxen present.
It's wild, the run that the two of them have been on, but, you know, focus on Kristen for now. That big finish in the 25K that Xuan Lu took down at the start of the series just comes right back and finishes 5th in this one. She's going to, you know, have a bitter taste in her mouth after the way this one ended. Obviously got in that big confrontation with Stephen Chidwick that seemed like she was immediately regretting after making that fold. But, I mean, you got to put yourself out there when you're competing on the big stage. Players who are willing to make mistakes and willing to come back from them are the ones who have longevity, and Chrissy has had nothing but that over her career.
Yeah, very much so. We learn from our mistakes, and by the discussions that I was having, it was a pretty clear and objective mistake that she did make there. No slight, no criticism. We know she's going to bounce back, and obviously it's water off a duck's back for someone like Chrissy. All right, let's turn our attention then to the 40K Mystery Bounty. 32 players coming back in that one. Unpack the rest of the numbers for us, Kevin.
Yeah, we started with 129 entries, 82 unique players. They played down to the bounty bubble. We're calling it 25% of the field last night, which means that today bounties are in play from the start. Now, only 20 of those 32 remaining players are going to get into the money, according to the real prize pool. And first place, 619K, but, you know, maybe not to overshadow the top bounty, 400,000 to the biggest bounty. And I'm told that the average value of a bounty, if you kind of total that all up across the bounties that are given away, $80,000. That's 2 times the total buy-in.
Right, and obviously that's going to be more on people's minds until we get really deep into those payouts in terms of the prize pool, and that's why you'll see some hands take shape in ways that maybe you didn't anticipate. A little bit of a wrinkle and always a delight are these mystery bounties. Nick Petrangelo. He's got the big lead up at the top. If you take a glimpse inside the Triton Poker Plus app, there it is. 2.2 million in front of him, 88 big blinds, a good bit of distance between himself and Jamil Wakil. And as you look at the characters over here, you know that we have some bounty hunters on our hands.
Yeah, and who wouldn't be a bounty hunter in this format, but so fortunate to come in with a big chip lead, having the opportunity early in day 2 to gamble 4 bounties, to be able to cover everybody so everyone's bounty is always in play. That's a huge value add to Nick Petrangelo and anyone else who's leading their table.
Yeah, you really do want to keep your head above water in these things, because otherwise the bullseye grows bigger and bigger on your back as everyone salivates over the prospects of snagging your envelope. Do want to mention Petrangelo's first title did come here in Montenegro last year. However, because it was a turbo event, a side event, didn't bring you any coverage of that one. Artur Martirosyan knows a thing or two about that, by the way. He picked up 2 titles in Monte Carlo in side events. Let's not overshadow Jamil Wakil. This young man has been very impressive since the first time I had an opportunity to observe procedures. I've spent some time with him as well. Poised, really has the proper mindset, and he's got this second place stack coming in.
Yeah, Jamil Wakil has been impressive since I've seen him. It's amazing how much success he's had in so little time on the tour. Hailing from Canada, Jamil's been on the big stage many times here and elsewhere, and he just seems so ready for that breakout score.
Canada, by the way, had itself a hell of a final table when Xuan Lu eventually won. I believe it was 5 Canadians, maybe 4
Mike
at that
Watson,
FT.
Dan DeVoris.
Right? Xuan.
Who we missing?
Who we missing? There were some others. Trust
Sorry,
us.
Canada.
Shame on us for bringing it up and not being able to pay it off. Let's turn our attention to another flag that flies proud, that of Brazil. João Simão out here. He is the third place stack, $1.25 million in front of him.
Yeah, Simão, as I understand, first time at Triton, but so experienced in online and live tournaments, and from what I understand, just such a great person to be around and have on screen. A pleasure to be able to watch him today.
All right, we do have some others that we want to talk about. Maybe we'll get to them as we take a walk about the room with these 32 remaining. Originally 129 entries, as you touched on. The payout up top, $619,000. Bubble will burst for the money at 33.5 for 20th place. And Shornikow, DeVoris also in the mix over here behind Samal, further down the leaderboard. Also, Ivan Leal, Player of the Year award leader, Artur Martirosyan in 12th, lurking as we head back into the room here at Maestral. Brought to you by Jacob & Co., 40K Mystery Bounty. First coverage that we're bringing you on the day as we chose to take that 2K, 4K after crowning a champ in the 30K in Barbaro. I think the fans like it, by the way, too. No, we'll get around to the mystery bounty when, day 2 comes around, envelopes are in play and whatnot. But give us cash game action, I think, is the demands of the general public.
Yeah, I mean, we are so spoiled to be able to show the highest stakes tournaments at the deepest stage and the highest stakes cash games. Just, in the meantime, to fill the gaps, it's a treat.
Well, unfilling his bag, Alex Foxen, 465,000, just shy of 20 bigs. When you look at the leaderboard and you run it down toward the smallest of the stacks that are in the room, by the way, nobody was sub 10 bigs. Murli Manakaran of Malaysia, 10 big blinds. That's the shortest. You see him on the right of your screen there. Brian Kim of the U.S. sat beside him.
As you say that, Ali, though, 10 bigs does not go far in this format.
You're right.
Just a starting stack's worth of chips. It costs 40,000 to get those chips, and these envelopes are worth 80. Or if you're lucky, 400,000.
The 10 big blind chisel is a much more difficult proposition here in this one. Doesn't look like things have gone difficult on bads. 8th in chips overall, north of $1 million in front of him. We'll have to deal with Leon Sturm to his left. Looks like Shirzad Hisu trying to work his way into a cash. 740K there for, was that Brewer standing back behind the action? There's Martirosyan. Brewer's not actually at that table, but he's here if I'm not mistaken.
He's somewhere in the tournament.
Ramin Hajiev to the left of Danny Tang. He is the reigning Ivan Leal Player of the Year winner for Season 3, million plus in front of Danny. Giving the camera a little bit of love. There's your chip leader to the right, Petrangelo. Dvoris, though, plenty of chips of his own, 49 bigs. There it is, 2.2 million for Petrangelo. Dvoris 6th in chips overall. Was that Ding Biao? Little catnap to start the day, perhaps some meditation. Whatever it takes. 525,000, 21 bigs. You know, that image reminds me of a story of a guy we know, we play poker with quite regularly, who goes up on the board now as a result of this as ZZZZZ. And he was at the craps table, and he had the dice in his hand. He's slightly narcoleptic almost, I think. But he was ready to roll. He had the dice in his hand, and he had his eyes closed, and he was just there on the rail. And then it began to get a little bit uncomfortable as everyone thought maybe he was trying, to say a little prayer to the gambling gods and whatnot. But then all of a sudden we realized, no, he's just fallen asleep with the dice in his hand. We had to wake him up so he would shoot.
Was he not standing at the table?
He was standing, yeah.
That's
if you've ever met somebody
an impressive level of fatigue.
I'm just telling you, shout out Euban, by the way. Hate to put him on blast, but he knows he's got the reputation. Even in the middle of a pot, by the way, the man can get in a half a rem. Meanwhile, Soiza, 11th in chips overall, but enjoying this feature table chip lead and doing so with a decent margin. 10 big blinds.
That's such a good table draw for Soiza to get.
Yeah, not in terms of the opposition somehow being pushovers, but rather just 39 bigs, 11th overall, to be able to be a chip leader, not have anybody lurking over you. That is a feat. Some run good to start things off perhaps for Soiza. Jason Kuhn, most decorated Triton player of all time at this table, alongside a former main event winner in Henrik Hecklin. Neither of them partaking in this one. Something about a main event and a win Espen Jorstad, I seem to recall.
Hmm.
Yeah, he did that too, didn't he? Not
Yeah.
a Triton one, albeit, but a World Series of Poker one.
You know, the other main event.
7-5 suited here for Soiza. Limping the small against Dominicus Michaelitis.
Michaelitis covered here. Healthy stack.
9-5 deuce board. Soiza in front with second pair. Dust for Dominicus.
Soiza generally in a position to determine how much money is going to go into these pots early on. If he would like the pot to grow, usually going to have to do it himself because these other players don't necessarily want to put that bounty on offer lightly.
25K and take it, Mr. Soiza. Taking a peek at Soiza's Triton resume, 14.1 million plus in career tournament earnings, 2-time title winner, 30 cashes. 2 for 3 thus far here in Montenegro, including a final table in the 25K 8 max and a 10th place finish, final table bubble in the Global Slam before it. Did not find the money in the 30K. And here he is making a run now.
Note the slightly conservative fold from Jorstad. Covering players behind, has to be selective.
There'll be no folding for Dominicus. Mucked around to the small blind once more. And like Soiza before him, he will limp. A7 for Jason. Roughly level in chips are these two.
Interesting spot. Always tempting when there's a bounty on offer to get hands like this and think, well, let's just go all in, and if I get called, shrug. It's okay, I'm playing for a bounty, but Jason taking the defensive route here. A7 not going to get called by a weaker hand ever if he was to pile it in pre-flop, so that path to a bounty might be overly optimistic.
Yeah.
In a spot like this, we just check, play some regular poker.
And not going to get called by a weaker hand even with the bounty overlay. The ranges just don't reach that far down at this stack depth. Check, check on the paired board. 10 on the turn. Ace queen still sits in front.
Always possible on these paired boards that a strong ace high is going to think about going for value. Does stand to be the best hand fairly often, unless Jason's improved to a 10 on this turn.
This is a polite 1/3 pot request for what's out there.
Ace high certainly looking too strong at this price.
With this action as well, and how about that for relief? The 5 double pairing the board, and now Jason will chop at showdown.
See what Michaelitis makes of this run out. Still a chance that Jason has a 10. But plenty of ways for a total miss to be waiting over there. Does check it over, maybe hoping to bluff catch. Chop it up.
Dominicus does not look particularly amused with this. He'll live, but these ones always have a mild sting. When's the last time you were stung by something, Kevin? A bee, like scorpion, jellyfish, perhaps?
I've avoided the scorpions,
You're good, right?
fortunately.
Mosquito bite?
think
It's a
a bee
bite, not
got-
a sting.
I think a bee got me last summer, actually.
How did that happen?
Trying to remember. Oh, I remember walking my dog and just on my hand, just a stray.
What?
Yeah, it was out of the blue. It was actually, it caught me off guard.
A rogue bee?
Yeah, B just crashed into my hand, and it was like, oh, you're a threat.
A likely story, Kevin. I don't think bees are out there targeting humans. Perhaps you were encroaching on the hive?
That that sounds like the more likely story.
I don't know. You got this
What was I trying to do?
weird-
Just harvest honey
Maybe.
with my bare hand?
Oh, I see what you did. Bear, honey.
Hmm.
By the way, a grizzly will go through quite a bit to get to the sweet stuff. For what the hell am I talking about? I'm particularly bored this morning. Michaelitis on the button. Queen 8 suited. Looking for a little excitement. But he plays it as a limp. KG first few hands here for the bounty. Kevin, what you would have expected?
Yeah, there isn't a far and away short stack. Hecklin currently the shortest at the table. And I think that's why you see a couple of limps trying to get involved against his big blind, see if we can flop a bit of a cooler situation.
Well, we see a couple of clubs here giving the button limper the flush draw. Hecklin's ace-5 suited, elected to allow the field to C3 with no added expense. And he has not picked up any added excitement on this board. He and Jason check and face 25K, and Henrik says goodbye.
Yeah, I do think it's notable that Hecklin played that ace-5 so cautiously, and part of it is because he never expects to be able to fold out a better hand pre-flop. So perhaps 3-bet, well, actually it would just be 2-bet jamming against the two limps. Not quite as attractive as it might be in other spots. You're just going to get snapped by ace-7 for 20 bigs.
I know it's a bit of a broad question, but do you feel like in these formats we see more or less trapping than in their non-bounty counterparts?
Definitely more trapping in these pre-flop spots where you're incentivized to play incredibly loose. So you get all these spots where someone's going to want to open limp 80, 100% of their range because of some short stack behind that they'd like to get involved with. And as a result, there's just inherently a lot of trapping that goes into that strategy because you're trying to get away with so many weak hands. But as the covered player, as the player at risk, no trapping, right? Fast play, you're going to get paid off.
I mean, when you have no bounty to collect, if those involved in the pot are sat deeper than you, you're the trappee.
Punat starting things off with a raise here. He covers both blinds, even though he's middle of the pack at this table. Oh. Hecklin's going to be happy to put this in. Honestly, I have no idea what Punat's going to do.
All right, so there's the jam.
It's a very gambleable hand. Did I make that up? Gambleable?
I think everybody knew what you meant by it.
Represents such a big piece of Punat's stack. But just a reminder, that min cash, $33,000. The bounty, $80,000 in implied equity. Time to spin the wheel.
Yeah, 80% of his stack back invested as he wants to play Reaper for the mediocre Dane, Henrik Hecklin. And I say that tongue-in-cheek because he's forbidden us from calling him the Great Dane. Says that's reserved for Gus Hansen. Oh, boy. Top set for Hecklin. This is a big uphill climb for Punsri, but we can see the paths. Iceberg on the turn as Punsri's stack sinks to 105.
And after Punat takes this risk, keep a close eye on the next hand coming up. Punat's about to post the big blind and the big blind ante for half of his stack.
So what you're saying is there's blood in the water, Kevin?
Everyone is very interested in winning this pot.
You know, recent scientific experiments have shown that a super high roller can detect a single big blind from 8 seats away. I tried to make it as analogous as I could to the shark blood thing. How'd I do? Maybe a little bit better than Punat in the last pot. Okay, so Soiza, King 8, not durable enough to get after it. Ace 10, though, Michaelitis next in.
Yeah, big interest in playing this pot. So what's interesting when Punat is this short, only 2 big blinds behind, is that the opportunity to open raise big or to even open raise all in is far more attractive because we know that Punat's just going to shrug and call quite often. So here you see, very different from the spot where the big blinds got 10, 15, 20 big blinds. Punat's just got 2 blinds back. He's going to be forced to call quite wide.
Yeah, and he does, and he found a hand that he liked. Of course, that was until he saw Ace 10 rolled over. Ace 4 suited, performing poorly, but 28% equity perhaps. A little bit more than we would reflexively presume Punat to have in this spot.
That's how you win this tournament.
Yeah, I just appeal jacks. You know, I just couldn't.
You folded 6 for?
Couldn't live in a universe. Fucking 6-4 spades, what I fold.
195 in the middle, monotone board, neither party with a club. You see Punsri with the wheel gutter, adding deuces to the cards he seeks. Now 7s will do the trick too.
Never gonna be able to live with myself.
Kuhn lamenting the fact that he folded 4-6. It's in front right now if he were in.
Yeah, just so I can sleep tonight.
And it would have hauled in the whole pot. Instead, the board pairing jack will send the haul over to Dominicus and send Punat out of here outside the money.
You hear Jason kind of joking about that,
you know, I just couldn't.
6-4 suited fold.
I might mock him, just because it'd be so unfair to be dealt 2 jacks.
Punsri, by the way, not the first
Yeah, have you ever
casualty
seen
in
it?
the room on the day. Ding
Yeah,
Biao was first out the door. Clemens Reuter of Austria behind him. Punsri, the 3rd elimination.
And how much are you playing? 950.
You did it.
The smallest bounty in an envelope, by the way, is 40,000. So that's the guaranteed amount for Dominicus there. As you talked about, the average value of a bounty envelope, 80,000. Largest envelope is 400,000. And I turn to you, Kevin, because this mystery bounty thing has been a fairly recent development over the last few years, but one that continues to gain popularity. It seems like every tour is incorporating one now, be it a high-stakes one where you might presume people would be less apt to incorporate some of that gamble. You'd be wrong to do so, of course, and the players really seem to love it.
Yeah. It's a fascinating format for the strategists in the room, and it's a fun format for basically everyone who plays it. It really has been a successful innovation in the tournament game.
Adds a wrinkle, and I think anything that stirs the pot ever so slightly and takes the cortex out of its kind of perfunctory, repetitive, inculcated synaptic firing sequence is something that the field appreciates. Perhaps more so than my gratuitously multisyllabic diatribe.
That was
there.
quite a sequence. Thank you for continuing it. Even further, Ollie.
50K ahead, 3 ways to the Ace-Jack 3 2-club board. Top pair for Hecklin versus the middle pair for Soiza, which checks. Note that Michaelitis was under the gun here with this 6-high.
Yeah, both Hecklin and Soiza far above average hands for this spot in a bounty. But the 3 of them kind of being locked up at the top of the leaderboard for this table. Maybe not wanting to collide with each other in a thin bounty hunting spot. They know that good opportunities are going to come later, hunting the likes of Espen Jorstad with less than half their stack.
8 on the turn after the round of checks. Nut flush draw added to the best hand for Hecklin. Stranglehold on the equity.
But we'll see if Michaelitis has any interest in bluffing at this pot that's been checked through after he raised under the gun. You'd think 2 Broadway cards are generally his to represent. There's a lot of marginal hands that he doesn't interact with. Finds it would be too ambitious. We can see that it wouldn't have worked this time. Now is Hecklin. We've got to start building this pot. We have a huge hand, and the potential to cooler someone is really important to realize in this format.
105 out of Hecklin, understandably.
Soiza acting ahead of the pre-flop raiser, Michaelitis. He might even be able to just get away now. Wouldn't be a crazy bluff catch on the turn, but this is a pretty big bet from Hecklin in a three-way pot. Just going to keep him honest.
So another 210. Slip into the middle. Soiza mindful of the sort of tantalizing nature of 2 rounds of checks in front of Hecklin and what seems like a pot that is his for the claiming. Now with aces and tens, the clubs having come in, we await Henrik's thought process. 385 out there.
There are plenty of ways for Soiza to have made a flush just now, and that's always such a big concern. Even though we have 2 pair, when we have no club, can't remove any of the possibilities of Soiza having a club. This feels like a spot we either bet quite small or maybe even check behind and avoid going for thin value.
Queen jack.
You know, if you're having a tough time ranging your opponent into a hand that can pay you off, then the value bet gets less attractive. And in turn, if you range them toward a decent number of hands that can put you in the blender, you get a little bit gun shy on the end, but that's just solid operations from Henrik Hecklin, that which we have come to expect from him. Although what I appreciate about Henrik is, you know, he has so many gears in his poker transmission. I mean, he understands keenly well what the conventional wisdom guides him toward, but then he will get out there and deviate.
Yeah. Yes, I have.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah. Yeah, very much.
Were you drunk by noon?
Yes.
What's significant about the 17th of May?
It's the Norwegian Constitution Day today.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's much bigger than for
Wow.
you guys. It's
Wow.
like huge. Everyone's fucking in a suit and like
No doubt.
like weird dresses for the women.
We have like a traditional
Yeah.
Norwegian like outfit called bunad, which is like very funny.
Well, happy Norwegian Constitution Day
I
to
really,
all of our Scandinavian viewers out there.
I'm trying to figure out how it is that we buried that. Now, you said Scandinavian. Producer James is all over this one because there's a delineation between Nordic countries and Scandinavian countries. Producer James, who's outside the
Thanksgiving
Scandinavian purview
No
that's
way.
often conflated?
As in like for how much it means to them.
Finland's the one that's Nordic, but not Scandinavian. Iceland as well, or are they Scandi? Okay. Producer James saying that they're a stretch, but, you know, being the ex-colonist that he is. Draw somehow 3-4 suited here in the small blind. Jesse Lonis, deuce 4 suited. First pop in over at the outer tables. This is shaping up not to be too interesting. Queen Jack 10 rainbow.
Number of short stacks at this outer table. 4 players sitting around 20 big blinds and less. These two who are entangled here are probably going to want to avoid any big confrontations. Although I know that's not what the man in the big blind is known for.
No, Lonis absolutely is capable of taking your breath away in any given spot. One-time title winner, by the way, early in his Triton career. Lonis, but so many accolades beyond our borders as well. A good hand, not being among them in this particular spot. 4-liner on board. Still gets checked. Both boys playing the board here after the queen pairs on the end.
Feels like the time to bluff for Samau. Plenty of good hands that he can represent. Much easier for the out-of-position player to have arrived at this spot with a queen, even a jack, probably good enough to bet for value.
Almost the same.
Wow. Chop it up. We could have played an action board.
They got a rule or something that you have to show. So I'm just really proud of that one.
Bet and take. Washing it down. Back over to the feature now.
665.
What's under the hood for Dominicus?
85.
Pocket eights, folded around to his small. He takes it up. North of 3x. Queen 7 offsuit for Kuhn.
Yeah, Mycolitis, the covering stack, trying to make the claim that he's bluffing at this one. Pocket eight's more than strong enough to induce and get all the money in against Jason's stack.
Full service delivery of the big blind from Jason. Not looking to fight at that price or against that stack. You want to pick on. It's really a playground where you got to make sure you're getting after the right lunch money. If all of a sudden, you know, you find yourself in a spot against the real alpha on the schoolyard, things can get ugly real quick. Go sideways on you. Some speculation, by the way, because there are different bounty formats that have been introduced. Some of them, the bounty envelopes, don't come into play until you're in the money, but not so here.
Yeah, and I like the action that you encourage by leaving runway between the envelope introduction and the money bubble. Now players almost uninterested in the money bubble because of how valuable these envelopes are. It really moves the tournament along.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Our envelopes come into play once 75% of the field has been eliminated and just a quarter of it remains. Only Danny Tang and Makita remain after Danny flatted the bads open from up front.
Queen Jack 9 flop with 2 hearts. Badziakowski, the pre-flop raiser, and the covering stack by a wide margin in this hand. 1.2 million to the 500,000 of Danny Tang. Not surprised to see continued aggression from Makita. Danny is short enough that putting his stack at risk and doing so relatively often is of interest to him.
So another 80 into the middle. Let's see a turn. Wet one. King of clubs, putting the 4-liner out there. Any 10 makes the straight. You think Hajiev and Jesus are playing words with friends by chance? If so, I think Hajiev's really putting together a long one.
I was going to say he has the style of spamming and checking to see if his word's a real word. And refresh, check again. Nope, that's not. Nope. Okay.
Spoken like a man who got down the words with friends streets a little bit.
Oh yeah, you got to check if you've got, you know, the little score counter. It's like, oh, that's only 7 out of 10. You could do better. Oh, all right.
Well, Bads is thinking this turn could have been better, perhaps, as we see him check, though one never knows. Could be lying in wait. We'll find out shortly, as Danny bets 90,000 and no trapping going on from the Belarusian. Is Danny feeling like there should have been more in the pot or something? What happened here?
Does look like Danny's trying to figure that out. Like, where are the rest of my chips?
We're disbanding these merry men.
Can't believe we're down to 28 players, as this is a 7-handed tournament, consolidating to 4.
Sonny and the tournament staff, always on top of things. Pretty well-oiled operation out here. So the fellas are going to scatter. Nick Pietrangelo, still overall chip leader right now. He's worked his way northbound to 2.6 million. Brian Kim, second in chips, 1.7 million, displacing Jamil Wakil, who came in second, now sits in third. Fellow Canadian Dan DeVos in fourth. Hajiev, who's finding new digs, fifth. Average
Huge.
stack, 921,000.
Huge. Like,
37 bigs.
huge, huge.
Cat Lee, shorter stack
Like,
in the
to
room
get
with 13
from
bigs.
the eastern panhandle of my state through, like, the bottom of the state, it would be, like, I don't even know, like, 7-hour drive or something?
Hey.
Just through my state.
The whole of Malaysia, more than the whole of Malaysia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my state's not even that big.
Yeah. Hello?
Crazy. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, Christoph.
I saw you exercising in the morning. Yeah, not wrong, but better than nothing, right?
Every morning.
Well, we've filled the German quota here at the feature, as both Christoph Vogelsang and Leon Sturm park their bones with the fellas. I confess I would have preferred a well-placed Guten Tag as opposed to hello from Leon, just keeping it culturally apropos.
I do appreciate that about these events.
Multinational
How
nature
many,
of them.
and just how many different languages you hear introductions in, or
I have no idea what I'm doing, but it's fine.
the niceties of running into each other in the hall.
That's what you all motherfuckers say.
I've got a lot of packs to download on Duolingo for if I'm going to keep coming to these things.
You'll survive without it, as I can attest, Kevin, but it won't hurt.
Did you play today?
Just to have a few phrases. It's a nice touch.
Things like out of my way,
Yeah,
nice call, fish,
yeah,
stuff
You
that
understand.
helps you make friends.
right.
Mike, how much do you have? Like 1 million? $50?
Well, Kevin, I hate to turn the attention away from the feature table, but the one, the only, Vladimir Korzinin has just entered the building. Gambledor, Santa, call
Yeah,
him
like
what you
1,050,000.
want. Everybody loves him.
Thank you.
He wishes everyone well from just off stage. I am so looking forward to his return in the Invitational.
Just 2 days away, Ollie.
Can you believe it? We are blasting our way through this one. Meanwhile, no blasting going on here. Just Leon Sturm saying hello with a click. King 9 turning in the bottom pair on an ace-high board after Hecklin defended the big.
Leon arrived at this table with a healthy chip stack. I believe after that small pickup from Hecklin, he will cover the table.
It's probably DA
Have you
means
been naughty or
again.
nice
This week is
this
probably
year?
just the sponsor.
Kevin,
Maybe there's some
it's a
kind
little
of
bit
added
early, but you know,
value from that company.
I hate for Korzinin to take you
DA
off the
means
list.
Jorgen. Yeah.
Always nice. Come on.
company is Click?
That's
It's
my
a
read.
cybersecurity company.
Although there's a B out there that has a different
Something
opinion.
like that. I'm not.
I mean, you can't tell
It
me you found the
doesn't-
one kamikaze bee that just
Click is,
decided to randomly sting you on the hand.
It doesn't
Kevin,
have any
what did you do,
opinions
buddy?
anymore.
Okay.
Ollie.
Oh, okay. I was
Oh,
busy.
yeah.
It's a card company.
He's gone.
Disemboweled
Oh, right,
as a
yeah.
result of its dedication to inconveniencing you.
I'm sure if you asked any of the other bees around, they'd have totally positive opinions of me.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I guess it's because he's Estonian and every Estonian.
You take the same walk with that dog every day?
2 slices of toast.
Pretty much.
So these bees, they know you.
Haven't been dive bombed by any others yet, but
Okay. Maybe it was a zombie bee. You know about these weird like funguses? Like sometimes they like I think there's ones that actually
Ali,
take
I
over
believe it-
ants.
I believe Espen just said call for his tournament life.
No,
Just
but the
to
ants
bring you-
though, Kevin.
to bring you back to
10-6 offsuit, Henrik.
There's no way
the
I'm
matter
losing.
at hand.
Surely not.
No, there is no way.
Not on the 7th.
Zero chance, right?
Looking to hunt
Norway
fellow-
versus Denmark on 17th of May, and you have like, yeah, there we go.
Scandinavian's
Dead on the spot.
envelope, and he's going to have a tough time doing it on this flop.
Famous
Your
last
stat.
words.
How about the 6-6 round? Let's do it. This one. Just for morale.
Poised to take it down.
Okay.
Very low
Can't
morale
seal
if
it.
you hit a 9-9.
I can hit an ace
Oh, I have
too.
diamonds as well. I have a royal
I
draw.
can hit an ace too.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give him the 10 of diamonds actually. You can have it.
Ace or a 9 spoils the fun.
Flush.
How about a floosh? Mr. Yorstad steps to the Xerox machine for replication. So these ants that I'm telling you about here, I'm done with it actually.
That's good.
You showered me in such a polite way. That was Randy-esque almost. Although Randy just overtly showers me. I don't think he's worried about the niceties at this point. The honeymoon phase with Randy is over.
I'm sorry.
You and I are still, you know.
I'm glad to hear you think of our relationship that way.
1530 with the 30K big blind. Something to think about if you're on a short stack. 75K in orbit. Gobbles you up pretty quick. And as we touched on at the top of the show in the mystery bounty format, you want to keep the bullseye off your back. Keep yourself in that 20-some-odd big blind territory where so many of the stacks find themselves. Here at this table, no short stack to speak of. And the distance between the shortest, which belongs to Kuhn at 21 bigs, and the biggest, which now belongs to Sturm, is just 17 big blinds. Soiza was chip leading coming in. Now third in chips, behind Sturm and Michaelitis. Opens this one with the ace-7 of spades. Lord Vogel leans over for a look. Queen-Jack, plenty defendable.
For similar reasons that we spoke about earlier, wanting to always fast play when you have it and you're covered. Really unlikely to see much 3-bet bluffing or just low equity bluffing in general when you're covered. Christoph there maybe giving some thought to his options just in general, but with Queen-Jack, clear call.
Straightforward defense, top pair versus bottom pair on the Queen-High Rainbow board. Christoph checks over.
Well,
Good board texture
I
for
only place a week
Soiza.
when I can. I used to do 3. I just can't do it anymore. I just stay too sore.
Michael willing to take a shot at this one, 55K.
A bit dicey for Vogelsang between raising and calling. We expect to get paid off lighter in this format when we raise. But of course, now down to 27 players, 20 getting paid. He can't win a bounty this hand, and he has a reasonable shot at getting inside the money. So you don't necessarily want to go blasting just in the hopes that Soiza calls you down light.
So a flat brings us to a turn, which brings no change to the running order.
Time for Soiza to slow down, perhaps. Accomplished a little bit of value betting and protection on the flop, but now just hoping to showdown.
Well, he hasn't checked just yet. There it is. Eventually. Now a queen on the end. Trips for Vogelsang, the kind of card that if Soiza had a hunch that a7 might be good with some frequency, could find itself paying off. As we await sizing from Vogelsang.
So these are interesting spots. If Vogelsang was playing this in a traditional tournament, probably bet, you know, between 1/3 and 2/3 pot, preserve a good chunk of your stack, try to get paid off light. In this format, it's an option to just be all in offer up your bounty.
Yeah, I'm
Vogel does go for a large bet here, but doesn't put that bounty in play. Some kind of leveling games around this too.
350, the over bet. And we know what this does. The polarity. You see some thin calls from time to time with these bluff catchers.
Really getting about the worst price we can, though. When Christoph bets huge but doesn't put his last chip in the pot. Soiza can't win a bounty this hand without moving all in and winning.
Well, good luck trying to take something of a live read off of that image there. Maybe his bangs twitched.
Maybe get out a protractor and measure the angle between his left shoulder and his head. Might find something eventually. He wouldn't even notice you doing it.
That's a great point,
If you
actually.
took some measurements, maybe you could glean something there.
You could lean over and sniff the side of that hoodie right now, and Vogel would have no clue.
That would be, if you want to gather a reaction, that would be one way to do it.
Yeah. Well, unblocking king and jack involved straight draws is Soiza's hand, as well as diamonds.
It is an attractive bluff catcher, just in general. Now, this price is not good, so it's a light call. He is going to make it.
Credit where credit is due, by the way. Christoph found that overbet.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Soiza, his chip lead has unraveled in a hurry. Now, the short stack at the table with just 12 big blinds.
usually costs what?
I don't know, because there's like different ones, and they rate like the grade of the machine, and they cost different money. But there's the really like the hard shell ones that you have to wear scrubs in, and I don't know. It's kind of a pain in the ass to deal with those things.
Yeah, maybe wait a few more years so technology has been like
Yeah, you'll have something
a bit
like
more
a
commercialized.
small
you know?
one that's automated and
Yeah.
like a third of the price or something.
By the way, some speculations in the YouTube chat. We do our best to keep an eye on as to where Korzinen is sat in this event. This is day 2 of the event. Registration has been closed for some time. Vladimir's just working his way around the room, getting his bearings here. Of course, there is other action that will be getting underway here today. So perhaps he's going to play something other than the Invitational as a warm-up. Jack 4 not warm enough for a button open as Espen bows out, and Christoph.
Great spot developing here for Christoph, pending the hand of Soiza in the big blind. No takers with the short stack having posted the big blind, just 10 bigs behind. Oh.
So Michael is woken up with one as he seeks a rebate.
Just couldn't imagine.
King 9, bounty hunting here.
Hey, he's got a legit hand.
Yeah, yeah. Not 10-6 offers and shit, yeah.
I told him that.
I'm sure.
Ace 6-4, and the jacks are holding steady. Story remains on the turn. All Soiza needs to do is keep the Cowboys at bay. And he'll be able to lasso this 660. Job done. So the hooks managing to bring back, well,
735.
not quite all, but a good bit of the 350K river call a moment ago. Little seesaw there for Soiza. When's the last time you played a mystery bounty event, Kevin? Have you played one?
Like
I
actual
have, yeah, a few
Oh,
times in
maybe,
Vegas.
Okay.
Live 4 days a week,
What was
but
your takeaway? What was your
just,
initial
like, really
reaction
pulling
to the
tables in
way
hands and
the
doing,
action
like,
took shape
really light
around you?
stuff,
What
eccentric
was the
work,
biggest
glue
points of
filters,
contrast
stuff
that you
like
observed?
ankling, all that.
Actually don't
Neck
think
work.
people play differently enough in general.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Formula 1 driver?
overtly strike you as
What is it?
Formula 1 driver?
a new format.
I like doing it.
Well, maybe not in the
thing-
one that you played.
The thing that
Here, they tend to
Yes.
definitely demonstrate some real savvy with respect to.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to final tables, they play very different, and I haven't
Doing neck
been
work.
fortunate enough to
I
be
like
part
it.
of one of those.
I think it's actually
Yeah.
done a lot for, like, used to get a lot of kinks in my neck when I slept and stuff.
But what comes to
I
mind,
don't feel like I get any of that anymore.
I was deep in one at the Win a couple of years ago, and the bounties were, of
Probably.
course, huge compared to.
Put mass on my neck too. It just feels like it's a
The
place
buy-in?
that it's a useful place to have a lot of muscle.
What are you doing? Why is it useful?
Okay.
You ever-
And there
it's
was
not for,
there
like,
was a
head or
player
anything,
Stop
head
fighting.
who pulled the
Stop
top bounty
fighting.
during the event.
Yeah, no, it's
We
just
didn't
like, if you're in a car
have a
accident or
deliberate
something,
break
I mean,
as we do here at Triton,
Yeah.
You got the armor.
where all the players draw the bounties.
You fall.
Yeah,
He
Yeah,
had
we
stepped
keep
away
our
from his
envelopes
table.
closed here, and I think that
Yeah,
does
yeah, like,
also
like,
add a
down
different
the line,
dynamic.
or,
It does. You don't have to
Insurance
track.
plan, you got some
For
Correct.
example, this is one thing: is like everyone in the room is paying attention to what draws are coming and how much was already drawn and
Well,
how
for
much
example-
is remaining in the prize pool. Someone could pull a big bounty early and influence play later.
Well, conversely, there's the hyperbole of somebody, or you know, obviously, in huge succession, nothing but minimum bounties being drawn. Each time that happens, the
And the implied
EV,
value going up
yeah,
as the tournament goes on.
and all of a sudden, it becomes a bigger pork chop you're wearing around your neck as a short stack. Meanwhile, 10-10 deuce being worn in the center of the table.
Yeah, yeah.
Jack 8 and Queen 9. Not really much to take pride in here. This one was raised by Soiza out of the small to 90. Leon defended and now faces a 55K follow-through.
And notice the aggressive approach from Soiza as the covered player. So tempting to be on the defensive the entire time that you're covered. And I think it's important for the players with the shorter stacks to be willing to fight for pots still, especially when they don't represent your entire stack. That a nice find for Soiza in a blind versus blind battle.
Thin value is more available to those short stacks,
Yeah.
you know, because you're going to get the light call more so than somebody with a covering stack would enjoy.
You know what we missed, though, Ali, is what I witnessed at the Win. Because one of the players drew the top bounty mid-action, he celebrated as if he won the tournament, and he left the table for about an hour. Started ordering beers with the staff, high fives around.
And just let himself get blinded off?
We're playing like 22 left
I love this legend.
in a tournament with $500,000 up top, but he pulled 250K and just couldn't bring himself to sit back down
You know what?
and play
Respect.
poker anymore.
Respect.
He eventually returned to his chair, but it
With
was
like 4 bigs or what?
quite the celebration tour he went on around the room.
What a legend. There's no celebration, by the way, that will rival the one that Doug Polk undertook at the World Series of Poker after doing the dirty to Chris Brewer. Was that the 250K? Was that
No,
like
the heads
what
up
was
of
that?
it was the heads up 25K
Oh, that's right.
in the semifinals, I believe.
I mean, there was a full 2 laps at a sprint, I think.
It was so good.
Poor Brewer, man. That was a rough one to be on the receiving end of. Meanwhile, Leon Sturm receiving the imposition of some taxes from Michaelitis. Queen 9, deemed durable enough to invest the extra 75K. Ace 4 tray board, not what Leon had in mind. Checks over to Michaelitis, who's got it all but locked up.
Again, no reason to slow down here. Top pair second kicker, more than good enough to start putting stacks in.
$55,000. Act 1.
Leon giving this one more thought than I expected. Or maybe just forgot if he had a spade in his hand and wants to, you know, take a little second before he rechecks. Nah, he's out.
To be expected. Just again, another point of clarification is there continues to be some confusion for some who are streaming us live. The bounties were activated with 25% of the field remaining. So they are in play now, despite the fact that we are not in the money quite yet here in the 40K mystery. At present, field is 26 strong. Most recent eliminations on the heels of Punsri, who we observed, were of Jonathan Jaffe, Lun Lun, and Shirzat Jesu.
Saw Jorstad fold the deuces. Christoph not going to go anywhere with king queen suited.
$60 if you do. Ace king most certainly does.
Christoph covering Soiza by just a fraction. Maybe a spot where we just put all the chips out there. Nope, Soiza's going for the induce. I suspect king queen suited will be a customer at this price.
180. Back over to Lord Vogel, 120 more.
A couple of options here, really. If Vogelsang wants to 4-bet all in, clear out some bluffs, and just say, oh, well, if you have it, you have it. At least I'm playing for a big bounty. Yeah.
Induction successful by Soiza, 1.1 million. As all of a sudden, it is he who threatens Vogelsang. You see Christoph well aware of his plight. I gotta tell you, 29% feels like chunky equity for a dominated hand like King Queen versus this Ace King, and yet that's where Christoph finds himself. 1.6 million in the middle, and oh boy,
It's too many.
spade draw, and Vogelsang's equity has grown considerably.
It's a real heartbreaker.
No spade on the turn, however, and Soiza will wrestle things back into his corner. Just shy of a 3-1 favorite with one to come to leave Vogelsang with crumbs. And the 3 of spades on the end.
Yeah, Michael.
No justice for Michael Soiza, Kevin. Showered.
Did well there to set up that spot, put himself in a position to cover the table well. Run the show towards this bubble, but now that luxury will be afforded to Christoph Vogelsang. Up to 1.7 million.
Am I weird that if I'm sat in Vogelsang's spot in a situation such as that, I feel a measure of guilt? You know, I know nobody else may feel that guilt when they do it to me. But when I do someone dirty like that, you know, especially when they've played the hand in a manner that optimized and, you know, we're performing so well, I'm like, ugh.
I think that just makes you normal.
Normal is generally not an adjective that is
It's a-
assigned to me, Kevin.
A rare compliment that I'll send your direction. I'll wait.
I'm aspiring towards normalcy.
One of the most human things I've heard you describe in your
I
own
have
persona.
feelings. I have feelings, believe it or not. Lots of them. Inexplicable ones at times, but feelings nonetheless. What if Vogel just binked the spade and turned to Soiza and was like, that's right! Oh, Wiedersehen! That would have been strong. Just
Oh,
one
we
time,
should-
it'd be great. And Vogel's like, just kidding, man. Here's a buffet ticket on me. Sturm. Love this, by the way. He looks like he should be riding shotgun with Hunter S. Thompson on the road to Vegas. Oh, no. Hunter S. Thompson, Kevin? Do we know? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Sorry, I was off in my own head dreaming about the possibilities of Triton Borgata,
Ooh.
where we could set up some of those moments like you just
Oh, yeah.
imitated for Christoph.
Listen, the Borgata is where you have plenty who would be ready and willing to deliver that experience.
That's the standard of play,
Big dog.
the standard experience at the table.
Damn.
Pocket fives. Eklund gets a
His
walk.
Exit from poker was pretty epic.
Who's this?
Big dog, pocket fives.
I don't know who that is.
No?
I'll do,
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Google it
Yeah, I'm guessing you own the website.
Google it later. No, he,
Oh, okay.
he was streaming on Twitch or YouTube or something.
Okay.
Forgot that he was doing that while he was doing something else.
Oh, I remember that. I think I remember that actually. Yeah.
Wait, what's this?
Oh, I've got Google open right now.
Rabbit Chow doing research out here, and it looks like some work's being done at the outer tables. What have we here? It involves Alex Foxen, covered by both Danny Tang and Joao Simao. Simao covered by Tang, who's playing for all of it. 5-5 queen board. Danny flops the best hand. Simao on his feet because he knows he's drawn dead on the turn, so he is out of here outside the money.
Danny.
And so is Foxen.
翻出来第一张就是 Q。我看那个
Now we're seeing that mystery bounty effect.
翻出来。
Two pelts claim. By the way, Danny limped from the cutoff. Joao limped the button. Jesse limped the small. And then the ace-jack from Foxen ripped it in there. And absolutely the bounty effect is that which prompted Danny to get in there. Two envelopes. That's a minimum of $80,000, an EV of 160 that Danny picks up in that pot. Cannot overstate it.
You are very close. Not queen of diamonds, queen of hearts.
Pretty huge spot. And note the overlimp from Simao with ace-8 suited.
我就已经看到一张 Q 在那里。
By the way, that puts
Willing
us
to
on the
call.
stone money bubble, Kevin. Pardon the interruption.
We down to
Does it
21.
Oh, no. Forgive me. We already tallied Foxen and Samao's bust outs in 25th and 24th. I was looking at a field of 23, thinking that perhaps they brought us to 21. But we are inching closer nevertheless. What have you learned in your Google research here? Big dog pocket five streaming situation?
I'll admit I was slow to get there because I was sweating that pot.
Can't be blamed.
I at least see something about... There seems to be a YouTube video involving back-to-back Sunday Million final tables. This is from ages ago. I don't know this story.
5 seconds.
I don't know it either. Maybe somebody in the chat can help elucidate.
Must be something more recent.
5 seconds. Sorry.
现在随便玩。现在大展开。
Danny looking to play pots now. 2.7 million in front of him, limping the Jack-6 suited. Here's Lonis ace-8. He was kicked out of the last one, but he is ready to rip it now.
5. How much is it?
16 bigs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 8, 4, 9,
So if any of the viewers are confused about why there's so much action in spots like this, if you just think about how much it costs to get
现在随便接。
$80,000, how many chips you get for $80,000, over 2 starting stacks worth of chips. Imagine there's just an extra 500,000 chips sitting in this
翻出来
pot.
第一張 J。
Danny getting 2 to 1 on this call, and he does make it.
can't win this one now. Very hard.
So a million chip pot as Danny's looking for a parlay. It's going to be a lofty proposition, and now an impossible one after the ace-high flop brought a king on the turn. Lonis with the double.
Important pickup there for Lonis, who maybe has a path to making the money bubble now, which is significantly more important for these shorter stacks who can't win bounties, unless you cover somebody.
You won that one. Technical deal. He's from UK too.
你話減咗咩慢咗你話？
They would never think you guys are working together because he's Asian, you know. No favors, no favors. Danny. When we left each other, you had the peanuts, and now you have all the cheats and all the bounties. How times can change so quick. Yeah.
Bads has just been pulled to Danny's left. Much cozier spot to be in, perhaps, than Thomas Muhlacher on the right.
No, hijack. When I gave you the deal. Oh. You were hijacked because you were cut off. Oh, yeah. He was hijacked, and I was small blind, and I had everyone covered.
By the way, Ali, Google AI mode did help me out here.
All right.
Here's what you might want to know about Big Dog Pocket 5
Well, if you had to rate it, by the way, on like the G to R to NC-17, maybe kind of parental guidance scale, are we?
I mean, the way I'll say it is, let's say PG.
Okay.
But the story itself sounds like it's NC-17.
Oh. Now I'm interested.
Some illicit website material only allowed for those, you know, adult viewers, which I
Okay.
suppose is already the case for a gambling stream. But this is just not the kind of thing you want to put on your stream when you're running a poker channel on Twitch. Maybe a multiple monitor situation, putting up a video with some adult material that you wouldn't want to put on your stream.
Well, I mean,
And this is in addition to apparently a boisterous atmosphere that he maintained on this stream in general before it went down. This is over 8 years ago, as I understand.
I do feel compelled, and I don't know when OnlyFans was created, but there are several streams that consist exactly of whatever the multi-monitor situation is there, and perhaps far more lucratively than whatever Big Dog was making
Probably
for
just
poker
not under
streaming.
the games tab on twitch.tv.
Yes, that's fair. Meanwhile, Hecklin's not playing games. Pocket King, Sturm being tested here. Ace-8 suited with a lofty ask on its hands.
It's a big hand. It's hard to fold this much. 25 big blinds in this format. We don't often expect to be good, perhaps never expect to be good, but we're just trying to figure out if 30, 32% equity is enough to justify a call at this price with an effective $80,000 overlay in the pot. Leon's out.
Yeah, a little bit too pricey. Hecklin cobbling. Now, did we get the final word on Norwegian Constitution Day? Is that what it was called?
I believe so. And what I was trying to figure out is
He's
if
Danish, by the way. It's not Norwegian. That's Espen, who maybe
Yeah.
would have been the celebrating party. But it sounds like Henrik is not one to shy away from the party, and we're not one to shy away from the outer table, where it appears that the bulk of the action is taking place, this time involving Kiat Lee, who has ripped it over the top from the small blind of the Bads cutoff open. Mikita newly arrived here. King 3 offsuit was put to work, and it is Muhlacher who is pondering the merits of Ace-10 of Hearts, which performs poorly here, as we can see.
strange spot here for Muhlacher. No bounties on offer for him. He's the shortest of these stacks.
Nice
Bubble
pickup.
looming.
But that money bubble is not a membrane that receives the level of attention that non-mystery bounty formats where the bounties are in play prior to being in the money, you know, receive. Because as we've touched on, 40K minimum, 80K average, the value of the envelope overshadowing making the money or not making the money. And for that matter, many of the ladders until we get pretty deep into this one.
Yes. Although I think only 4 players in Muhlacher's position, or I suppose back here at the feature table in Jason Kuhn's position. If you're the shortest at your table, you don't have access to bounties. So for you personally, the best you can hope for is a min cash, unless you pick up enough chips to start covering people and going after those bounties.
No shirts on against Adamo, 1,000 big blinds deep. We did that. That was sick. No shirts on. 501K. It was sick.
Why no shit?
We were playing outside. It was like an indoor-outdoor poker room in Madrid, and we were all sweating our asses off. And Adalbo's just like, you know, we're in there playing Megapods, no shirts on. It's like the ultimate, like, this is live poker at its best. You can, like, see a man's chest hair. Like, his chest hair is twinkling. You get nipple reads, you know? Three of us.
Dealer as
At
well?
least three of us. Huh?
Dealer as well?
Nope, no dealer.
Oh, yeah.
Alma, we have a picture. I think Chris Brewer didn't have a shirt on.
Where was the stream of that one?
170.
It was a serious game.
Jorstad streams in the 3-bet. Sturm once again feeling a measure of disrespect, but this time just 110K more the request, and Espen's performing quite well.
Yeah, I like this choice from Espen to leave a chunk of chips behind. King Queen offsuit going to get called fairly light if we go all in and give Leon access to that bounty. We saw him just seriously considering ace-8 suited. But when you leave those chips back, polarize a bit more, King Queen's going to perform better, get action from weaker hands and not exclusively better hands.
Sturm orphaning the King 10 off, which wasn't doing great.
I owe time bank, right? Did I use a time bank?
Dusty won on the puck here. Espen took a minute. I'll take the under on a minute, if I'm being honest. And under the hood goes Vogel.
Looks like just an open jam, covering stack. Leon on 25 big blinds here. You see plays like this that are reminiscent of final table dynamics where a big chip leader pushes around the mid stacks. Very analogous situation here, nearing the money bubble. When you cover those stacks, we're kind of hoping to hunt for bounties of their own, get to the money, some combination of the two. But Vogel's saying can't be touched right now.
You ever play Super Mario Brothers, Kevin?
Once or twice.
Do you remember the star, what that did?
Remind me.
Invincibility.
Mm.
You could just run through enemies with impunity and kill them. I would say that that big stack is the Super Mario star.
Yeah.
You know. But it did have a time limit on it, so, you know. Wasn't like forever star. It's time for Jason Kuhn. 2 10s, 555. Shoveled forward.
555.
Looks unusual, but these are our options nearing the bubble as the shortest player at the table. When you have a good hand, you just move all in, hope to get action.
555.
Oh, what has Leon got here?
King 8 off for Vogelsang has already been mucked. We're going to find out what Leon has. Ace Queen. A threatening holding to Jason, who will take a spin. Just shy of 1.2 million in the pot. Sturm looks like a man who's produced multiple platinum albums. Like, he's got a few gold records on a shelf somewhere, you know. He's like, I did Rammstein's first album. But what he hasn't done is deflate the 2 10s on a King 5 tray board.
Do a little four diamonds.
Spade is enough. I was thinking for a spade as well.
4 spades, you guys.
The best card, yeah.
Give him 4 diamonds. I want to feel it in my palms. Wow, you guys are too sick. It's enough of this.
Wheel draw, 4 outs added, 10 in total for Sturm to bring things to a screeching halt for Kuhn. Not gonna happen though, and Jason is just doubled. That's Mr. Triton right there.
Classic Leon rage.
I mean, he kind of slipped. It wasn't on purpose, but at the moment, tried well. So. Bam.
I'm gonna live with it, but unfortunately, life meter has been drained down to 6 bigs on the back end of that one.
I legit have never won a hand with these glasses. In Monaco, I abandoned them after 5 hands, because I didn't win. And now I tried them for the first time again, and it's not going well.
I was gonna say different classes yesterday. The speedy ones.
Yeah.
Very speedy ones.
Yeah, the speedy ones I like too.
Speedy.
Too early for them.
The fastest glasses in the room.
You need to bring the Phil Lock like ski goggles back.
Oh yeah.
Mirrored ski
I was
goggles.
thinking of doing that. There was a ski stop in Austria where one guy actually did it. It looked fire.
Yeah, some dudes that can pull it off. They get the beanie with the goggles on while they're playing, but it's got to get hot as hell.
I confess, if you look like you should have a lift ticket at the table, I think you've maybe gone too far. You know, if I see some Oakley goggles and a big beanie with one of those poofs on the top, like, especially in Vegas, dead of summer. Come on, guy. Ace deuce here
sometimes-
for Sturm. Sorry, Kevin.
Sometimes in those rooms, you know, the AC's blasting hard enough that
You never need ski goggles and a beanie with a poofer on the top. Ever.
What about when it rains and there's a hole in the ceiling because they've never had rain before?
Are you talking about that Planet Hollywood video where the water actually breached and all the slop banks were just deluged? That was something. Meanwhile, we've sprung a leak in Leon Sturm's stack. It was put there by Jason Kuhn, and the rest of his chips have flowed out of it. 185,000 on the button. Reasonable with this ace. Michaelitis wants to take a whack. Jack 8 off suit. Now let's see. Kuhn. 10-7 off suit. Can close the action with an overcall, and that's exactly what he wants to do with the prospects of claiming Sturm's envelope on him.
Again, in these spots, pot odd's so good for the players in the blinds. Just 6 big blind jam. You can see how wide Leon could be. And there's an implied 500,000 chips or so in the pot because of that mystery bounty on Leon's head.
Queen Jack 5, Michaelitis finds middle pair and way the best of it against this field. Now, under normal circumstances, at like a final table or, you know, deep into one, there's implicit collusion whereby these two characters in the dry side don't want to push one another out of the pot and team up to eliminate the all-in player.
Yes.
But here, different story.
Absolutely, it's the opposite.
Thank you.
Does go check, however, for the time being. Cozy turn card for Dominicus.
Now, there is still value in Michaelitis announcing the strength of his hand because a jack rates to be well ahead of Leon's button jamming range. That means that if he can get Jason out of the pot, it's the overwhelming favorite on average to secure that bounty.
180.
You don't want to allow Jason to realize equity. But 10-7 he knows cannot win.
180 dispatches Kuhn, and Sturm is in need of an ace.
Fuck these glasses.
Take them off, maybe hit an ace.
I have to go all the way.
All right, or die.
You got to appreciate the gallows humor for Leon, and those glasses
GG though.
might end up in a few pieces not long from now. Apparently, they have not been lucky for Leon, whose envelope now acquired by Dominicus, along with the remains of his stack, the bulk of which was passed over to Kuhn's pocket tens when he held the ace-queen.
Should have taken them off.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, he had a few seconds there.
I don't think you can
I
ever
have
win
this
when he
vague
stays focused
recollection
on the turn and keeps them on. Like, it's just impossible.
of having been in the booth
How can you
for
win?
a stream where someone took a bad beat and immediately removed their sunglasses and mangled them.
It's a pretty clear blame the glasses and then take them off and slam them into the ground.
Hurry up and break them, maybe. Huh?
Yeah.
Just
And just
snap them in two.
Just watch the ace roll in.
That's
Epic
so different
TV
from.
moment.
Is this the same story?
That's what I would have done.
Just break the
I
glasses.
think they're just
flick them off.
coming with the hypothetical. But if you do mangle them before the river and then you make the ace, are you not obligated to go pick them up and try to reassemble? Like the bulk of the next orbit is spent with a small tube of Gorilla Glue and a little bit of regret.
Perhaps the time to go on Twitter and ask your following for a little help. $500 to anyone who can bring some sunglasses to table 6.
No,
I've
you
made a
ju-
mistake.
You throw them back on without the lenses in, you know, it's just a mangled frame. There's like one temple that is sticking out.
Imagine if every time John McEnroe destroyed a tennis racket,
Oh, yeah.
he was forced to continue playing with it.
If you're hearing commotion in the background, by the way, it has everything to do with Ren Lin having recognized that
Thank you.
Gambledore is back in the building. He is registering for the 50K, event number 6, which is getting underway elsewhere in the room. Vogelsang getting his King 5 of Hearts going here as Kuhn contemplates the far superior king. Gonna play it as a flat. This having plenty to do with Vogelsang having the big covering stack.
Yeah, Jason wanting to keep a lot of those bluff opens in the pot. A rejam not going to be as efficient as it would be in other formats.
Now this King-Queen is now turned into a flush draw. Vogelsang has fanned the texture, but Jack 6-4 after Kuhn flats the small blind, you could see him maybe making a request.
Yeah, and even just the general dynamic of Vogelsang being in the driver's seat, almost regardless of the board texture, you don't expect Kuhn to push back with light hands. You don't expect a lot of check raising unless he has the goods. Why not just continue to lean on the covered stack? Jason's going to call here. Knows that he can still have the winner with just king high.
Oh my. Vogelsang has somehow found the innocent-looking 5 of clubs on the turn to hop in front. Jason keeping it snug. Christoph, very wet texture for him to be swinging at this point.
And it feels like, even though it's a small blind flat, we should see some showdown value in our pair of 5s. Not
Nope.
just hands like this one, but also missed ace high in some fashion.
We love the 6 if we're Christoph. We're not thrilled as Jason. Plenty of ace high could have taken up this posture. Jason continuing to check. Let's see whether or not Vogel tries to cobble value. There could be some pairs between 6 and Jack in
Yeah.
range for Jason.
Yeah, I think that's going to convince him to shut down here.
And
Sweet.
that feels unjust. Not the first time Vogelsang has gotten pretty fortunate. Cookie crumbling in his favor at the Triton Bakery. You have a favorite cookie, Kevin? Perhaps white
Just
chocolate
of all
macadamia,
time?
Stone.
oatmeal raisin,
Stone.
chocolate chip,
I think we're in the anyway.
double fudge.
I'm a big fan of, there's like,
There's only 19 players on the screen.
you know when you get a good,
Oh.
So
like dark
think-
molassesy kind of ginger cookie? The chewy ones.
Oh, I do like that, actually.
Those are really good.
The chewy is the way to go. "19 players remaining. Murli Manakaran, Brian Kim, and Chris Brewer have all been dispensed. I'm efforting the manner in which this took place. It was quite sudden. It sounds like the min cash is going to be chopped between the three of them. It was a double elimination of Kim and Manakaran by Barak Wiesbrod. Kim had ace-jack, Manakaran had ace-king, Barak had ace-8, and he was somehow able to find the 8 on a queen 10-8 board and hold for 2 of those busts.
And it seems, Ali, like a simultaneous elimination of Brewer at the other table with ace-jack suited against Jamil Wakil's pocket queens. Clean run out, and all 3 players bust at effectively the same time.
So that means they're going to have to divide $33,500 by 3 for just a roughly $11K payout. Doesn't really soften the blow in a $40K buy-in. As we bring you back to the desk, Ali and Kevin a little bit shell-shocked and stunned. It isn't often that you find more than 1 player, let alone 3, bursting the bubble, and yet that's exactly where we find ourselves, and as such, we are going to be taking a break for a redraw. But that came around in a hurry, and it all happened at the outer table, so Poseidon Ho is going to inherit the short stack duties with 6 big blinds as he works his way into the money alongside the rest of the remaining 19. There is a glimpse at it. Barak Wiesbrod, the beneficiary after being dominated in not 1 but 2 spots, taking down Petrangelo's chip lead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still catching up with what just happened, but in this bounty format, this is exactly what's good about this format is we don't have to wait for the bubble to burst. There's no hesitation because these players are playing for such bigger implied stakes in the bounties. No need to stall through the bubble. Players maybe didn't even realize that they were getting all in simultaneously in that moment, but Triton, you know, doing such a good job down there with the tracking, Sonny making sure that hands that happen simultaneously at tables that are not necessarily, you know, exactly on sync, the players are going to get their fair share of the payouts in those moments.
Well, as good a job as Sonny and the crew do, they still do need some time for their administrative duties, and so we're going to give them that time now, as Kevin and I are going to step aside, but we'll return with continuing coverage of the 40K Mystery Bounty, which is now in the money after this.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
to get involved with. And as a result, there's just inherently a lot of trapping that goes into that strategy because you're trying to get away with so many weak hands. But as the covered player, as the player at risk, no trapping, right? Fast play, you're going to get paid off.
I mean, when you have no bounty to collect, if those involved in the pot are sat deeper than you, you're the trappee.
Punat starting things off with a raise here. He covers both blinds, even though he's middle of the pack at this table. Oh. Hecklin's going to be happy to put this in. Honestly, I have no idea what Punat's going to do.
All right, so there's the jam.
It's a very gambleable hand. Did I make that up? Gambleable?
I think everybody knew what you meant by it.
Represents such a big piece of Punat's stack. But just a reminder, that min cash, $33,000. The bounty, $80,000 in implied equity. Time to spin the wheel.
Yeah, 80% of his stack back invested as he wants to play Reaper for the mediocre Dane, Henrik Hecklin. And I say that tongue-in-cheek because he's forbidden us from calling him the Great Dane. Says that's reserved for Gus Hansen. Oh, boy. Top set for Hecklin. This is a big uphill climb for Punsri, but we can see the paths.
They've Euros money.
Iceberg on the turn as Punsri's stack sinks to 105.
And after Punat takes this risk, keep a close eye on the next hand coming up. Punat's about to post the big blind in the...
Maybe a little bit better than Punat in the last pot. Okay, so Soiza, King 8, not durable enough to get after it. Ace 10, though, Michaelitis next in.
Yeah, big interest in playing this pot. So what's interesting when Punat is this short, only 2 big blinds behind, is that the opportunity to open raise big or to even open raise all in is far more attractive because we know that Punat's just going to shrug and call quite often. So here you see, very different from the spot where the big blinds got 10, 15, 20 big blinds. Punat's just got 2 blinds back. He's going to be forced to call quite wide.
Yeah, and he does, and he found a hand that he liked. Of course, that was until he saw Ace 10 rolled over. Ace 4 suited, performing poorly, but 28% equity perhaps. A little bit more than we would reflexively presume Punat to have in this spot.
You know,
That's how you win these tournaments.
yeah, I just appeal jack. So, you know, I just couldn't.
You folded 6 for?
Couldn't live in a universe. Fucking 6-4 spades, what I fold.
Bro.
195 in the middle. Monotone board, neither party with a club. You see Punsri with the wheel gutter, adding deuces to the cards he seeks. Now 7s will do the trick too.
Never gonna be able to live with myself.
Kuhn lamenting the fact that he folded 4-6. It's in front right now if he were in.
Yeah, just so I can sleep tonight.
And it would have hauled in the whole pot. Instead, the board pairing jack will send the haul over to Dominicus and send Punat out of here outside the money. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 40K Mystery Bounty from here in Montenegro. Ali Najad and Kevin Rabichow with you. However, with quite a few fewer players, 19, as all of a sudden 3 parties busted on what wasn't the money bubble but turned into it in a hurry. They're going to divvy up $33,500 and 19 now remain. Taking a quick peek inside the Triton Poker Plus app, Kevin, to get our bearings, $619,000. That's what we're playing for up top. But at present, more of a concern, of course, is going to be the envelopes. 40K the minimum, 80K the EV, casting a shadow on the 33.5 on deck.
Yeah, really is. And, you know, even just thinking about how much action we saw on the bubble, we were there looking at a gap from 0 to 33,000. Now you're looking at pay jumps from 33 to 41. I mean, 37 in the middle there, excuse me, $4,000 pay jumps. When the bounty presents the opportunity to win 400,000, I think these are going to be almost completely ignored by the players. From here to the final table, it's all about the bounties.
Interesting, and obviously something that we're going to be keeping an eye on as we try to explain certain spots. We've already seen a few of them that are very much associated with the presence of envelopes, not so much with the presence of a money bubble or a payout or a ladder. So we expect a little bit more of the same. Current overall chip leader Barak Wiesbrod is the man that burst the bubble courtesy of 2 pelts being claimed in one fell swoop, with the worst of 3 ace X's, finding a pair and holding as we get it back down into the arena here at the Maestral Resort and Casino, brought to you by WPT Global. Get a glimpse at your new feature table. On the right, that's where Wiesbrod and his 4.3 million are parked. Pietrangelo was the chip leader coming in, but you see his 3.2 million trails by a considerable margin and is second overall now. Danny Tang has performed well, 2.1 million for him. Third place on the day. Would have preferred to have been over at Jamil Wakil's table where he could have been the boss man, but instead has to contend with Pietrangelo. Blinds 20 and 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante. 100K per orbit, the price of poker. And there is the man of the moment, Wiesbrod. Fresh off of a final table, by the way, in that 30K, which was ultimately taken down by Nacho Barbero midday yesterday. 10-6 offsuit, defending his big blind against Ramin Hajiev's kings and finding top pair and a problem.
Going to be hard for Barak to get away from such a big hand. Such a favorable chip position for Wiesbrod at this table in particular, but also compared to the overall field. He's got chips to burn.
Well, 75,000, the match light from Ramin. As he tries to make kindling of Wiesbrod.
180.
His top pair. Oh, and Barak has decided check raise is the path forward.
Yeah, and this is interesting, such a small size. Maybe trying to encourage Ramin to continue unpaired. Ace-high hands that might have opened. Even something like King-Queen. Setting an attractive price for those hands. Hajiev is playing this one trappy. Doesn't necessarily have to. I think it's a bit of a foregone conclusion that this money's going to go in and no longer ahead.
All of a sudden, what was a great spot for Ramin has turned into an awful one. The 6 on the turn. Wiesbrod has taken the aggressive line and made the best hand with top 2. Obviously, the kings have some outs, but it looks like something else brews elsewhere in the room. And might it be involving Espen Jorstad? The shades have come off. Some chips are out in front of him. That says yes. This appears to have been a Jorstad open, a flat from Wakil and Mulacher. Deuce 4-7 was the board. Check from Wakil, jam from Mulacher, which was called by Jorstad, and it looks like Thomas is on his feet as the board ran out with a king and a queen. Did we see the hands that were produced there, Kevin? Did you clock them?
Not just yet. Watching table 3 in the Triton Poker Plus app. Mulacher had 7-5 of diamonds. Jorstad with 2 aces.
Yikes. Well, his pair did a whole lot better than Ramin's did as we come back
Yeah, I
to
think
catch him
that's it.
expressing some ill will
I'm the one
toward pocket kings.
To be balanced,
Apparently
like
haven't served him
sometimes fold
well
pocket
of
aces.
late.
You gotta play aces, bro.
And the richer getting richer.
Good job, good job.
See, bro, if you play aces, you win.
GG, bro.
He doesn't even hold the flop.
No.
Gotta appreciate Ramin taking it in stride, getting a lot of love from the crew. Great energy on him.
He's got a big web right now.
Some point we're gonna make it down to Baku, and we're gonna rock out with this dude.
I will take all of you out.
This much I promise. One would have thought that on the heels of Montenegro, where we're kind of so close, would have been the time to do it. But I confess, 5 weeks on the road, when you couple the post-production work that we do out in Latvia with the Share Hands boys, that is such a big part of why every one of these festivals look as good as they do. It's just a little bit too much time away from home. Kevin, how are you doing by the end of one of these things, by the way? 2.5 weeks gone.
Oh, it's a lot.
Yeah, you're ready to get back.
Yeah, absolutely. Although from here, right up against WSOP, heading straight to Vegas, this is a long trip. A month is, it's too much.
No rest for the weary. Plenty of these folks, by the way, will be booking their tickets and heading over to Vegas as well. And the Triton regulars have made some waves over at the series. Lonis.
Wizbred defending the small blind. 9-7 offsuit. Full bounty hunting mode right now for the chip leader.
Yeah, Boba Fett. Another 9-7 for Kiat, by the way, closing the action. Neither of them hitting anything on the Queen 8 deuce board, which Lonis has smacked as the opener. He's going to follow through.
We'll take it, boys. Straight flush draw.
135. Guess he's not lying. Although awfully rosy is the tint on those shades.
Not about that. Not after. During the hand, I'll lie. Not after the hand. I'm going to tell you.
Poseidon Ho has got what I confess I feel like is the kind of blazer that one might want to reserve for a final table, but we'll take it here at a feature. Look at that Paisley Delight. Hasn't been too delighted on the day, I would imagine, as he's left with just 6 bigs, but pocket fours are going to be a qualifier, he decides. Lonis limped Queen 5 suited.
Such an action format. Barak in the tank with Jack 6 offsuit. Knows that all these other players are going to continue to put in action. He's feeling like that one would be a little too ambitious. 3 players remaining in the pot. Kiat's going to be all in with the ace-10. Maxim wakes up with a real one.
That he does. And look at Poseidon. He's like, what's going on?
And Lonis covers everybody. Look at his equity, 29% against these 3 hands. If he could see the cards, he'd have snapped, but of course he doesn't know he's in such good shape.
The tournament will be over in like 2 hours.
1,075,000? Yes.
The disaster is if one of these other holdings contains a queen, because it will be invariably a better one.
Yeah.
But 2 clean suited cards. He doesn't know that's where he's at, but 29% equity for a shot at 3 envelopes.
3 envelopes is $240,000.
1,075,000, and this one was how much?
3 million.
If he could see what we see, Kevin, he would snap this spot.
This one I'm good. I got this one.
Too. Be respectful.
There's 2 million out there in chips. 240,000 in dollar equity. Effectively another 1.5 million chips. Call it 3.5 million chips out there. He's calling 1 million. I heard gamble.
Good luck, boys. Okay, I was pretty dead. Let's go. I need some luck of yours. I did not have 4. Okay, good to know. I did have a jack.
Buckle up.
茉莉，快点过来啊！用手机也可以。
Jesse Lonis has a 1% edge over Poseidon Ho's 4s, the most equity in a 4-way affair in the covering stack.
Or a 4.
Note the interference between Kiat and Maxim has a little something to do with this.
A lot of diamond. You just need a 10.
Poseidon plays for the main. Kiat for the first side pot. Shornikau for everything against Lonis, who flops a pair and a flush draw. Shornikau currently with the best hand. But Lonis still with the best equity. Only 1 club occupied. Elsewhere. Eight of diamonds. Can Maxim hang on.
4 of clubs. Oh no.
Claim
4 of
2
diamond.
pelts.
4 of diamonds. Sorry.
And scoop.
How lucky are you, Jesse? Even people are rooting for you.
4 of diamond.
Oh my goodness.
God. It's a 4.
You called it.
It's a.
Too late.
I called it wrong.
Poseidon Ho made a set,
I called it wrong.
but he made it in the wrong fashion. As the
too late.
4 of
If I fold
clubs
there, I won't sleep the rest of the trip.
derails
happy.
You should
3
fold it, man.
trains all at once. Welcome to Mystery Bounty, Kevin.
We're getting so many
We
bounties.
cleared out the table, bro. No feature table. No. Do we play heads up now?
We have a redraw now.
You heard Lonus saying if he made that fold, he wouldn't be able to sleep the rest of the trip.
We play a lot of these on GG. We know how to do it, you know. Sometimes you just gotta pray.
I'll tell you
Oh,
what,
Jesse.
if you looked up at the screen, you saw that many people walking
I
away
learned
from
this
the
from
table,
Danny-
you
hey,
might have thought
Danny Tang.
Lonus
Danny
had
Tang, I
something
learned
at
this from
lunch
you, bro.
that didn't agree with him. But actually, it was a Queen 5 of clubs
That's me.
that's responsible for
me.
evacuating the field.
What I got.
He called. He asked for it on the turn. He said 4 clubs.
I showed the card that I
Look at Danny.
was like 4
He said like 4 of clubs. I was like, no.
I didn't know.
He's trying to figure out what the heck just happened here. And for that matter, so are we.
My shouting skill. You're gonna get this.
Well, much like Barack Wiesbrod, the only other man left standing at the featured table, Jesse Lonus getting a massive capital
Because Gambledore
infusion,
just got
left
the
with
top, and I just
3.4
already
million
had
and now
Went for a
third.
walk with him this morning. You know.
Ah,
I got the magic.
it's too much magic, both of you
Yeah.
together.
Jesse suggesting that a walk with Gambledore this morning may have rubbed off on him. I'm telling you, the dude has fairy dust coursing through his veins.
I would have puked if I folded that hand. Oh,
Yeah.
it was close, but then I said, "Fuck, I can't."
That was a rough
Glad I had a shit hand.
traffic jam at the payouts desk.
Well, no, I'm glad he did too. Because if you do something,
Yeah, you have to fold.
maybe. Yeah, yeah, you covered me. Yeah.
Well, the aftermath will now see 14 runners remaining in the field. It feels like just moments ago we had our 3-table redraw, and now it's time for the 2-table redraw. So get a look at the payouts. Top 9 of them. Of course, 14th, where we're at present, 41,500, a 4K ladder between 14th and 13th. As we bring you back to the desk, a little bit breathless yet again. Deja vu. 3 pelts all at the same table, unlike Wiesbrod, who claimed 2, and then 1 elsewhere was Brewer. Getting it done was Lonus there. The Queen 5 suited, really helping to illustrate exactly what we're talking about when we say these mystery bounties hit different.
Yeah, it's wild, and you see the domino effect there that a really short stack can have on the table. That sequence where Poseidon moves all in for just 6 big blinds. Now a player behind thinks, I want to get in on that. Now the player behind covers, I want to get in on both of those. And Lonus happens to cover all 3 players involved in that pot, makes a light call, and now sits near the top of the leaderboard.
You know, in the cash game streets, I refer to it as the flypaper effect. The more people are involved in multiple bets, the more you look down and go, maybe, just maybe, this is going to be the pot of the night. I don't want to miss out on a crack at it, and miss. Jesse Lonus did not, as Ho was left with a set versus the flush. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to let Sonny and the crew do their thing one more time, and let's see how things stack up, because there could be real implications toward the top of the leaderboard in terms of who is going to emerge all alone at their table without anyone to contend with. We're going to find out in a few. Stay close. 40K Mystery Bounty coverage continues after this.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, antes, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
And welcome back after a brief pause to the break desk. Alina Shot alongside Kevin Rabbit Chow. It's the 40K Mystery Bounty, and it is taking shape in a very violent fashion here on the day. Multi-bust-out action brought us through the bubble, and then multi-bust-out action on the heels of the 3-table redraw brought us to what was just now the 2-table redraw. Before we get to that redraw, though, Kevin, during that break we were just talking about the fact that part of the reason things have taken on the carnage that they have is because relative to your average mystery bounty, we here at Triton actually stuff those envelopes a little bit more full than other tournaments do.
Yeah, definitely. Half of every buy-in going towards that mystery bounty prize pool. That's why when we have 25% of the field accessing those bounties, we call the average value 80,000, right? 20,000 going towards the bounty pool. 1 in 4 players actually have a bounty on their head. 80,000 is massive to think about the bounty prize when we compare it to the min cash, when we compare it to the pay jump. So not every tournament going to put this much emphasis on the bounties, but that's why you're seeing this action.
All right, when we compare one table to the other as you dive into the Triton Poker Plus app, where would you rather have your bones parked, Kevin? As you can see, Danny Tang, who is currently 6th in chips, is at our featured table. He's got his hands full. Jamil Wakil is there with 40 big blinds, and I think Jamil, I'm just efforting here.
Table 2 has all 4 of the biggest stacks at it, Ali. So up at the main stage on the feature table.
Yeah, you know, I said Danny had his hands full. He actually has the fullest stack.
Oh, excuse me, the top 5 are all at table 2. Danny's drawn the biggest stack at our feature table, and he's 6th in the tournament.
That's surreal.
Huge. Huge for his value, and I don't believe... Oh, no, I'm wrong. Artur Martirosyan in the tournament short stack on his direct left with 7 big blinds. That's the bounty to watch for.
So to be 6th in chips and enjoy the luxury in a mystery bounty with 2 tables left of being the chip leader at the feature, and then also have the shortest of stacks at your table, I mean, it couldn't have gotten any better for Danny in this redraw.
It really can't.
Jamil, by the way, isn't complaining either. 40 bigs not far back of Danny. Things could have been worse for him, and for that matter, Michaelitis and the rest of that crew. Just look at how deflating Petrangelo and Lonis' seat draw has been. 85 bigs. They would have had a 40 big blind advantage over Danny and crew if they could have just drawn over to the feature. Instead, they're at the outer, shaking their heads.
Significant advantage for Wizbrod in the tournament portion of the prize pool because of this setup. Everyone at his table going to be very hesitant to get involved in big pots, knowing that better things might wait for them at the final table of 8.
So just about set to get the cards back in the air, where the on-tap payout is 41,500, 45.5 if you crack the top 13. 4K pay ladder going to pale in comparison to the 80K EV of an envelope, so we're going to see some peculiar looking action if you're looking at it through a normal lens. My guess as we fight on.
playing like the player of the year that you are.
Ace king for Jamil.
On the way to be.
Stacks behind of Dvoris and Hecklin, well covered. Certainly some open jamming would be part of Wakil's strategy, but ace king so premium, decides to min raise instead. Dvoris gonna give this some thought, feels a bit light, but hoping Hecklin comes along. Covered stack.
Let's see if I run.
Yeah, you see.
No.
When you're covered, you're just not
Oh,
inclined.
you fired like 4 or something?
4. So even if I get 40, 40, 40, I'm still up 1 point something K, you know?
Worst case.
What, 40, 40?
The bind is 42-4.
No, EV is like 80, right, I think?
Yeah, but if you just draw 4 40s.
3 40s, because one's mine.
That's only 120.
But then
Plus
I have
the
the
mini
cash.
cash.
Yeah,
Did you pay rake as well?
but you paid rake. You'd be down like 8K.
There's rake?
Oh yeah, because your own you don't get.
Maybe not
Yeah,
for
so
you,
you only get
actually.
3.
Hello,
plus
Parade.
mini cash.
There's
Meet
rake?
Rain.
What?
Wait, do you guys are playing rake?
No, I don't want to start this on TV. I don't want to get fired, you know?
Let's see absent Danny's involvement. Just how motivated Jamil is going to get. Queen 9 offsuit, a qualifier. As again he clicks. Now Dvoris with a couple of 6s.
Another one of those hands where perhaps the rejamming properties are reduced in this format. Dvoris would be unsuccessful in clearing Wakil of any stronger hands. Dvoris going to think about it because that's balanced out by the fact that Wakil's just going to open very wide.
Just because he's opening wide doesn't mean, though, that he isn't going to take a spin with you. And you got to ask yourself, how well are 2-6s doing against even the wide opening range that might hang in there if I do inflate this one.
Yeah.
So Daniel settles on a flat. Ace 10 of hearts for Dominicus in the big.
Another interesting one starts to feel as though 3-betting should only really go in with value, with a clear idea of, oh, I'm going to get called by worse. I don't know that ace-10 suited will. Going to take some time to think about it. Maybe a small 3-bet could generate a spot where Dvoris puts in a significant part of his stack with a weaker hand than ace-10 suited. Michaelitis with incentives to get Wakil out of the pot so he can go after this bounty on his own. He is coming with a 3-bet, non-committing.
Things get interesting now.
Wakil with such a weak hand, hard to imagine him continuing in some way. He'd only have access to a bounty if he can beat one of these 2 players at showdown. Queen 9 offsuit, not a favorite to do so. You don't want to be squeezed off of your opportunity to go after Dvoris's bounty, but you can only do so much with an offsuit queen.
So out of the way is Wakil. Back over to Dvoris.
You want to trade? We trade?
Hard spot for the 2-6s. We know all the better hands could be here, but we know that Dominicus, strong enough of a player to do this light.
Spending like 600 euros per account.
Dvoris wants to win chips.
Well, he'd sooner win bounties, and he's not going to be able to win one against a covering stack, so that's a factor as well.
Yeah, 6 cap is more expensive than...
Future game considerations, perhaps. Build a stack and you get more access down the road.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any... I don't think I have
All of it being weighed.
Now, it does feel to me like the option, if we don't fold, is to call and evaluate the flop. Because now that we're in this spot, there's no fold equity against Michaelitis. Even if he was 3-betting light, he's going to call it off. He's committed at this point against Dvoris. Wasn't committed against Wakil.
Well, he gave it a good chew, but in the end, the future game considerations were not enough to clear the hurdle of being the covered stack for the 2 6s, which find the bin as Michaelitis finds a northbound trajectory. Third in chips behind Tang and Wakil.
By the way, Ali, perhaps to tease, if we will get a look at the outer table, there's a massive pot going on right now at table 2. I'm watching in the Triton Poker Plus app. Lonus has moved all in on the river. There's already 4 million chips in the pot. Badziakowski is in the tank as we speak.
You know what's so funny? I feel like Makita ends up in these blenders more than anybody else I can think of. I'm sure there's some confirmation bias because I have this kind of recollection of him repeatedly against Ossi Katola in Monte Carlo, I believe it was, being subjected to these sorts of things. And obviously Lonus a bit of a different character, but still plenty of action can come out of that camp. But let's see how Bads approaches things. Meanwhile, here at the feature, we train our eyes on the ace-5 of hearts that Jorstad has clicked with. King-10 of spades for Wakil in the hijack. Heel flat.
I think we'll see a lot of this from the likes of Wakil. Wanting to VPip a lot, entering for as cheap as possible, especially with Danny behind to worry about. Though not after he's folded his big blind, Wakil gets a chance to outflop Jorstad all on his own.
And Wakil way out in front on a king h7 board here, as Espen has nothing more than the 7 of hearts to get excited about. Hence the check. $260 in the middle. And what are you taking more into consideration in these spots, Kevin? The acquisition of chips, or always trying to chart a course for being able to pick up the bounty, as we see Wakil adding an open ender to top pair here on the turn. Jorstad picking up the bad side of the gut shot, which would be no good if it came in.
Yeah, the consideration really has to start with how likely am I to access this bounty in the first place. Like, given this spot, 260,000 out there, 1 million chips behind, Espen's checked the flop. In order to be thinking about bounty implications, we have to feel that there's a likely collision that puts all million chips into the pot. And, you know, planning ahead for that possibility with a hand like King 10 suited is what has to happen on the onset. But
it doesn't
situations
rate to
like
be
this,
that setup, though, in this texture.
It's just not that common for all the money to go in, and Wakil's got to consider, well, Jorstad doesn't have this overlay that I do. He doesn't win a bounty if he doubles up,
65.
right? So he's not going to just stack off with a pair of 8s or pocket jacks necessarily.
For that matter, he may not even continue. Although 65K is designed to entice.
Yeah, we know we're up against a wider than normal range. King 10 suited, quite premium for the spot. Jorstad doesn't overcomplicate it, though.
Keeping it clean with the muck. There's Jamil. Now has moved ahead of Danny for the chip lead here at this table.
That hand I referenced at the outer table, by the way, not reaching a showdown. Nikita Badziakowski had 3-bet Jesse Lonus from the button. C-bet the ace-jack-10 flop. Was led into on a king turn, 4-liner on board. 350,000, made the call. River completed a backdoor flush. Lonus was all in, and Badziakowski folds. Lonus.
Feels like 2 pair is set for Makita on the end?
Very likely, yeah. Certainly not going to fold the straight. Lonus now second in chips, within 10 big blinds of Barack Wisbert on top.
If I had to guess, we'll have some opportunities to check in on that outer table. Especially with so many big stacks jockeying. Meanwhile, Hecklin may get on his horse here. Queen 10 suited.
On.
And he saddles up. 6-10.
How much is it?
6-10, I think.
Always an uncomfortable proposition to move all in with a hand like this when you're covered. But Artur Martirosyan awaits in the big blind with just 200,000. Hecklin had to weigh his options for how to get access to that bounty without allowing Danny to get involved. He chose the best option there. Artur doesn't wake up with anything worth calling, though.
Is there nothing I fold? I think some. Yeah, some. I think I have those hands. Very ugly.
7-5 off. What's very ugly?
I think I'm not folding 7-5 offsuit. Is that bad? I think I'm not folding.
I don't know. Not that good. I don't know everything.
It's a lot worse than 7-5 offsuit.
I love Danny's willingness to just talk strategy at the table and genuinely like looking to, because it goes both ways, right? He might be giving up a little bit of information by being honest there, but he's also gathering information. I mean, Michaelitis perhaps passing on some information about how he sees these bounty spots.
Well,
again,
now,
honestly.
Provided that the reciprocity is honest as well.
Not
and
a guarantee,
you know,
but it certainly
misdirection.
felt genuine in that moment.
Agreed.
I've seen Danny willing to do this at PLO final tables as well, for example. Just kind of openly talking about the spots he's unsure of.
He's such a sponge. Always thirsty for knowledge, of which he has gathered plenty of, evidenced by the fact that he is the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner.
This was a nice overlimp, by the way, with the 2-10s. Recognizing the potential domino effect you can have. We spoke about earlier. Martirosyan was in the small blind there with just 4.5 blinds. Folded his small blind, though.
Jack 8-3 and a couple of clubs as 3 players limp their way to this point, including Danny's pocket 10s from the button. 1 over card confronting him, still way out in front of the field. Round of knuckles.
Not much interaction for Jorstad or Michaelitis. You'd expect Danny to win this one relatively uncontested if he's checked to. But King of Clubs and 7 interacting with some of the board. Michaelitis could have all the strong hands, but decides this isn't enough to take a stab.
Well, Danny's going to feel differently. With the checks in front of him on the turn, he takes a poke. And that'll be that. Let's talk a little bit about Danny. You know, we mentioned the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award factor, but how about knocking on the door of $20 million in career Triton earnings? And remember, his Triton journey began right here in Montenegro in 2019. Not exactly forever ago. He has really taken on the look and feel of a true veteran, despite being as young as he is. He's going to be around for some time to come, if I had to guess. So set his sights very high. 5-time title winner, 48 cashes. This one is 49th. And his title number 6 in the works. All right, seems like outer table action is upon us, and it involves Lonis, along with Jason Kuhn. Jesse on the hunt for JK's envelope. 2 overs against the pair, and one of them finds the flop. King 4 tray. Kuhn Hoping to pick up a straight draw to add to his 2-outer. No such luck. But he does pick up the heart draw. Doing a whole lot better now than he was on the flop. Can he connect and keep his seat?
All right, guys.
No.
Have fun. The important part for you.
So can I see?
Top
this
2 in the end for Jesse.
one? On the 28 goes to, yes.
And that's going to do it for Jason Kuhn. Kevin.
Goodbye, guys. Thank you.
Not an easy seat to clear, is it?
That was a tall stack of bounty chips sitting next to Lonis there. Like he's accumulated more than just the 3 that we saw at the feature table not long ago.
And he's denied Jason a shot at title number 11. But cash number 58, the first of this Montenegro festival,
40.
goes to Jason. 13th place finish, 41,500. Headed his way. 14th, rather, 41.5. 13 now remain.
You think we'll be going off a break? Rotate. Probably not.
I don't think so.
No.
Make a lot of snacking on
Set
that.
us up for-
That's a leather baseball cap, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And it's black, which means don't pack that one to the World Series, lest you want to actually experience heat stroke on the short walk from the parking lot to the casino.
Looks cool, though.
Oh.
Could just keep it in the bag and put it on once you're inside.
Leave it to Kevin to find the
Exactly,
loophole.
actually.
Martirosian looking to find something, anything, to get him off of short stack duties.
What's that?
Well,
The
we've seen
money.
what this
Bye-bye the
short
money.
stack all in can
Not by my money,
cause.
just flying in it.
Yeah, I know.
Wings in it.
Yorstad
I mean, that's the
actually
only
surprised to
conflict I
see
use with it.
fold.
When auto travel all in.
No, no.
7-6 suited, a
You
nice
You
one.
lose money at something. The money flies away, you know?
Robust equity in multi-way pots, if needed.
185.
Jamil's not particularly fond of 8-5 offsuit, but he is fond of 80K and EV.
I do expect Wakil to flat in the small blind with a significant range here. Divorce is behind with about 880,000 in his stack. Plenty of room to call the 185 and fold to a rejam.
Which,
and you
by
can
the
call
way,
with your strongest hands as well to protect that range. Excuse the interruption.
No. It was my interruption, and what I was going to say is Divorce may not be interrupting the flat with that rejam unless he finds a very particular combination, given that he is covered and knows that Wakil is going to have his own incentives. But look at this. Jamil wants to give Daniel walking papers and make it a table for 2. Suited king for Divorce.
And Divorce not in the muck yet. He knows how much incentive there is for Wakil to isolate. Doesn't necessarily expect the strongest hands to do this. A lot of those top-end hands would just call. King 4 suited.
That was normal. Wow, that's good.
Playing both for the chance to
30, though, right?
pick up Martirosian's bounty and for the chance to get a full double nearly against Wakil in a heads-up side pot.
Oh, wow.
He's made the call.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Well, that
Goes ahead, I think.
is a great bit of sniff from Divorce. As you can see, he's actually got the best hand, although he is trailing Martirosian in terms of equity. I'm not sure how that's possible.
Me too.
What am I missing here? Kevin, were there cards folded that are being taken into account? Is it the presence of a heart in Wakil's hand? I would have thought that King High performs better than this.
Feel good.
Yeah, I'm going to think about that one. The one undercard, 3 ways. Just the lone king, 4 overs to the 4.
Side pot is where the bulk of the biscuits lie, and DeForest hits Jin.
I feel okay.
Martirosian doesn't need to stick around for this one, and for that matter, Wakil doesn't care what rolls off. DeForest flops the boys
There's
dead.
another ace of diamonds.
God. That must be a good feeling.
My goodness, what a key
78.
decision there for DeForest. Catapulting him up the leaderboard, and of course, ejecting Martirosian, who once more does pick up points to add to his lead in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award race for Season 4.
What's how?
45-5. The payday for Artur stays static at 12. Where's he at now on the back end of this? 2 million?
Yeah, DeForest now.
Should we just go on break?
And then
That's going to be 4th in chips.
No, because they'll
Overall.
both play one more hand after. Then it'll be break.
Leading this table as well.
You know, for DeForest to actually be willing to get in there with that King 4 of Hearts, in a way, demonstrates that he respects Wakil's capacity to identify the situation before him and take on that line with
Very impressive.
a dusty one, but, you know, appropriately
You've been running
so.
hot. Right?
If he felt as though Jamil was a guy that
over
wasn't
what time
navigating
frame?
this mystery bounty with the right focal point,
Over capability.
maybe he doesn't do that.
Over
If he
capability?
thinks
Oh, for
Jamil's
sure.
For sure.
myopically considering his hands, you know,
As soon as I
outside the
wake
scope
up in
of the
the
mystery
morning,
bounty
that's
envelope
already
implications in the EV, then
Above EV.
See,
you
I like
know,
it when
it's
they
a different
take it well
approach.
like this, you know, like as a joke. Some of them is like, what? You want to cross book? You want to cross book for all of it? You want to play for net worth?
Yes, yes.
You know, I prefer it when they take it like that, you know? It's funny.
I think the joke was that good. So,
Huh?
the joke was that good, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, no way to squiggle out of it with a good response.
I would have beat Arthur too. You picked his hand, I would have beat him. I rivered an 8.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
He came in 3rd.
his hand did look the best, though, did it not?
18?
Yeah.
So the dust settles. Wakil,
Why is
21
it a lot
bigs
longer now?
Action.
in the aftermath.
Oh,
Michaelitis
sure.
clicks with the ace-9. Mucked around to Hecklin, suited and connected.
Is a break.
He'll continue this one, no problem. Opportunity for Michaelitis.
Flush draw against the gutter after Henrik plunked in the extra 40. Now checks it.
2 broadways on board, even though the overall texture is quite connected.
17?
Standard for the under the gun razor to continue with aggression. And Hecklin said it so many times, but so much less attractive to pile it in with a semi-bluff when you know that fold equity is so low in this format. You can see he's got 53% here, though. If he was to jam, he would just be getting it in good.
Owen?
Takes the spot.
Count, please.
Look at Dominicus. He's like, not another one of these migraines.
He knows it's such an annoying spot because Hecklin can just have a huge hand and he would still fast play, right? He can have Jack-9 and just jam the flop. And Michaelitis is drawing to a chop.
But he could also have 6 high like he does here. Not just any 6 high, of course, one that has better equity than ace high, given the flush draw.
The amount of money and therefore chips implied added to this pot now that Hecklund's put his stack in. Even growing in chip value in these later stages of the tournament because some of the money started to be removed from the prize pool as the early payouts get delivered to eliminated players. So there's quite an overlay in this pot, effectively playing very short stacked. I don't think Michaelitis can get away from a hand this big.
It's so loathsome, isn't it, to have to do this bounty math where the poker player inside you thinks, why am I even thinking about this spot? And yet the statistician within you says, because maybe there's money to be made in it.
Wow.
Lays it down.
Hecklund gets one through. He's thrilled to see that. I don't know how many folds he was anticipating.
No, I agree.
Just running his equity.
When the bullseye is painted brightly on one's back, you expect the archers not to duck out. Yet Michaelitis gives him the break. So Hecklund will win one. En route to our first scheduled break of the day. We've had multiple that were unscheduled and unanticipated, just given the 3-table and 2-table redraws. V-Sprod still up top at the other feature, where things have taken a little bit of a different shape at the main stage. Of course, Wakil, the unfortunate recipient of King High Hearts on the flop, no waiting for divorce, who flopped the boys drawing dead. Ali and Kevin back with you here at the break desk. And Rabbit Chow, I guess, you know, mystery bounty's going to mystery bounty. You just, during the break with producer James, I was like, you get frustrated because you feel like I'm not playing poker. But as long as you condition your mind and go, you're playing a game, and that game isn't poker as you know it in the average situation, then you can live with the outcomes.
And we can see from how much time some of these players are taking in bizarre-looking spots on the surface for a no-limit hold'em specialist. There's a ton of deep strategy that goes into this game, and relatively unexplored. I think a lot of players in these fields, even at very high stakes, only get a few opportunities per year to play this format. So when they show up, figuring it out on the fly a little bit, showing their raw poker talent perhaps, and you know, it's at the end of the day, obviously there's still a lot of luck and maybe a little bit extra in this format.
I suspect there's not a whole lot of solver, though, that's at least not yet been thrown at this stuff. Maybe there's some stuff cooking, percolating out there, and I would imagine if there is, people are going to be pretty tight-lipped about it because there's so much competitive edge as this mystery bounty format continues to grow in popularity. We are going to step aside just a few minutes' time. We'll be back on the backside of the break as we work our way toward the final table here in the 40K Mystery Bounty. Stay close.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
dedication to inconveniencing you.
I'm sure if you asked any of the other bees around, they'd have totally positive opinions of me.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I guess it's because he's Estonian and every Estonian.
You take the same walk with that dog every day?
Just 2 slices of toast.
Pretty much.
So these bees, they know you.
Haven't been dive bombed by any others yet, but
Maybe it was a zombie bee. You know about these weird like funguses? Like sometimes they like I think there's ones that actually
Ali,
take
I
over
believe
ants.
I believe Espen just said call for his tournament life.
No, but the ants
bring
though, Kevin.
to bring you back to
10-6 offsuit, Henrik.
There's no way
the
I'm
matter
losing.
at hand.
Surely not.
No, there is no way.
Not on the 7th.
0 chance, right?
Looking to hunt
Norway
fellow-
versus Denmark on 17th of May, and you have like, yeah, there we go.
Scandinavian's
Dead on the
envelope, and he's going to have a tough time doing it on this fly. Your stat.
How about the 6-6 round? Let's do it. Yeah, just one. Just from around.
Poised to take it down.
Okay.
Very low
Can't
morale
seal it.
here, the 9-9.
I can hit an ace
Oh, I have
too.
diamonds as well. I have a royal
I
draw.
can hit an ace too.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give him the 10 diamonds actually. You can have it.
Ace or a 9 spoils the fun.
Flush.
And how about a floosh? Mr. Yorstad steps to the Xerox machine. For
A bit more commercialized.
Small one that's automated and like a third of the price or something.
By the way, some speculations in the YouTube chat. We do our best to keep an eye on as to where Korzinen is sat in this event. This is day 2 of the event. Registration has been closed for some time. Vladimir's just working his way around the room, getting his bearings here. Of course, there is other action that will be getting underway here today. So perhaps he's going to play something other than the Invitational as a warm-up. Jack 4 not warm enough for a button open as Espen bows out and Christoph.
Great spot developing here for Christoph, pending the hand of Soiza in the big blind. No takers with the short stack having posted the big blind, just 10 bigs behind. Oh.
So Michael is woken up with one as he seeks a rebate.
Just couldn't imagine.
King 9, bounty hunting here.
Hey, he's got a legit hand.
Yeah, yeah. Not 10-6 offers and shit, yeah.
I told him that.
I'm sure.
Ace 6-4 and the jacks are holding steady. Story remains on the turn. Also, as it needs to do is keep the Cowboys at bay. And he'll be able to lasso this 660. Job done. So the hooks managing to bring back, well, not quite all recent eliminations on the heels of Punsri, who we observed, were of Jonathan Jaffe, Lun Lun, and Shirzat Jesu.
So Yorstad fold the deuces. Christoph not going to go anywhere with king queen suited.
$60 if you do. Ace king most certainly does.
Christoph covering Soiza by just a fraction. Maybe a spot where we just put all the chips out there. Nope, Soiza's going for the induce. I suspect king queen suited will be a customer at this price.
180. Back over to Lord Vogel, 120 more.
A couple of options here, really. If Vogelsang wants to 4-bet all in, clear out some bluffs and just say, oh, well, if you have it, you have it. At least I'm playing for a big bounty. Yeah.
Induction successful by Soiza, 1.1 million, as all of a sudden it is he who threatens Vogelsang. You see Christoph well aware of his plight. I gotta tell you, 29% feels like chunky equity for a dominated hand like King-Queen versus this Ace-King, and yet that's where Christoph finds himself. 1.6 million in the middle, and oh boy. Spade draw, and Vogelsang's equity has grown considerably.
It's a real heartbreaker.
No spade on the turn, however, and Soiza will wrestle things back into his corner. Just shy of a 3-1 favorite with one to come to leave Vogelsang with crumbs. And the 3 of spades on the end.
Yeah, Michael.
No justice for Michael Soiza, Kevin. Showered.
Did well there to set up that spot, put himself in a position to cover the table well, run the show towards this bubble, but now that luxury will be afforded to Christoph Vogelsang. To 1.7 million.
Am I weird that if I'm sat in Vogelsang's spot in a situation such as that, I feel a measure of guilt? You know, I know nobody else may feel that guilt when they do it to me. But when I do someone dirty like that, you know, especially when they've played the hand in a manner that optimized. Love this, by the way. He looks like he should be riding shotgun with Hunter S. Thompson on the road to Vegas. Oh, no. Hunter S. Thompson, Kevin, do we know? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Sorry, I was off in my own head dreaming about the possibilities of Triton Borgata.
Oh.
Where we could set up some of those moments like you just
yeah.
imitated for Christoph.
Listen, the Borgata is where you have plenty who would be ready and willing to deliver that experience.
That's the standard of play.
Big dog.
The standard experience at the table.
Damn.
Pocket fives. Eklund gets a walk.
Exit from poker was pretty epic.
Who's this?
Big dog, pocket fives.
I don't know who that
No.
is.
Okay.
I'm guessing you're on the website.
Google it later. No.
Oh, okay.
He was streaming on Twitch or YouTube or something.
Okay.
Forgot that he was doing that while he was doing something else.
Oh, I remember that. I think I remember that actually. Yeah.
Wait, what's this?
Oh, I've got Google open right now.
Rabbit Chow doing research out here, and it looks like some work's being done at the outer tables. What have we here? It involves Alex Foxen, covered by both Danny Tang and Joao Simao. Simao covered by Tang, who's playing for all of it. 5-5 queen board. Danny flops the best hand. Simao on his feet because he knows he's drawn dead on the turn, so he is out of here outside the money.
Danny.
And so is Foxen.
Now we're seeing that mystery bounty effect.
2 pelts claim. By the way, Danny limped from the cutoff. Joao limped the butt.
Final tables. This is from ages ago. I don't know this story.
5 seconds.
I don't know it either. Maybe somebody in the chat can help elucidate.
Must be something more recent.
5 seconds.
Danny looking to play pots now. 2.7 million in front of him, limping the Jack-6 suited. Here's Lonis Ace-8. He was kicked out of the last one, but he is ready to rip it now.
5. How much is it?
16 bigs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 48.
So if any of the viewers are confused about why there's so much action in spots like this,
Well, just a dozen donuts left in the box here in the 40K Mystery Bounty. Ali and Nano now with you as you tag in for Kevin Rabichow. But I know, Randy, you weren't far removed from this action, getting yourself up to speed. The chips have been flying, and that's what we expect from these Mystery Bounties, of course, with an 80K EV.
Yeah, if the 80K EV is 2x the buy-in, it makes sense that you should be getting your chips in, especially against the short stacks. You see players calling off very lightly. Just recently, we got 4-way all-ins, 3-way all-ins, and this is just very common practice in this tournament.
Now, normally when we say short stacks, we're eyeballing sub-10 bigs, but you don't have to have sub-10 bigs. If you are the shortest stack at your table, then you are the player that has the most eyeballs trained on you. And right now, as we take a quick glimpse inside the Triton Poker Plus app, we find Christoph Vogelsang, Jamil Wakil, Henrik Hecklin, Espen Jorstad, all within one blind of one another at 18 or 17 big blinds, which under normal circumstances we would consider as, hey, take it easy, everything's cool, 12 people remaining, work your way to the final table of 8. But for them, it's going to be a much more difficult proposition, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that the short stacks, they're 17, 18 big blind. You normally, I say, yeah, they got time to kind of make a move here and there. But no, they're going to be put in quite a bit.
Yep.
So they're going to have to widen their value range, get in a little bit lighter, but not try to speculate with some marginal hands.
The current ladder is $6,500, the difference between 12th and 11th. But as Kevin so astutely pointed out, it's even less significant than the money bubble, because that bubble came at 33, I think it was, and obviously it got divided in 3 as 3 people were busted out at the same time. So it's less significant now than it was at that point in time, and as such, maybe a lot of disregard for trying to ladder as we get the action back underway. Things to take note of in this specific format, such a popular one that continues to become popularized both within and beyond the borders of Triton. 2 tables remain. No cell phones. Them's the rules. Once we get down to this point in any given Triton.
Them is the rules, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. So here it is. Barak Viesbrod, who claimed a double KO, 5.6 million. Jesse Lonis had a triple. That's why he sat with 5.3. Massive 100 big blind plus stacks. Lonis would love to be over at our feature, of course, where he would be sat 2.5x and then some ahead of Dvoris. Instead, 39 bigs. He gets to be the boss.
Dvoris got an amazing seat draw. He's got 39 big blinds. He's only 4th in the tournament, yet he's a table captain. If you look on the outer table, there's 3 huge stacks. They're never going to bust. They only have 3 opportunities to try to get some bounties, and one of those bounties has 30 big blinds, which is quite a bit.
Well, listen, it was Tang at the redraw who was enjoying things, but Dvoris, having picked up the nut flush and left 2 parties drawing dead, showering Martirosian, displaced Danny, and now enjoys the benefits of the top slot here at the feature. Things haven't been that enjoyable for Jamil. He was on the receiving end as he targeted Artur, and Dvoris sniffed out the light kit. Suited kings have performed well for Daniel this time. The opportunity to open on the button, which he does. We play 25 and 50 now. 125 in orbit, the price of poker, and 100K, the immediate price to proceed. Hecklin's mucked the 9-4 suited. 6-7 off, under advisement for Dominicus.
One more big blind. Can definitely consider defending.
What's the second word? What did you say? Oh, jar pudding. No idea what a jar pudding is.
Jack 10-4, swinging a miss for Dominicus. Dvoris hasn't exactly connected, but he doesn't exactly need to with a big stack position. The betting lead.
Betting lead is always so important deep in the tournament.
Full of fiber and antioxidants. Very healthy.
No idea. I'm used to bubble tea.
That's good.
175.
That's a healthy,
Ends matters.
Is there a reason I always see Daniel Dvoris deep in the tournament this festival, like every single day?
I mean, it's not just this festival. In general, we expect deep runs out of Devoris.
Always infinite sugar. That's like
He has a
80% sugar.
100% cash rate so far this festival.
Don't jinx it, Randy.
Second WPT Global Slam for 579,000 at 13th. And at least, what, 12 remaining? Is that what you said?
Yep.
At least 12.
Talk me through career numbers for Devoris, too, though, because those impress even more so
it's
than
a
this
bit-
festival.
It's a bit too impressive for me. 21 million in Triton earnings, 2 titles, and don't forget, if he can finally win that no limit hold'em, which he almost did in event number 1, he can get that Triton.
You know, strangely, in terms of acquiring a Trident, I feel like
no one's average
that's
here.
the path of least resistance. If you can knock out PLO and short deck, which there are fewer opportunities, of course, to do, that's the immediate challenge, and then maybe less experience
Not
in
after
those
this
disciplines by and large, then you are a favorite to get the job done.
I see where you're coming from, but the thing is, Triton is so popular. The no limit hold'em fields are massive these days.
Yeah, they grow each and every year, festival to festival. We love to see it. Hecklin likes to see a suited ace on the button, though, and covered by Dominicus. He chooses to play it as a limp.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot more limps in this format, especially from both the big stacks and short stacks. Short stacks, he's not really looking to invest more and raise fold this type of hand. So he's trying to contain the pot a bit. And you can see Dominicus attacking King 7 offsuit because he has the covering stack of Hecklin, who is the shortest stack at the table. He's trying to give himself an opportunity to get that 80K EV envelope.
200,000 from the King Salmon.
Even Danny is contemplating getting involved with Ace-5 off. Normally this would be a snap muck.
You know, it reminds me of the way Devoris was sizing up Jamil's range, albeit Artur had jammed off of like 6 bigs in that one as opposed to a Hecklin limp on the button, sat with 855 total. But similar dynamics.
I wonder if he's even thinking about ripping it in. That's a 3-bet, right?
It is to 560,000. Not a rip, but definitely
560.
a step forward.
This is a cool play and a great read. He realizes that Dominicus was trying to attack the button limp of Hecklin. It's all due to format.
Here's the thing, though. Michaelitis also knows that in turn, Danny could be simply attacking what he perceives to be light range for himself, but no incendiary reactions.
Yeah, there's not much he can do about that because if he does jam, it's not much more to Danny. Danny's going to side call it off just for the envelope.
But am I cheating if she's... Wait, am I?
If she says yes, then you just give her one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheating?
While we have a brief break, we definitely want to take a moment to acknowledge those of you who are streaming us live, whether on Twitch, YouTube, or the Triton Poker Plus app, which is the one that we're using right here in the booth to keep our bearings, and the one available to those of you at home free of charge.
I was going to say during this break, maybe you could order me one of those mochas because apparently you had one without me. I thought I was your man.
No, I should have.
Randy, first off, you are my man.
I can barely do
A mighty good man.
Second off.
But I'm going to mocha
I could
when I
bet.
want to mocha, regardless of who's in the booth with me. Now, we did unlock a
20?
new beverage.
Press ups in a row?
No evidence
Look
of it
it.
up here, but the banana smoothie
Like one arm push-ups, you mean?
is
Look at it.
fire.
No.
Fire?
And I gotta admit, I was going back and forth mocha to smoothie, and it was
A chocolate
asking
banana
it-
smoothie.
kind of what it shaped up with caffeine, which of course we're in no short supply of. Really, they do make a great coffee. They got like this industrial strength machine over there that is churning out the good stuff.
All in.
Tang decides King 8 of diamonds is enough of the good stuff.
Okay.
Call.
Your
Oh,
stat,
not
ace
okay.
8.
Not okay.
That's
I
bad
need
for
this.
Danny.
I don't need that. Yeah.
What a spot for
you're too
Espen.
happy.
What do you mean?
You're too happy. No. Too happy.
Of course I'm happy.
Make him sweat.
I'm about to double up.
9 Jack Queen.
I'm about to double up. Why wouldn't I be happy?
9 Jack Queen.
Of course I'm happy. Do you know who I am? I'm the
ace.
WSOP
Do
main
whatever you
event champ. Got that on my resume.
9 now.
Jack 10-4 won't
Yeah,
diminish
9
happiness.
now. 9 of diamonds.
5 of clubs.
9 of diamonds. I'm not even greedy. I didn't even ask for a king.
Oh, wow. Look at Espen rolling his eyes understandably. Now, don't forget, ace or a queen. He ain't dead.
There you go, safe ace.
The pulse is faint.
GG.
And now it's flatline.
GG, Espen.
For your stat, as Danny suggesting a lack of greed is why the poker gods pay him a visit on the turn. Picking up yet another bounty is
No,
Tang
that's
as he
it.
showers the Norwegian.
I'm not even greedy. I don't even ask for a king.
Well, at least he's still the WSOP champ.
Can't ever take that away from him.
God, man.
God.
45,500.
Come on.
Going to Espen. Adding to his career Triton tally
That was actually
of 6.9 million in change. Up and over the 7 million threshold with his 14th cash here. Title number
strong.
2, however, is going to have to wait.
I'm just getting this feeling that we're going to get to final table quickly if we see more of that. Because certainly the King
Now
8
you're
suited had other options at that stack depth
Now
in a
you're
regular format, but in Bounty, definitely more jamming. But let's take a look outside real quick. Christoph Vogelsen all in with pocket 7, 720K. Barack Wisprod called with King Jack. Now it's on Petrangelo, and Petrangelo and Wisprod are so deep.
Well, Petrangelo with a real hand here. Not so much for Visprod with King Jack. So the main pot is complete at 2.3 million, let's call it. The side is dry. Barack is in a way. Let's see how the Jacks perform. Very well on a 3-5-4 board. Vogel saying 7s were in trouble, but at least now he can hit a 6.
Wiesprod's got to be very scared for Petrangelo to overcall the huge jam from Vogelsang.
I mean, even though we know the bounty prospects are obviously going to broaden some ranges, this is not a spot in which we anticipate Petrangelo is fooling around.
Yeah, he may have a little bit looser hands, but it wouldn't be like very speculative. And you can see Petrangelo's even respecting Wiesprod to just call off the jacks rather than overshove. They're just too deep. It's actually a very tricky spot for Petrangelo because he wants to protect against that wheelie stuff.
Yeah, equity denial is a bit of an idea just in case Ace-X lurks. He's going to be thrilled to see Wiesprod get out of the way. That's the man who could end things for him. So absent Barack, we're on our backs, and Vogelsang realizing he's got 6 outs. As Nicky P, the chip leader coming into the day, is looking to work his way back into that conversation. Queen on the turn, fails to deliver for Lord Vogel. Will he continue on with the congregation? Or will it be Showers?
Oh.
The 6. His savior.
That's magic.
He's run good today, I got to tell you. He's done the dirty on more than one
I had
occasion.
ace deuce of hearts, bro, so I was like gonna make it 1.2 just to ISO. And that was so sick. It goes 3, 4, 5. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't think
That's
it would
rough
have
for
worked
Nicky
out.
P, Randy.
Yeah, he just missed out on an $80,000
Like
envelope minimum.
There's
He also lost a ton of chips.
Yeah.
Well, 40K minimum, 80K EV, but facts remain. The disappointment is economic.
Sheep and
And
dogs.
acute.
I think.
Yeah.
So
Oh, they must. I get it. They go on vacation to the Faroe Islands. That's why they have like a 5-to-1 sheep to human.
Yeah,
ratio.
let's play.
yeah.
Change the topic.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
Oh, sorry.
flush or no?
I think it's all the countries that have sheep in them.
Do you love sheep?
What else to do with sheep?
I'm not.
Okay, it's
Do you love dogs?
Nah.
No, good.
Yeah.
Ace 9 suited now for Michaelitis. He's playing a million chip stack. See how he approaches this one. Starts with min. Dominicus is actually rooting for Jamil to
right?
Oh yeah.
Like
just call.
I
See a
remember.
flop, given that he's got the
It's not
covering
like a
stack.
50 euro
Stack.
right?
But I think that was a big case.
No such luck.
Like some Randy Needle and brothels, something like that.
Oh,
Animal brothels.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I remember reading something about that a long time ago.
Well, what time did you get your day
learning about
started,
your country.
Randy?
Well,
They're good things.
There
What time
are
were you up
other
today?
things
to be
Wake
fair
up
though,
at
to be
9
fair though, I
roughly
don't
every
really
day.
know if,
You know what time I woke up?
like the ratio per capita.
Oh,
is
I know
higher
what
than
you
other
did. You had to
European
go
countries.
drop
In all
off
fairness, right, you could have like
the
come
partner.
back at me with like your
You can
country
say
loves
girlfriend,
dogs.
Randy. You don't have
Yeah,
to
I
keep
know.
it
I'm
diplomatic.
not saying obviously, 'cause it's
I was up at 4 a.m.
No, I mean, I
drove-
I would just be stating facts, right? It wouldn't be funny.
Yeah.
halfway across the country to one airport.
You made it seem far when you said halfway
Stop
across
saying
the
out.
country.
Relax, let me cook, Randy. Halfway across the country to one airport at 4 a.m. Park.
I'll park.
Make sure she's sorted. You know, yeah, you got to, yeah, you know.
Go on.
Then I had to double all the way back and then drive the same distance in the other direction to the other airport to renew my rental car contract because, you know, for whatever reason they weren't able to do it. They don't answer the phone. It's not a corporate location, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I drove around Montenegro for the first 5 hours of today as Pocket Sixes are trying to drive a stake into the heart of Mikita Badziakowski, and they are poised to do just that after Lonis opened the button. Bad's jammed. Here's Jesse. Holding on. Flop and turn. Bads needs something with a sharp top. And instead, it's 6 is full for good measure as Lonis claims yet another bounty. And Bads, he had a good number of chips in that one. That's 20 blinds plus. Look at this. That looks like a molecule.
Yes, it does.
94, right?
It's evolving with every bounty he collects.
Yep.
Man, he's going to pull a lot of money later, Jesse Lonis.
Yeah. Each one of those things, 80K in EV, 40K at a minimum as we eject a proton from the nucleus.
Seems like Danny's in the tank. Okay, onto a turn card.
Boy, that board texture looks a little bit familiar. Efforting the road travel to get here.
Well, you want Makita to come over and sweat this one too?
He don't care about anything.
He don't care about anything.
Except the 50K. Bads, by the way, $52,000 pickup there. Final 10. Continue to play for 52. The next ladder is $10,000. Hit the brakes.
That worked.
You can't check now. I'm just kidding.
It's sick because like I was forced into that reaction as well, sort of. I check.
Oh, wow. So the awkwardness for Danny centering around the fact that the burn going down, causing him to ask the dealer, ensure that she not early burn and river, and in doing so, feeling as though maybe there's something to be gleaned about his holding by Devoris. Of course, no matter here, given Devoris had nothing more than 10 high, and now Danny with top pair. 350 in the middle. This was just a raise to 100,000. Devoris big blind defense. No post-flop betting.
Now he's going to be very happy to put chips out, making top pair.
Into 350. He slips a $1.65.
Bit too much for 10-3 high. No deal.
Never rating to earn anything from Devoris. Was Tang.
No! No!
What's going on?
They're making fun of Danny for
I guess
complaining
I'm
about
balanced.
that.
You guys will see it later. I'm balanced.
Let me see your hand, you mean?
Yeah.
I think Danny was implying the idea if he makes exclamation there, stopping the dealers. Usually you got a good hand that you don't want to check through.
What's this you were saying? Good hand plus Danny? I think this qualifies as more.
It's all right.
I'll tell you what.
Seen better.
It can be. You've seen better. What
Yep.
the pocket jokers, Randy? Which, by the way,
Lunkin,
Randy.
Lunkin.
If you're wondering what the noise out of Randy's mouth was just there, that's what we force you to say when we play our commentator Chinese poker game
1-1
with 2 jokers in the deck, as we did out in Rosvadov post Monte Carlo last year, or 2 years ago.
Man.
2 Monte Carlos
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
You want to play again? Because
No,
I need to
Randy,
get my
I'm-
€100
I'm
back.
never playing double joker Chinese. And I'm never playing with you. Every hand, Randy
Just count the score for me.
didn't know how many points he had, but he had like straight flush, royal flush, trips. Like
We're
I still don't
we're
know.
FT at 9.
7.
you know, as good as you ran, you could even just like leave some points on the table and it would still be fine.
I think that's good. It speed the tournament up as well.
You know, I was chatting with Elton Sang
Okay.
right before the 2K 4K cash game took the stage a couple of nights ago. And Elton told me that they play a lot of Chinese poker themselves when they're not playing No Limit. Except, you know how many jokers they use, Randy?
3.
4.
Double jokers.
5 of a kind is a thing, obviously. You can still do it with 1 joker, 2 even more so, but with 4 jokers,
Well, I mean, they can't
ranges
they
change.
probably aren't playing that big, right? 2 XR stakes.
Randy,
1 million.
they're playing humongo.
Humongo.
1 million.
This is a humongo 3-bet. 10x from Devoris, enough to cover Wakil's King-8 suited open. Jamil always knows there is this risk when you're a covered stack opening into bigger ones.
Yeah, this is a pretty annoying spot. But King-8 suited, it doesn't perform that great. I would think it's rarely ahead of Devoris.
Would you click cutoff in a bounty event with King-8 suited? Devoris sat there behind you at that depth.
Less likely.
He does cover Hecklin
Yeah.
for what it's worth in the small.
That's what I was looking at. Is it's more okay if he covers someone because then he gets the opportunity to collect that bounty.
Right.
But obviously, when you're short already and you open, you just get
Arthur is
played
so
back
sick now.
so much.
He's on a rampage, and he's like miles away in the leaderboard. Is anyone good with odds? What odds? Like, let's say he wanted to bet on himself to win it now. What odds would you give them?
No fucking clue.
Suited one gapper now for Hecklin.
Yes, so this is a hand that looks good on the button, but you can't open when you're that short because they're just going to call you so light. Like, he jams there. King Jack is snap hand off every time.
Oh, God.
These guys are having too much fun. Though obviously it's a lot more fun for big stacks than for short ones in this format. Dominating is Mycolitis, but mindful of Tang, the boss stack. He just limps and finds second pair with a better kicker on a queen high board. Perhaps he'll be earning a few.
Yeah, so Danny's hand is not strong enough to try to put Mycolitis in at some point. $55K sprinkle, mid pair, king kicker. Pretty easy check call spot.
On the turn, after Dominicus check called the 55,000, he has added the open ender to the best hand.
Yeah, I would say that's a pretty good card for Mycolitis.
He's just treading ever so lightly. He knows Tang can rise up and bully him.
Tang should be careful of betting again with Jack 4. Kicker could be a big problem. Could be up against a better hand, of course. So he checks. Nice run out for Mycolitis. I think he can go for value with his king kicker. You often hear from the Queen X on the turn as well as the flop.
Yeah, less of the check back pot control posture going to be taken up by the boss stack in this format.
Yeah, whenever boss stacks, covering stacks against short stacks and pots and bounty tournaments, they have a lot of reasons to just value bet themselves to try to get the river, all the money in by the river, so they can collect the bounty. There you go. Take 90K more.
Value.
Thank you.
Nice execution there from Dominicus.
Good hand.
You know, this mystery bounty situation, the big stacks get to keep everybody in line, you know? Like when you have the rolled up newspaper, and the unruly dog understands.
Oh, I was going to say childhood memories, but go on.
Oh my God, Randy, really? With the rolled up newspaper, bro? Yikes.
Chinese ones, this thick.
Spray bottle too works. They hate the spray bottle. But see, you don't know this because you had carrot for dinner. But
you don't need to say everything, but continue what you're going to say.
Well, you have a guinea pig, and guinea pigs don't have disciplinary issues. That's not a pet that you need to, train. It's just one that you need to do everything for, or it'll die. I guess you could say the same for most pets, right?
And humans.
Yeah, until a certain age, for sure.
9 deuce of clubs.
I gotta say, Randy, not long from now, your daughter's gonna be cooking dinner for you, based on your track record. She'll be like, "Daddy, let me do it." Meanwhile, Danny doing it, and we know why. 3.1 from Tang.
I mean, even if you know Danny is just jamming like everything, Queen 3 offsuit performs very poorly right now.
I mean, but the thing is, like, even the hands that do perform
which
well.
Nicholas song you know?
Sorry?
Which
You're trying
you know
to balance.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, which one do you know?
Oh, hang on.
You don't know them well enough to tell me. Right?
I don't know what the title's names are. Yeah, I like the one that's in Mandarin, the one you sent. One of them you sent me. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one's great.
That's a pretty good voice.
Yeah.
He's not bad. Yeah, he's not bad.
There's a video of me
Hecklin
and
has
him,
a
like,
taste
looking
for-
at each other, screaming, singing. A fucking
Oh, like karaoke or something?
yeah.
Or just
And
while
then
playing poker?
the crowd like responds very well as well. You know that like.
Chinese music?
Apparently.
Well, he spent
Oh, man,
a
we
lot
need
of
to
time
do
in Macau,
KDB
as
at
we
the end
know.
of the trip, yeah. But you're not
Playing
here,
cash.
You'll be gone on the
You're
Yeah, I'm
100% right
leaving,
about that.
You're
I
not
believe he
saying
still
Festival?
does.
No,
My guess is he's been to more than one
I'm
karaoke
leaving.
bar
Wait,
out
I'm
that way.
leaving The latest, the 22nd. I'm not even playing the main.
You're not even playing the main?
No.
Oh, because of.
I have to go to the funeral. Yeah.
Right. I thought you might go and come back.
Nah. Once
You
I
ever
leave,
go
I
to
ain't coming back, Danny.
Is it
Chinese
far?
karaoke,
No.
Randy?
But
No,
Gonna
actually,
watch
yeah.
you do the flying
I
anyway.
think I have actually. Yes, I have for sure in Macau.
And you sang Chinese songs?
No, I didn't sing. I played some.
There actually is
Do you know
more
Liar's
important things
Dice?
than poker, huh?
Sometimes.
So you were a creeper at the karaoke?
Creeper.
What's going on? Wait, were you running a little side casino trying to play Liar's Dice? And you're like, you know where the best games are? Karaoke. Everyone's drunk and nobody knows poker.
I got rolled.
Oh, really?
Oh no, doo-doo.
I thought poker translates well to other gambling games.
Mm-hmm. Not so much.
Yeah, it reminds me of the good old casino.
Oh, Danny's in the singing mood, and why wouldn't he be? It's been his tune here at this table, where he doesn't have to deal with the 800-pound gorillas over at the other outer table.
All right, this is the nicer of the two.
For sure. And you got 14 bigs in front of Hecklin, 10 in front of Jamil. Eyeballs on those as he clicks it. And DeVoris with pocket threes, thinking it over. Knows the VPIP for Danny's going to be high. The range is wide.
The flat here is pretty good for Divorce. It opens the door for Hecklin to come along with a short stack.
Yeah, you want to invite a stack that you cover to get involved as opposed to sit there and be covered. Heads up against Danny and out of position, no less. The set mine comes up empty on a King 10-8 board. A couple of diamonds, though, filling Danny's cup.
Yeah, Danny can definitely pour in a lot of chips, covering stack, high equity hand. I'm gonna guess he just wins it on the flop though. Not much reason for him to consider checking this one back with the covering stack. That can make nutted hands.
Going to work. 150 delivered by Danny.
What's the correct pronunciation of that guy's last name? Is it Say?
Nicholas Zhe.
Say?
Zhe, yeah.
Okay.
Xie Tingfeng. Xie Tingfeng.
You know, like every Chinese actor is also like a singer. You aware of that?
Is that true though?
Yeah, Jackie Chan too.
No, I knew that.
I'm serious. Like
Okay, the
90%
H
of
is
them.
pronounced
Really?
properly as an H.
I thought
though
it
if
was
you go to
more
France, where the name
most of the singers end up in movies.
It
goes both ways, doesn't it?
That happens nowadays, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
A lot of the Asian singers,
don't know.
even like Americans these days.
Yeah, there's some overlap, you know.
Like if you can memorize a song, you can memorize some lines in a movie.
Yeah, I don't think it's because of their ability to memorize things that they're being called on
I mean, they make music videos.
to
so
cross
it's like-
over. Randy, I would like to think there's other talents that, I mean, just star power in the draw, you know, you're like, okay, if I put Rihanna in this Dusty Submarine movie, well, maybe we'll get some people to
Dusty
buy some.
Submarine movie?
Do you
What
remember
is-
that freaking trash movie? You don't,
Oh,
obviously.
was there actually a movie she made? That was in
She
the
was
submarine.
in some dusty, like, submarine action movie, I think.
All right, so this is an interesting one because Jamil is jamming ace queen suited like he should, and Danny limps to hijack because there's short stacks after him. He's definitely going to call off if he gets the opportunity to do so when he gets back to him.
Well, it ain't the hunt for Red October, but it is the hunt for bounties, and as you can see, Devoris.
He was afraid of getting trapped by Danny.
Sure. Interestingly, those limps
Everyone voted?
from Danny
I would say for wrong goes.
can be very menacing.
I think. Well, I mean, my,
This has to be a
my
snap.
family who had the name originally is French. It might be a German name. I don't know, but.
Yeah,
You're
it
going to
sounds
have
like
to
a very
hold
Germanic name.
if
it's
you want to
like
fight
round
on
the
at this point.
German.
10-9 offsuit wouldn't otherwise be so keen on finding
So I
itself
don't
in this
really-
spot or taking this line, but with the 80K in envelope EV, Danny seeks yet another bounty. 975K pot, Jamil Wakil, who was second in chips coming into the day behind Petrangelo, now finds himself
863.
at risk.
863.
Come on.
How you going to win that, Danny?
This is low risk.
Backdoor quad.
If anyone can do it, Danny. Perfect.
Oh, boat over boat, really?
Cooler.
It's a wrap.
Wait, no, I could still win then. No, I couldn't.
No.
Win.
No.
No, I couldn't win.
In your mind only.
Close.
Good to see Jamil smiling again. It's been a rough stretch over the last few orbits
How
for
much
him.
did you have? 5. He gave you 525, I think. No.
You want to
Team
count it?
Canada.
But quite nice for
Oh,
Jamil
yeah.
because
Want me to look?
he's doubled and
No.
he covers Hecklin. There
Yeah,
you go.
that's the most important thing. I don't remember when it was, but I tried to work in something that Kevin had talked about in the booth where you're balancing competing interests, not competing per se, but, you know, your chips are precious. Obviously, you don't want to let your stack dwindle to the point where you're not covering anybody, but you also don't want to get it in so bad that you're ready to be out of the room. So, you know, future game considerations he was talking about, you got to take a stand.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to consider, and the closer we get to the final table, and when we actually get to the final table, then we start to introduce a big portion of the regular prize pool again. It's a very complicated format, the Mystery Bounty.
115.
Be honest, are you aware of any computing power that's been successfully applied to the Mystery Bounty to create a solver of sorts?
I've heard people have their own private ones,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty sure there are still different opinions on how this format should be ultimately played.
Yeah, there isn't a consensus quite yet, and that's why you'll see a lot more apprehension in certain situations. No reason to be apprehensive for Wakil with ace-jack of hearts, especially fresh off of that double. Through Danny, 115 declared. Tang dominated. And he steps aside.
I'm visiting the chat at the moment. The submarine movie was called Battleship. We talking about the board game?
Oh, yeah.
The one like A3.
Yeah.
B6.
You sank my battleship. The
Yeah.
one that they did in Squid Game, the real Squid Game.
Yeah, the reality one. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I haven't played that game in so long.
Me neither. We should bring some games to the next festival.
I always put my battleships along a straight line on the edge. So you hit the middle, you'll never get me. But once you find my ships, you got them all.
Wow, Randy, thanks for... Well, you could be misdirecting me in case we do play Battleship, and then you're just going to cluster it in the center.
First game $10, second game $1,000.
Randy Sandbagger Lou.
Little in.
Let's face it, a game of Battleship is as close to the Navy as you and I are ever going to get. 6-3 offsuit. Danny limping in here.
Are you eating your fruit systematically? Is that what's going on?
Jamil keeping in line. He's 10-7 monotone. Only Danny with a diamond here. Got shot for Jamil.
Yes and no. There is a system, but it's not one anyone else can understand.
table's having a good time.
Oh, man.
Little tiny bet here of Jack 9 offsuit, hoping to take it down. Probably expecting Danny.
No, it's a little more complex.
Jam ace-x pre. There we go.
Very good fruit joke. Very good fruit joke.
Oh, man.
Is that a leather hat?
You know, it's crazy that you pointed out. I, too, was all over that one. And I suggested that maybe Jamil wants to leave it behind when
Jamil is
visiting
back,
Vegas for the World Series, just given the solar and sort of non-breathable nature of it. But he's not going to be outside a lot.
I'll let him say hanging around.
You don't go to Vegas in the summer to be
around.
outside.
No.
Unless you're trying
What's
to get
happened to Timothy? He's just
roasted.
completely stopped.
Your
right now?
Russian accent.
Oh, yeah.
Who wants to try and get roasted?
Yes.
I mean,
I don't want to embarrass myself.
maybe you want a tan.
Yeah,
But really, you
They
end
got
up
those
with
tanning places now.
first-degree burns. Those tanning
man.
places are bad for
Coming
you,
in
Randy.
for a quickie.
Oh my God, Randy, can we take you to a tanning
want
salon?
Can you imagine?
Not the spray, the bed. Whatever, do the spray. I don't care. I just want to see you with a tan. It would look so weird.
Little outside action happening, I assume.
Yeah, is it weird in nature? No, not at all.
Oh, look at these stacks.
Petrangelo, 2 10s. The real deal. Lonis, ace, queen off. 5-5 in the middle. King, jack, deuce. And Petrangelo holding on. Interfering with the Broadway draw, so it's just an extra 2 outs picked up by Lonis. 8 in total, though. Petrangelo doesn't need to worry about the backdoor diamonds now, and he is 1 card away from a double. Looking to right the ship. Chip leader coming into the day. Can he haul it in? Yes.
That's going to hurt for Lonis. No longer the table chip leader, tournament chip leader.
Petrangelo opened to 115. Jesse 3-bet to 530. Petrangelo then stuffed. And
I had
Lonis
to try to kill you right there.
saying I had to try to kill you right there. I'm no horror movie fan. But, you know, the people that don't finish the job when the monster comes around, you know, eventually he shows up again. Or when you think the movie's over, all of a sudden.
Yeah, the second you turn around, bam.
Yep.
GG.
Divorce in a 2-bet pot from Danny. He's flopped himself top pair.
Yeah, Divorce can check raise wider for value, knowing that Danny is going to open very wide and c-bet relentlessly, have a lot of worse queens. And you can see Danny floating with ace-8 high with that ace of hearts, expecting Divorce to check raise, give up quite a bit.
No give up here, of course.
Should see Divorce continue to put in chips. He's got a very nutted kicker, but he checks it over. I wonder if it's looking to check raise the turn, the double check raise. Not too sure if he's going to get the opportunity to do so.
Brow furrowed. Danny trying to think through it. Decides to check back. Board pairing 7 on the end. He's got the ace of hearts in hand, which of course interferes with potentially some of what would be motivating Divorce to do this with a worse hand.
I would think Divorce wants to go for value himself after check raise check. Yeah, he realizes that Danny is unlikely to have top pair, so he's sizing down. This would be quite the hero, just ace-8 high.
$235K. Lean enough to have Danny curious.
I mean, I guess Danny feels like his hand is what it is, and is wondering, would Daniel actually try to move him off of ace high? Would seem to be quite a light call if he does make it. Maybe he's not giving Daniel enough credit to check raise enough queens on the flop. Hence he feels like it is a bluff. But knowing Daniel, I'm sure he's got worse kickers that he would check raise as well besides king queen. Payoff.
Wow. You know, it's one of those payoffs that you have to tip your hat to Dvoris
235
for finding the right size and just kind of recognizing that he could take the risk there. Granted, king queen was fairly durable, but you know, when you got Danny out there, he can just stick you in a big blender.
He got max value there. You know,
Sure
he
did.
check raise flop, got called by just ace high, bet small in the river. It's the reason he's very consistent.
Maybe he thought Dvoris was sitting there with one of those busted straight draws. Something like 4-5 comes to mind. Onwards. Tang remaining active.
Should be going into the muck.
After a brief pause.
Daniel's turn for a pause, and look at him flatting the small blind of ace-6 offsuit. That is because it's tethered to Hecklin being in the big blind with just 10 to 11 big blinds. And now he feels like he got scammed when Hecklin folded pre. You know what I mean?
Taking a word out of Barbero's arsenal. Top pair here for Dvoris. Monotone and coordinated. Not the greatest iteration of ace-6.
Yeah, he's considering a lead, which he is going to do. And that's mainly because the 6-5-4 texture is very bad for his hand in terms of turns that could arrive. He's hoping to just take it down now against a hand that just has no interest.
Yeah, just give Danny some walking papers if he has no heart.
Yeah, if Danny had queen 10 without the heart, like, he's just going to fold even against this tiny 85K bet.
Danny does stick around, but does not find any help. 4-liner on board now. Normal circumstances, maybe you make presumptions that there isn't a 7 in range for Danny, but as we know, the ranges are broad. He's going to be hunting envelopes so long as he continues to have the boss stack out here. But at present, Dvoris came into this one covering Danny after that last exchange. So dynamics have changed.
Yeah, I would say that both players still have pretty wide ranges. Like, they could definitely have connected with the 7 in some way. Danny's kind of at a bit of a dilemma because if he doesn't bet this turn, he knows he can't rep a good hand, but then he checks it, and does he just hit the 10?
Binky. On the end for Danny. And I don't think Dvoris has got any designs on trying to fire again, which will allow Danny to remove flushes and 8 high straights from range, I assume, and as such, hunt value with a 10?
I agree. He should hunt value for 10. Even 2 pairs from Dvoris should be leading the river, given the action. Danny can easily show up with some hands that would stab still. Like a Queen Jack with 1 heart, a King Jack with 1 heart. They would need to attack at some point. I just would be very surprised if Danny was ever behind with
90.
the way Dvoris played his hand.
190.
190 as he takes his turn trying to chisel. Returning the favor that he was on the receiving end of moments ago. Is it a price that Ace-6 can take on?
I mean, the price is obviously good, but I'm trying to think. First question is, how thin is Danny willing to value bet right now? 10x, of course. Over pairs. Yeah, I could see them calling flop, checking back turn. But the price was just too good sometimes. Price is right.
Well, that's just game recognized game. As each of the boys dressing one another down with a value bet on the end. Quick opportunity to settle the score for Tang. Though I don't think he was holding any grudges.
Blinds are going to creep up.
Look at that, 30, 60, and 60. 150 in orbit. And when you're sitting and playing 5-handed poker, Randy, that's an average of 30K off your stack every single hand. That puts things into perspective. And if you're heckling, it's really bad news because he's sub 10 bigs.
And if you're not heckling, you're drooling. If you're at this table, at least.
This table is certainly the better draw for all parties. Tang, by the way, wrestling the chip lead back away from Dvoris, who now has red 9s.
So Dvoris is raising into Hecklin and Dominicus. This is a hand that could commit against all of their chips, and he opts to limp the button because it gives Hecklin more incentive to call from the small blind.
Henrik had no interest with the 10-4 off. Now Dominicus can check back, unclear what he's got just yet. Oh, a suited ace. And he has raised it up. Will he find himself ensnared, Randy? 250 is a reasonable commitment off of 1 million and change.
There's no chance Dvoris doesn't limp jam 2 9s in the spot. His hand is a monster, even against the 21 big blind stack to start things off.
And in turn, no chance the Lithuanian steps aside?
I don't think so. I think he has to go off ace-8 suited once he raises. If he wasn't willing to commit, he should have just checked the big.
Wow, Dvoris, however, does just flat, Randy.
I'm not sure why he's doing this.
Well, one thing we can both rest assured of, especially given the manner in which he did it, is Dvoris is very sure why he did it. Even though he didn't know he was going to flop middle set, that certainly doesn't hurt the approach. No diamond on board, no ace or 8 either. And that definitely hurts Dominicus.
Yeah, I just feel like you're now losing the opportunity to potentially get that bounty quite a bit post-flop. It's hard to create as a cooler situation with 9s, you know? I guess you just call if you got position. You don't have to worry about it checking through on the turn. You'll always stack a king anyways.
$150 ahead as Michaelitis will be disheartened not to have lost Devoris, who's not looking to lose his man with so much hand. And on this turn, you could see Daniel being quite content not to announce himself in the face of either a check or a bet.
Dominicus should be shutting down here. He's severely short. He's covered. So it's less likely Devoris will be looking to make a laydown with like medium strength hands or some draws. So
What he also is, Randy, forgive me for interrupting.
ahead.
I know you were going to continue your point, but he's also often drawing dead. Dominicus.
I mean, normally I would think the ace would be good, like if he's up against a king queen. So not necessarily dead, but very few outs.
Against the set of nines from Devoris' standpoint,
Oh,
of
yes,
course, is
yes.
why I'm taking that perspective as we see him not come off the throttle. Instead, acceleration as he doubles the flop follow-through to 300,000, and this bodes very poorly for him. Do you just assume if you're Devoris that the extra 370 is always going to be going in, so you jam now?
I think so. I think I jam now because let's just say Dominicus has a big combo draw and he plays it with this bet size. He'll call it off for sure on a turn.
But he might
check fold the
improve,
river and
yeah.
you don't get that envelope. Like bounty tournaments should be set up in a way you play your hands to get bounties when you have, made hands. But he also surprised me with his pre-flop action, so I'm not sure how he's going to take the approach, but my go-to would have been jam pre and jam just turn. Yeah, he's going with call again, so I'm very curious how his mind is working with this hand.
So Devoris willing to risk not getting the envelope, as you pointed out, Randy, by flatting. He's got nines full on the end. And with 1.5 in the middle, Dominicus surely doesn't anticipate 370 is ever going to get the job done. And for that matter, I don't think he ever expects ace-8 to be good.
Yeah, he shouldn't jam here. It just wouldn't make any sense.
No, it'd be suicidal.
If you want to continue, check and pick off a busted spade draw. But, that's called ambition, of course.
Yeah, because in turn, Devoris can't expect that firing 370 effective with those busted spades is going to work. Especially because you want the spades to be across the way, if that were hypothetically where we found ourselves, which we don't.
But it's pretty crazy. Devoris is really like...
All in.
Maybe he's got some bet size reads or something to know that he shouldn't have jammed a turn, that Dominicus was weak. Oh, he's thinking about the hero, Ali. What does he beat? Combo draw spades?
Isn't the 8 of diamonds a bad one, though?
No, because the 8 of spades would be a bad one.
Okay, so not all 8s are created equal in terms of interference, because we don't expect Devoris to stick around for 300 with a gutty on the turn.
Yeah, he would have called a flop bet, but like 8-7, 8-6, I don't think they would have called the turn if they didn't have a flush draw to go with it. So right now you can see Dominicus is counting combos.
He's so sick right now.
He is. You have to be careful, though, because you have to realize that Devoris plays some of these combos in a different way post-flop. Maybe they go aggressive on the flop. Like, imagine if Devoris had 8-7 suited, Jack-10 suited, Queen-10 suited. They don't always just call on the flop. Sometimes they jam the turn. So you need to discount the combos a bit. And I'm hoping Michaelitis is taking that into account as he try to figure out if it's a call on the river.
Well, if you're going to flick anything in, let it be time banks, Dominicus. Because if it's a chip, it's good night. An enviable spot to find yourself in if you're Michaelitis. But he does find the fold and will fight on with 6 bigs.
You know, he still covers Hecklin.
Randy the Optimist Lou finding the silver linings there. Looks like Christoph Vogelsang is on his feet, arms crossed. This doesn't look like a particularly positive situation for him.
He's standing very far from the table.
I mean,
he is looking at. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, listen, that's a weird distance from which to sweat Christoph, and it's because it was all over already for him. Efforting the particulars now on that one. But first, let's pay some bills and do so with our good friends at GTO Wizard. If you want to play at your best, just like the Triton competitors that you're watching right now, GTO Wizard offers clear and accurate solutions to every poker scenario you might face. Start analyzing hands today with the industry's most advanced solver. Check it out at gtowizard.com.
I actually believe they might even have some bounty stuff over there. Don't take my word for it. Do check it out.
Looks like Christoph, by the way, went up against Jesse Lonis. It was an open from Christoph to 135. Lonis would flat from the small. Wiesbrod came along as a deep stack. 10-8-5. Round to checks. 9 on the turn. Lonis barreled. Christoph called on the end. A jam. Looks like it might have even been an overbet from Lonis when the 4 of diamonds rolled off. So full board was 10-5-8. 9-4. Backdoor spades failing to arrive. And Christoph called it off. He had top pair. King 10. Lonis also had top pair, but his 10-9 turned into top 2 on the turn. And that's how the German would say goodnight. Meanwhile, back here at the feature, one develops. Brought on by the limp from Dvoris. Queen 3 suited. Both blinds involved. 10-5 deuce. Top pair for Dominicus. Just what the doctor ordered.
So Dominicus has checked his top pair. Hoping someone takes a stab and he'll just check jam. Let's see if Divorce wants to take the bait. Try to attack this dryish board. Yeah, what a great check from Dominicus.
Lures 90K off of Dvoris, and now we're sitting just 310, Randy. I assume it's go time?
I like jamming here. He can easily get called by worse due to the bounty aspect, and his hand's very vulnerable. He's out of position, overcards, etc.
Easy release for Danny, and for that matter, potentially Dvoris as well, though he's going to ask for a count just to make it official.
It's a little bit of a problem here is that Dvoris's 3 is rarely live. So it's just like, is he getting the right price to draw for the queen? Doesn't even have backdoor spades. Does have backdoor wheel draw.
Yeah, no spade on board really sucks for him.
I think spade he would have called already.
Yeah, it's backdoor wheel and the queen, which he assumes is live, the queen that is.
Yeah.
And for that matter, the backdoor wheel draw or 6-high straight draw.
Just 15%. Now he's got his own calculations on how much the bounty is worth. A lot of players convert that into chips. You can add that into the pot, which of course gives him better odds, but you can see he already still doesn't like the situation. 220 more. He's like, let me get lucky.
Well, this is actually shaping up to be rebate time potentially for Dominicus. The call very light. It's not as though Dvoris thinks queen high is heroing here. This is just taking a crack at 80K in EV. King doesn't change a thing. And now just a queen. That which needs to be faded by the Lithuanian for him to fight on and do so. 860K strong. Mission accomplished.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
With that pot, by the way, a clear short stack for Hecklin as Michaelitis moves up closer to Paul Newey, who runs 7th of 9 runners. Dominic is still 8th. Henrik 9th. Vogelsang's departure in 10th earned him $52,000. Field now assured 62. Pay ladder of 17,500. The immediate gap in rungs.
You're good, man.
It's actually insane that the other table is busting faster players than we do.
Yeah, it's 9, right? It's just not updated.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's because we're catching up. So technically, we still 10 people in the tournament.
Oh, right.
Because if one of us busts, we have to share the prize with him.
Christoph. Yeah, yeah.
I think they'll update it now.
And so it sounds like a little catch-up at this feature table.
You like ketchup, Randy?
I like mayonnaise in my burger.
That's disgusting.
I just said that because I know you hate it.
I knew you did. You know my girlfriend hates ketchup and avocado.
No way, avocado?
Avocado's insane, especially because she's
Like
part
someone
South
can move
American.
back and forth. Yeah.
You know,
Get it
I mean,
moved, unknown,
it's
right?
featured in Latin American cuisine.
Did you go to the buffet yesterday?
Do they have avocado?
They had guacamole.
Stop.
It was so good.
For real?
I put it all over all my, because they didn't have any chips, so I didn't know what to eat it with. It was slathered all over my rice and salads.
Did you put some in your pocket?
I mean, it's a little grimy.
A lot grimy. It was good guacamole for real. Did it have tomatoes and onions?
Yes, it was the best thing I've eaten all trip. I'm not even joking. I really am saying that.
Now I'm fumed.
And today, no avocado.
You know why I didn't go yesterday? Because she went shopping, and she's leaving. She left this morning, right? So she went shopping 2 days ago. With 1 day of cooking remaining, she bought a kilo of ground beef. That's 2.2 pounds. And I'm like, what were you thinking? So I ended up having to make like 3/4 pound burgers for each of us. Well, a little north of 750,000 from Michaelitis, as you see Dvoris. The irony of another suited queen, Trey. Not lost on him. Against Michaelitis as well, and for more.
Dvoris is the one that can afford the call to go after the bounty. Queen 3 of hearts.
Three of them are playing like 80 big blinds plus.
I mean, for him, it's just a math problem.
It's like a cash game over there.
How much is the bounty worth in terms of chips? Add that to the pot. Keep in mind, these chips are worth a little bit more because we are very close to the final table where definitely a lot of ICM with pay jumps. Seems he will be
Always end up
calling.
Back down?
No.
And he's going to be dominated.
I think I'm thinking. Jack.
Yeah. Way worse. Way worse.
Way worse.
Way worse.
Why do you think I left?
10-6.
Casino Devoris is open for business one more time.
Yeah, queens,
And the odds are in the player's favor.
That's a casino I want to hit up.
If that's what you got, you're dead.
How dead?
If you want to get that kind of action, you're going to have to make
flush.
80K envelopes available to the house.
Top chop.
What a spot for Dominicus. Not too long ago, he was at risk.
Yeah.
It was down to 375 when he made those bluff and check folded the river.
Just north of 6 bigs, and all of a sudden he plays for 1.8, a 30 big blind stack. His for the claiming 70% of the time.
Oh, for him, you mean he means like he's hoping like no flush.
Jack 8-7, no hard. King Queen performing awfully well. Well,
No, that doesn't
no,
change
no,
anything.
the 9 doesn't do the trick. Devoris cheekily says chop.
Ooh, close.
No cider on the end.
The House
Hard
of
on the flop, by the
Divorce.
way, and backdoor gets there.
House of Divorce is paying off. Wow, Dominicus, 1.8 million.
Right?
He actually covers a lot of the table. He only doesn't cover Danny Tang now. He's in a great spot. Jamil's on 1.3 million. Divorce on 1.6. Hecklin's on 425. He's back.
I'll tell you what, this is allowed by the fact that he didn't simply look at that final 370 and decide to call it off with nothing more than ace high against Divorce. Non-zero maybe. Very, very, very infrequently he's folding a winner there. But I think he was happy to live with his decision, and now he's much happier that he has doubled twice through the man that left him on that 370K stack, albeit Dominicus was driving the action in that one.
The time banks were really well used with that decision before to bring him to this spot. Jack 3 offsuit in the cutoff. Bounty things, of course. Now Danny is raising this because Hecklin's in the big blind with the micro stack. He's hoping Hecklin just at least calls.
Ten six suited. In it comes. Ace King Trey. Danny with bottom pair here. His board to rep should he seek to. Though obviously we know his ranges will contain far broader than Ace X King X.
And I want to say that Hecklin pretty much never has an ace. Would have just jammed in pre. Easy bet with the Jack 3 offsuit.
Henrik really hasn't gotten much going on the day. He has just been spectating. But to be fair, he has found multiple ladders in doing so. Not that that's what's on his mind. What he would much rather be doing than picking up a few shekels here and there is picking up a minimum of $40,000 in an envelope. But he's not going to be able to bust anybody as a shorty. So picking up hands the first order of the day so he can cover someone. Deck just hasn't cooperated.
I didn't think the target on your back could get any bigger, but Hecklin is down to just 240,000 now.
That's crazy.
I don't even think Danny needs to look at his cards to open right now.
That's like wearing a roast beef wetsuit and then jumping into a great white infested body of water.
Yeah, at least it's not the beef mince your girl bought.
I wonder how much roast beef it would take to make a roast beef wetsuit. It's over a kilo, right? Yeah.
It's an odd thing to think about, but
It depends on how thinly you slice the roast beef. Listen, I think about odd things.
What do you mean, like the shabu style?
Remember when Lady Gaga wore a beef dress?
Oh yeah, she did.
Or whatever.
But it
meat
wasn't
dress?
Wagyu, right?
I don't know. I got no idea if you A5'd it. Is that like what the designer meat dress is A5? Meanwhile, Q8 against Q6
500.
feels like an Audi showroom, if I'm being honest.
See what's going on here?
Yeah, 3-bet to 500 from Michaelitis.
That's strong. Wow, to 3-bet queen 6 offsuit.
I mean,
as the shorter stack.
I confess, when I first looked up at it, I thought it must have been the product of him having emerged with more chips somehow than Danny. But of course, that story didn't check out. But apparently the 3-bet one does, as he targets what he thinks is a frisky stack and in fact catches Danny with not enough to defend.
That was some bullying. Yeah, he basically realizes that Danny is just going to open almost any two because how short Hecklin is. And his 30 big blind stack is very threatening, so Danny can't speculate as much because if he was to lose 30 big blinds, it's very damaging to his stack. So he leveraged that information and did it very well.
There's so much meta, so much leveling that goes on out here.
Yeah, I actually really enjoy watching Mystery Bounties. It's kind of brings back that you got it or you don't.
Well, suited queens have become the hand du jour, but Hecklin with no appetite for him as he continues to just find the humor in his plight. Look at Danny's like, for real, bro?
Yeah, he's actually kind of upset. His opponent didn't jam the button.
9 tray. Tang keeps it in line as Dominicus will book a date with the flop. King 10 turns into trips. Gonna be tough to get chips out of Danny.
Oh my God. Well played.
Henrik trying to make it seem like there's a world in which he hit this board as a guy folding the button. We know that's never the case. Michaelitis leading at that one. Pocket kings now for Daniel. Well off of his high water mark after taking a few shots. And Hecklin finally wakes up with a hand, Randy, but the timing is poor, at least pre-flop. Ace-Jack definitely much better than anything he's looked at for orbit upon orbit.
Danny's like, man, I can't get involved.
Well, he knows that should he stick his neck out, Dvoris would punish, regardless of whether or not he had 2 kings in all likelihood.
So there's a problem here for Jamil is that he wants to call to have a chance at Hecklin's bounty, but he's quite
action's
short.
reopened.
Exactly. And is he willing to call and call off the rest? That's what he needs to ask, because Dvoris can easily just jam it in. And it doesn't need to be like the top tier premium that Dvoris would be willing to do that with. So, good fold.
Go on, Hecklin. Oh, wow. You have over?
Sounds like you have kings there.
You have aces?
Yeah, of course
Nice.
I have aces.
Looking good.
I think I'm gonna need to hit a boat.
It's so sick. Like, he
No,
set the
like-
trap, he really goes all in, and then all of us fold.
Wow.
10.
I can still win.
Yeah, 10.
That's the problem. I thought you were gonna make a straight this hand.
10.
Top set for Danny.
All right.
And it's all over for Henrik.
Not much you can do.
Who have you been learning Russian from?
Dota 2, the video game.
Oh. Oh, it's like a thing the character repeats on loop?
Apparently some choice Russian from Henrik being lobbed Danny's way in a jovial manner. Hecklin can fight on no further than ninth. $62,000 for the mediocre Dane. Such a great sense of humor. Good spirits by and large for Hecklin. 7.6 million in career Triton earnings will add modestly to that. Title number 3 will have to wait though, as he notches his second cash of the festival after finishing 19th in the 25K 8 max. Was the payouts desk MIA? Was there no one manning it right there? Do they have one of those little things that said like, will return, and then the little clock? You know what I'm
Will
talking
return
about?
in 15 minutes. Lunch break.
Right.
So 8 remain.
120.
No more short stacks at this table. Jamil is the shortest with 19 bigs. Deuces for Danny.
How is he going to react to the click from Dominicus? Similar stack depths, though critically he covers.
I think flat's all right. You don't tend to see it as much in regular tournaments, but when you cover and you can create situations where you stack your opponent, flatting's pretty good in this format.
So the defense will bring us to the flop with 390 in the middle. Queen, Jack, Trey. Backdoor diamonds and a gut shot, but the deuces are still the best hand.
Best hand at the moment, but will be very hard for Danny to win this spot. Even with Dominicus taking a passive line on the flop. Feels like Dominicus is likely to put in a bet at some point. Let's see if Danny wants to bet the flop, though. Technically, he could get some better pockets to fold. You do occasionally see like the smallest pocket pairs, 2s, 3s, 4s, they like barrel off because they can fold out 5s plus when there's overs. They unblock a lot of hands that check call, check fold on future streets, like straight draws.
Do you expect an honest approach from the pre-flop click in a spot like this?
For ace-10 suited, yeah, I do. Should be a check call. And it's mainly because he doesn't have much incentive to bloat the pot with such a hand that has a nut draw, and he's out-chipped.
Yeah, it's the out-chip factor for sure that helps to keep him in line. Now the 9 helps him find another path to a straight. Oh, yeah. Forgive me for a second. My eyes deceived me, and I thought the 3 had turned into an 8. Deuces, of course, have some real concerns about how they're performing now.
It's kind of interesting because the deuces, they probably would have gotten the little baby pockets to fold on the flop, so now you need to think about what else you're beating that you could bet up against. Mainly ace, king, ace, 10 come to mind. Hoping it doesn't hit that stuff.
Well, the check back from Danny. Now, backdoor clubs showing up. Is it fake showdown for ace-10 here?
It does still have a sliver. It beats the other suited aces that might have stabbed ace-5 of clubs.
Well, ace-5 of clubs definitely is no longer being beaten, but I hear what you're saying.
Don't embarrass me right now, buddy.
Stop.
But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
ace-5
for
of
sure.
hearts.
Or diamonds. Oh, can't have diamonds. So we both had an aneurysm in this pot already. But Dominicus not showing any intellectual challenges. 175,000 barreled, and he gets the winner into the bin. Can't fault deuces for not trying to call.
Yeah, that was nice from Dominicus.
Very much so.
He knows he can fold out all those pocket pairs. It's not like he's getting queen to fold anyway, so he doesn't need a size too big. He's crushing this table.
You know, it's crazy because a minute ago we were...
He was getting crushed.
Yeah. Reading him last rights.
30-60 still, right?
Pocket threes as the baby pairs resurface. This time, Dvoris, the recipient. Choosing to limp from the small. And look at Dominicus throwing his weight around a little bit now.
Yeah, he seems very comfortable in the bounty format, realizes where players' ranges lie based on the stack sizes and positions. He knows Dvoris has a lot of incentive to bloat the pot if he did have the goods.
Always.
But
Oh.
limp jam. Get him. Nice counter. That was a big counter, too, because he limp jammed 30 bigs.
You know, it's funny because now that I know that you were a Street Fighter gamer, when you say counter, I just...
Well, technically in Street Fighter, it's parry.
Yeah, I know. Well, whatever it was, it worked out quite nicely there for Dvoris as he snacks on the Lithuanian. Looks like outer table action, potentially, yes. Baby pairs again. The story here, deuces. Lonis had the Broadway gut. He now finds the queen on the end. Road traveled here was a Petrangelo button open to 150. Lonis defended. Check called 100K C-bet from Nikki P. It went check, check on the turn after the ace paired, and now Lonis activating, quite comfortable with the idea that it wasn't ace X or, for that matter, clubs that would have seen the check back from Petrangelo.
It also helps Lonis to have the jack of clubs blocking hands that would beat him, like the clubs, like king jack. He wants to try to get paid off by a worse queen or a 10x. And like you mentioned, he probably would have heard from the ace X on the turn. Wow, that's a light payoff with deuces.
You know, it's the kind of payoff that so often, Randy, we have observed when Lonis is involved, and that's because people have seen other guys call and be good in that spot against all manner of holdings for Jesse. And this is why he is so dangerous, and people like him as well. Action player gets action. Meanwhile, back to the action at the feature. Four-handed.
Do a 10.
Two 10 open, raise and take.
Your voice breaking when you said all in. I was like, God fucking damn it.
Hmm?
Your voice broke when you said all in.
The good old Ole.
Are we going to go back to the outer? Yes, we are. Lonis with queen 5 has somehow found the side card. Outflopping Wiesbrod. These two guys aren't really trying to mess around with one another.
They're not supposed to. But then again, this table They've been fighting a bit.
Yes, they have.
Queen Jack is actually all right normally in this spot, so it could get him into some trouble. Probably going to call bet against Lonus's. What, small bet there? Was it a small bet? No, it wasn't. It was a full pot
full
one.
pot.
Never mind. If you got it, you got it.
I'll tell you what. Things are going to get really uncomfortable for the rest of the boys at the final table, which I'd like to presume we're going to find Jesse at if he continues to accumulate chips. He takes the bounty hunting seriously. Bad news. If you got a bullseye on your back, it just got bigger and brighter. Courtesy of the blind escalation to 40 and 80 with an 80K big blind ante. 200 dimes in orbit. 50K on average at this four-handed table. The price of poker.
That's what I mean. Like when Nui goes all in, it's not like you can simply shove, you know, because you're so deep.
No shoving, I guess.
Boys keeping tabs on the landscape at the other table.
I like how Danny's trying to tell Dominicus, it's not like you can open jam and make it annoying for me when Nui's all in on the table.
160.
Try to mold your opponent.
Yeah.
It's not going to work on Dominicus. He's going to attack 7-6 offsuit.
Yeah, the Lithuanian isn't exactly a lump of clay in the hands of a potter, as he likes to form his own shapes. 7-6 offsuit. Coloring outside the lines a little bit.
I kind of feel like he's considering just laying this one down rather than defend.
Talking about Jamil, of course.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot because they're on final table bubble. So there is pay jumps right now. This hand doesn't play that well. Seems a bit weak to reshove because Dominicus will call off a bit more. Even hands that would dominate his king, like king 10s, king jacks. Does go with call, so he's invested one more big blind.
We have 900.
Those blinds are precious for Jamil. That's the shortest stack here. King 9-9.
That's good.
Spot.
That's safe for the king 4. And it's going to earn Jamil another bet on the flop, I would think.
Just based on what we've already observed in that exchange earlier with Dvoris, that he's bounced back from. And yet, that board texture brings the check back from the 7-6, which turns into a gutter now.
Jamil's hand is not that vulnerable. Checking seems alright, unless he feels that an ace high would call a turn bet, then he's more reason to bet now.
Well, Jamil is going to take a swing here. 220 is 1/3 pot.
No, it's half.
Half pot, sorry. 440 was in there. The 660 already reflecting the arrival of the 220. 3-1 the lay for the gutter, but Nikolaitis steps away
Not king.
as Jamil begins the process.
Sorry?
What's going on out here? Paul Newey.
He's in.
Haven't really seen him involved a whole lot. He's lurked his way into the top 9, trying to make, top 8 rather, trying to make the final table.
I got ace 10.
785K. Lonis is obliging with a suited king. This was just open jam and flat. 3-2 favorite, plus a tickle for Newey.
Yeah, Lonis going after that bounty with that call. Here we go to a flop.
1.8 in the middle. King, Jack, deuce. Top pair for Jesse. Gut shot for Paul, who's at risk with 7 outs. Trip kings now We take the ace off the board. Lady Luck needs to say hello on this river for Paul Newey to avoid saying goodbye.
That's not it.
She's MIA. And with that, the final table is set. 7 remaining. Paul Newey can fight no further than 8th. For his efforts, he'll be receiving $79,500. The 6-figure mark has been breached for the remainder of the field. They're guaranteed $108,000 as Paul heads over to the payouts desk. And the boys at the feature know they're headed to the FT here in the 40K Mystery Bounty.
That was quick.
I feel like it was. Yeah.
I mean, look at these stacks. They're very deep. Jesse Lonis, Brock Wiesbrod, Petrangelo, they just kept eliminating short stacks, and here we are.
Look at Lonis. 98 bigs. I mean, he is an absolute runaway freight train. 33 bigs separating he and Brock Wiesbrod. Multi-elimination pots, really what helped to propel them. And look at Petrangelo, 61 bigs. He's also sitting deep as we come back to the desk. Ali Najad, Randy Liu. Well, you ready for a little FT Mystery Bounty action over here?
Oh, yeah. It's always a lot of fun because now we incorporate the regular prize pool as well as the envelopes. Things get very tricky. And, yeah, was it like 600 on top? 619,000 for first.
And the ladder's starting to get significant enough to where they, too, will be a factor in decision-making, not just the 80K in EV. You see right now, 37,000 is going to be the on-tap ladder. Also on tap, Henry Kilbane. Waiting in the wings right now to take it over from yours truly. Don't go anywhere. 40K Mystery Bounty Final Table comes your way with Henry and Randy right after this.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Randy, it's 6:30 local time, which means we've only been live for about 4.5 hours if we include breaks. Can you explain to me how we're down to the final 7 after having come back with 32 players from last night for day 2. What has been going on, my man?
I mean, you know why. It's a bounty format. Players are just going for every single bounty possible. We've before I came on, I heard there was 4-way all-ins, 3-way all-ins, because the EV of collecting an envelope is $80,000, which is 2x the buy-in. So it makes a lot of sense that people are trying to collect as many as they can.
And we just saw there, to get us down to this final table, exactly that. Jesse Lonis, the chip leader, making the call with the King 3 suited against Paul Newey's Ace 10. So, Randy, just quickly explain to me, when that bounty is worth 80K, as you mentioned, 2 buy-ins, how do we kind of deviate from a typical tournament strategy?
Yeah, and the main thing is that a lot of players have their own formula on how to calculate how much collecting a bounty is in terms of chips. So then when they're playing pots, you know, say the pot has 500,000, they've concluded that the envelope is worth 1 million chips, they're getting better pot odds, and that helps drive the decision to change to premiums, etc.
Now, it probably comes as no surprise that just how quickly we got here. The average stack at this final table is 46 big blinds. This is the deepest we've seen it so far here in Montenegro. What does that do to this final table? Kind of, how is this going to play out, given that the average stack is a lot deeper than we've seen up until now?
So in general, the deeper they are, things will be a lot slower. But with bounty aspect, even though Jamil is sitting on 17 big blinds, normally that has a lot of room to kind of wiggle around a bit. But here, not so much, because players are going to be defending more, 3-betting more to isolate, trying to give themselves the opportunity. Because when you think about the 80K envelopes in relative to the pay jumps, like that's worth more than 7th to 6th place. So you need to really focus on collecting bounties right now.
Yeah, that's pretty insane, actually. I'm looking now. 7th is getting 108,000, and then the ladder between 7th and 6th is just, whoa, look at that. I mean, $37,000?
Exactly.
So the bounty itself is worth almost 2x the current ladder, and it's not really until we get down to the final 3, Randy, where the ladders in terms of payouts from 3rd to 2nd, for example, 278 for 3rd, 422 for 2nd, are actually worth more than those bounties.
Exactly. So right now, it's going to be more bounty focus, but near the very end, we start to really bring back the regular prize pool again. But you can't disregard it, because we are at a final table. You need to take control of both bounties.
Let's not forget, Randy, there's a Triton trophy up for grabs. You know, you get
True.
to cement your name in poker history and build a bit of a legacy. As Luca Vivaldi is getting prepared to introduce this final table, is the man from the US, Jesse Lonis, chip leading the final 7 here. Let's throw it down to Luca Vivaldi.
$129 entries in these 40K mystery bounties. Tomorrow evening, we're going to open 34 envelopes. There's going to be prices from 400,000 to absolute 0. But for now, we're at the final table of 7. We're going to find out who's going to win this beautiful trophy, take glory, and win $619,000. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. Scene number 1 from the US with 7.9 million. Please welcome Jesse Lonis.
Second final table of the series for Jesse out of 4 tournaments, coming in as your chip leader.
Our scene number 2 is from Canada with 1.3 million. Please put your hand together for Jamil Wakil.
This is going to be Jamil's 3rd final table at the Triton series, and he would love nothing more than to pick up his first trophy.
Our scene number 3 also from Canada with 2 million. Please welcome Dan Vores.
Man with just shy of 21 million in Triton earnings came oh so close in the opening event, claiming his 3rd title. His redemption on Voris's mind.
In scene number 5 from Hong Kong with 1.9 million. Please put your hand together for Danny Tang.
5-time Triton champ, Danny looking for title number 6, which would close the gap between him and Jason Kuhn.
Our scene number 6 from Israel with 5.2 million. Please welcome Barak Wisbrod.
Can you believe this man has made 3 final tables in a row this series? One of the most informed players on tour.
In scene number 7 from Lithuania with 2.6 million. Please welcome Dominikas Mikolaitis.
part of that Lithuanian Crusher crew. Another final table for Dominicus.
And last but not least, closing down this final table with 4.9 million from the US. Please put your hand together for Nick Petrangelo.
One of the high roller OGs from the US, Nicky P, needs no introduction. 6 million in earnings and 1 title.
The bottom has been drawn on Nick. We still have 12 hands remaining, level 20, 40, 80, 80. I wish you all the very best of luck. Michaela, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thanks very much, Luca, for that introduction. So here we go. Final table of 7. Jesse Lonis with his second FT of the series out of 4 events. He's the overwhelming chip leader. Barack Whisprod. 3 final tables in a row. Gonna have to get the team to go back through Triton history and see who holds the record for the most FTs in a row, Randy. I mean, 3 is ridiculous, especially given the field sizes we have nowadays. That's what they're playing for. 108,000 locked up, 619,000 for the win. But let's not forget, as Randy mentioned, the EV of each individual envelope is worth $80,000. So tomorrow afternoon, there will be a bounty draw. And we're going to go bounty hunting, Randy. We're going to see who's going to pull out that top prize.
Top prize of 400,000? Sounds, is what I was told.
I think we need to change it up a little bit.
You know what I think we need to do?
We need $1 million bounty.
180?
Into the cash game.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes, exactly. I agree. That would be something special. So Daniel Dvoris looking for redemption here, Andy. Came so close to that elusive Triton Trident. Only 2 players before him have achieved such a feat. Came second to Xuan Lu in the opening event here. So opening King 9 suited from under the gun into the short stacks big blind. Jamil getting out of that.
You know, speaking of good runs here in Montenegro already, you mentioned Barack Whisprod, but Daniel Dvoris, he's had a 100% cash rate, and this is his second final table of 3 events played.
That's pretty impressive.
Nah, they just figure it out.
This is going to be a long one, by the way. This is going to be a very long, yeah, 46 big blind average. This is going to be a long one.
But then there's always that random factor where players are more likely to get it in pre if there's opportunity. Because we did have a big clash prior to getting to the final table where 50 big blinds will call off Ace Queen versus 2 10s. Petrangelo and Lone is still at the final table, which the clash. And here's a clash that could income. Look, it's Ace King suited versus Queens, the classic. And Petrangelo, did he go with just call?
Yeah, he did. This is second against third in chips. They're both hovering around the 63 big blind mark. And there's Jesse on the button with Queen Jack suited. Randy, could we potentially see some ridiculous spot here? This is first against second against third. Yeah, there it is. Jesse's just saying, hang on, guys. I'm the chip leader. You need to sit back down.
Pot is very interesting. I wonder how Whisprod is going to continue. Does he always 4-bet rip? I don't think he's looking to 4-bet induce as much, given he's covered and he has a very healthy stack at a final table with many short stacks that have bounties on the line.
Also, the flatting range of Nicky P is pretty strong here, right, Randy? I mean, obviously we can see queens. I don't want to be results oriented, but I don't know, 65 big blinds, Ace King, it's a lot of hand, and he knows that Jesse is going to be up to no good on the button.
I think his main concern is more so Jesse rather than Petrangelo. Petrangelo has a lot of hands at flats that, you know, are just going to step aside. It really can play out many ways.
Brack doesn't strike me as the type to be pushed around by a chip leader.
This is disgusting for Petrangelo. He's got 2 queens. And he still has to worry about lone stack behind him.
I can't believe this.
He might call it off.
Second hand of this final table. 4-bet pot. First against second against third in chips. Nicky P has black queens. 61 big blinds at the start of the hand, and he's facing a jam in front of him after the chip leader 3-bet squeezed on the button.
So, first question here is, how wide is Wiesbrod jamming here? Is it ever jacks? And he's going to lay down to 2 queens. What a play. Wow, that hand was pretty sick. That was very cool.
Nicky P happy to just fold the queens with the action in front of him. Obviously, we can see he would have been flipping. Would have been for his tournament life. I mean, to come in third in chips, to then bow out in 7th. He's going to chew on that one for some time, Randy.
I wonder if he covered Barak by a little bit. Does he still come to the same conclusion? Because in that hand, he actually was covered by a few big blinds.
Oh, that's yeah, that's booby.
You're talking from Petrangelo's perspective, right?
From Petrangelo's perspective.
That's right. Yeah, Wiesbrod had him covered by a few bigs. So you're saying if it was the other way around, he may call off there with the queens because of that additional bounty EV.
It's a lot of incentive to at least consider it.
What a spot. Could have been fireworks. Jesse interfering. Interfering once more. 7-5-0. You put Jesse as the chip leader at any final table, especially in a bounty format, Randy, and you're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, right back at it. I mean, clearly this is very wide. He knows everyone wants to play a bit snug. Final table with bounties on the line. Defense incoming from 8-7 off.
You surprised by this?
It's a little light, I would say.
Well, how about now?
Great call.
How about now? 9-8-8. Danny flopping trips. More importantly, Jesse's got a gut shot.
Gut shot's enough to start with a bet.
100%. Continues for 130 into 480.
Smallest check raise could be pretty nice with the trip 8s. There's a lot of hands that can bet call the flop. Straight draws. 9x, pairs.
Danny's really chewing on this one. A lot to think through here.
Yeah, I like check raise because you want to set up an opportunity where the bigger stack feels like they have a chance at your bounty, and then you can get max value. You make hands like this.
Wow, this is big.
Quite big.
That's huge.
It's like 3x.
Yeah, just north of 3x. That'll make it very tough for Jesse with this particular draw, blocking some of the hands that he'd want Danny to have as well.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too much for Jesse to consider chasing.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, Danny's getting all of the money from big overpairs anyways. I would have liked to have seen him size in a way that keeps in some speculative holdings, such as the 7-5 or some overcards with backdoors.
Yeah, that's why I would have preferred a smaller check raise, as you mentioned. Because you need to think about how to... Don't worry about the cooler situations. If you're up against an aces, kings, you're going to get it anyway, like you said. Try to create the sizing to get the hands that have so little equity to put in more chips. Well, if Lonus is opening 7-5 offsuit, he's opening ace-9 off.
He's coming with these different sizes as well. We saw the 180. Now we're seeing the 200, 2.5x.
So he's opening into...
Second in chips, Barak.
Yeah, so that's why he sizes up. Wants to try to just take it down pre.
Boris gets out of there. That's Will Danny. Barak with a suited king. And plenty of chips. He's going to flick in the call.
Yeah, seems pretty good at the suited king.
Barak's not scared about playing against the chip leader. The ace-10 board is all Jesse. He's been off to a bit of a shaky start at this FT.
We might see Barak check call the flop with king high backdoor hearts. He should expect Jesse to open extremely wide. Well, he's just going to quickly fold though. Thought he might consider it. How many bounty tokens does he have?
I don't know, but he's got them like spread out to the side of his stack. Maybe we can get
at least 4. I'm sure there's more.
Oh my word, I was about to say surely Jesse's going to just give it a pass, but...
So he's in near any 2.
This is insane. And I wonder for how long this is going to continue. Well, he's not going to get away with it here.
I'd like to see 3-bet to induce.
$5.75.
There is set induce from Danny. Jesse with 10-6 off, Randy. I mean...
Saving some face? All right, there we go.
Man, this guy's a bit of a beast. Great start to this final table for Danny Tang. He's on the hunt for title number 6. Now covers a few additional players, including Dominicus. Is this Jesse's, what, 4th open in a row?
Yeah, his charts are just all highlighted. Any 2 cards at the moment.
Table not as chatty That's the one from yesterday with Barbero.
Good. Tenderloin.
I wonder if the players feel like he's actually opening as wide as he is at the moment.
Is that what you think's going on? It's just like opening super wide for now until the stream catches up, and then.
Well, you got to remember they don't have access to their phones, right? With final two tables, so they're in the dark until like break.
Yeah. But on break they can take a look.
So he can take advantage right now. Doesn't get a chance to open right now because Lonus is in the big blind. And fold it over to Petrangelo.
Nicky is going to come with complete against his fellow American. Why do I feel like Jesse's not going to allow this, Randy, regardless of what he's got?
He's got that look?
He's checked it back.
What's he got? King 7?
He's got him dominated. That's what he's got. Ace 8-4.
Flop bet incoming from Petrangelo. On the strength of King High, could see Lonus just call in position. Expecting stabs.
What a unique dynamic. Having someone like Jesse with the chip lead at the table. 3 hearts on a turn. Both players remain unimproved. Nick with the advantage, saying that he would have more ace-x here, more traps, but waves the white flag on the turn, pumps the brakes.
King High is good. Does kind of seem unlikely that Jack 7 would ever win at Showdown, but then again, can you get a better hand to fold?
200.
He's gonna try. Man, if Jesse can call King High, that's pretty sick.
It would really send a message, Randy. It would send the message to this final table that, hey guys, I don't F around, okay? I'm Jesse Lonis. I'm here to take names, collect bounties, and lift a trophy. Gonna use a time bank. Staring Nicky down from across the table.
Something doesn't smell right to Jesse. Like, did you really river that 9?
How many hands before you?
It depends on how long the blinds are.
You wanted to.
Oh, he was so close. He even used the time bank, Randy.
How many hands per level is it?
Well done by Petrangelo. Realized he was up against Queen and King Highs to attack.
So now we're getting more.
Oh, so after 5, what is the next? What's the number?
Some pretty interesting storylines developing here.
Oh, 14. Yeah. Oh, you're just asking how long, like,
Rank with his third final table in a row
13.
this series.
15? 13. Oh wait, yeah, it can't be 2 or.
I'll have to convert one.
I don't know.
Danny Tan looking for his 6th title. Daniel Dvoris on the hunt for that Triton Trident.
Yeah, I would guess it's going to be like an odd number.
Yeah, what would potentially be an open from the cutoff versus some lineups. Dominicus aware of the beast that lurks in the small blind. Nicky P's about to find out.
Well, Lonis is looking over to his left and realizes that Jamil is very short. So he's just calling here, trying to invite that short stack to complete the action, take it 3 ways. Not as much incentive for him to 3-bet and play a huge one against Petrangelo, who has a 4.7 million chip stack. So the 9's call is pretty solid.
Jamil not even interested in joining the party there. He knows what's up. He wants to pick his spots. Doesn't want to get involved with a dicey hand. Multi-way against these two.
$160.
9s with the 9 of spades. Against the C-bet.
I like a check call on this spot. I would think that Petrangelo's opening extra wide into Jamil's big blind, who's very short. So there should be more air. That's just going to fire the flop. Hands that have very little equity, but he's just going to lay it out. Nice one for Petrangelo. Getting the best of Lonis.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, what could have been, eh? Had that 3-bet button squeeze not come in. The Queens against Ace-King, second hand of the final table.
Hey Nick, if he jams all in there, what do? You jam? 3? We're playing a big pot. Pocket 9. I would have had to, I think, put it in.
You would have called?
I think so.
Third caller?
Yeah, I mean, with the bounty, it's so good, yeah. I just said, let's ride.
Yeah, I was shoving for sure.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of just like.
Would you shove?
Ace 3 suited.
Pretty obvious, I think. Kings or ace king?
King.
Ace king. Would you ever shove the jacks?
Probably not.
Six spot. I don't cover you. We're top 3 by a lot. Somehow Jesse could still maybe sometimes have a hand, probably not. 2% of the time. He's allowed to get hands sometimes.
Love being a fly on the wall to these conversations, Randy. Jesse kicking things off with a conversation against Nicky P. They would have got all the money in. And then I think Nicky P asked Barak, saying, what did you have? And Danny responded with ace 3 suited. That was sick. But no, just some rare glimpses into Nicky P's mind there. Just saying how sick of a spot it was, given that they're top 3 by quite some margin. And as you correctly pointed out, Nicky P also recognizing the fact that he was covered in that spot would have been different had he been the one covering Barak. Look at this from Jesse, guerrilla style. Just getting it done.
Back to 7 million.
Oh man.
Did anyone
This is going to be a fun one. This could be over, Randy, in an hour, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. Almost. It doesn't matter that they're deep.
But sometimes they don't set the time on what, you know.
I don't know what day it is. 100%.
I really don't either.
No, I have no idea.
I only know
Sunday, right?
because people are talking about playing online tomorrow.
Say Saturday then?
Yeah, that's the only reason I know. But
Saturday now, not Sunday? Saturday. There's football, so I know.
Or maybe
I couldn't tell you the days either.
I thought it's Sunday.
But yeah, if prior to that conversation, if you just told me it's Wednesday, I'd just be like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. in this football.
Oh, it's like Tuesday's EPL or something. Or, oh no, it's Tuesday and Sunday.
That's crazy to me. Randy, do you know what day it is?
Well, apparently it's Saturday, but it hasn't been that deep into the schedule. Hold on. Ace-3 offsuit 3-bet. Jamil's got pocket 9s.
I mean, Jesse might have just saved Jamil from busting here. I mean, hijack open, cut off 3-bet.
It's not an easy spot, though, because, like, he is ahead of Lonus's range, I would think. Given that Lonus covers Petrangelo, so he's going to have more 3-bet bluffs. He's the shortest stack, so he needs to find a spot to double up, as everyone else is waiting for him to bust. He's strongly considering it.
Well, he knows
like he's going to lean towards going for it.
But he knows he has 0 fold equity against
Yeah,
Jesse. He does run it. Fair play to Jamil for taking the spot as and when presented to him. He knows he can't just, you know, blind himself down just to try and get a couple of ladders. Wakil is here to play for the win. Now it gets really interesting because it does reopen. No, it doesn't reopen the action. So Jesse's raise is 390k more than Nicky's, and Wakil's is only 375. Am I right, Randy?
I think so. Well, Petrangelo's going to jam it all in, so that'll keep it simple.
Good luck, gents. Things looking bleak for Jamil. Gonna need to spike a 2 outer.
3 so far.
Feels like
10s versus 9s.
Did you even what?
Me?
You even know what you had?
Ace. What's it?
Ace.
No, I had one card.
It's
Just had an ace.
10 forward.
My other card.
Jamil
I looked at one.
stands up out of his seat. He knows how bleak that flop is, and on the turn he's confirmed drawing dead.
My plan would have worked perfect if you didn't have a real hand.
Oh, you looked at one, you 3.
Randy, I'm going to say it now.
The second one after all the action. In your real. It's actually like a nice way to create a.
The big breakout score at the Triton Series for Jamil is just around the corner. He's been knocking on the door
Did he see an ace or a forward? What did he see?
since he first joined us.
Allegedly, he saw an ace.
Okay.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, ace 3 off. Yeah.
Joined us for the first time in London 2023.
You need the mic?
Came 5th in the 50k out there for 400,000. Jay Ju early this year had a couple of deep runs, but again, just unable to convert anything late in the day. This 7th place run being his 3rd final table at the Triton Super High Roller Series. And I don't think it's going to be too long, Randy, until we see the Canadian lifting the gold. But for now, 7th place money will have to do. And with that, we are down to the final 6. All now guaranteed $145,000. Nicky P claiming a scalp. Picks up that bounty.
Yeah, that's great for Nicky P because he's the new chip leader and he collected the envelope. And now he's got 2 jacks. Time to press.
Let's see how Jesse responds to Nick Petrangelo becoming the chip leader. Whether he allows Nicky P to dictate the pace of play, or if he goes guerrilla style as always.
Yeah, he kind of got shut down that last one with the ace 3 off.
Semi-online. Everybody's just looking at the screen. I even look at the screen to figure out the positions. Like,
yeah, last year I think here was the first time they had this.
So America 1 and 2 right now. Petrangelo with 88 bigs, Jesse with 82. Right, Wizbrod with 72 big blinds. Average stack of 54, then a massive drop off. I mean, massive. Danny Tang, 4th in chips with 31 bigs, tied with Mikolaitis. And Dan Voris, shortest stack with 22 big blinds.
Desire to like.
This is anyone's game.
A lot
Yeah,
of
but the 30 big blind stacks are quite healthy despite the big drop off.
160. Take more eggs.
Alright, Petrangelo gonna start things off with ace-7 offsuit, first to act. Or stepping aside.
Depends. What's
I mean,
the other option? Like how much rake?
Knowing the stacks at the table in some way or another has to be like #1 priority for live poker, right?
Yeah.
It's
So
just for
let's-
everyone, even for the
let's-
experience.
Let's consider all the rake, all the whatever, everything together, field, everything. Do you rather play WSOP 250k, or do you rather play Jeju Triton 150k?
Did you say it's one
or maybe is it? I don't think it's fair to say.
You said WSOP 250k?
Yeah. Yeah, or Jeju 150.
Yeah, of course. Like, what do you mean? It's
Isn't
our
the 250
job.
just like a rake
250 is
free?
no rake, and it's like one of the best tournaments of the year, and it's a great structure. So that's not. I get what you're saying, but that's
But then I don't think
very
it's,
bad example.
I don't think it's fair to compare it to like, let's say, even in the. If you compare the smaller ones, for sure here. Like,
Yeah, but also the 250k is like a once a year thing, and then there's just like 3 150ks a trip.
Yeah. Is it rake free? Really? The 250k?
Yes.
Oh god.
Okay, Wizbrod opening the button, ace-9 offsuit into the chip leader. In comes the call from Queen-4 offsuit.
Oh nice. Please don't put it on TV.
I love it when, like, you know, they're having a casual conversation and they realize, Randy, you know, there might be 10,000 people watching.
Yeah, there's only one table remaining, so think next time.
It's like 1K rake, 250k. I think like 2 years ago it was like actually nothing.
Yeah, I think last year like 1K rake maybe.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
No wonder they treat you like that. Yeah, but like like a 25k, how much rake? Like 1k in WSOP?
Yeah, there's some like.
I think it's a little more now.
Yeah. So
yeah, they increased a little bit.
Definitely hear that. Like,
They
not even close.
Yeah, they increased it.
You don't care about rake, do you, Randy? If you want to play, you just play.
If you want to play, you just play. That's right.
it.
I don't know, some people favor experience as well. You know, some people don't like to play certain locations. To each their own.
Whatever tickles your fancy.
225.
Tickles Daniel's fancy.
King Queen suited would make sense.
See if Gorilla Style wants to defend, he does.
Gorilla Style like that.
Yeah. That whole conversation of 100 humans against one gorilla is not needed. Jesse, one-on-one, saves humanity. $600k out there, Dvoris, with the 2 overs. And the King High Diamonds.
He's got everything.
Well, he doesn't have a 4, Randy.
First time
I'm sorry, you're right. He has got everything. Jesse wasted no time with that one.
That's a lot of sugar.
Usually there's a lot of effort.
So would you say, in your opinion,
more than
the
you would
250
expect.
is the best tournament of the year?
It used to be. Last year it was a little bit worse than it was. But yeah.
Randy, I see someone,
I see why.
Ari Low,
Again,
in the chat saying, anyone watching Gambledore?
We don't really play those anymore.
No. But I'm saying
He's got a triple starting stack with crazy all-ins twice.
Yeah.
Shout out the Triton Poker Plus app. You can sweat along in that 50k. Gambledore is back with triple starting stack. If you haven't already downloaded it, I highly recommend downloading it now. It's so great to use while watching the stream, right? Like, you can have this final table. You got the app open. You got 3 or 4 tables open over there of your favorite players, including the likes of Gambledore. Get involved. Someone asking, is this poker? Appreciate everyone in the chat responding. No, it's MotoGP. Hey guys, come on. You never know. Maybe someone's new to this.
Maybe.
It's chess.
Not quite.
Sure.
4D chess sometimes, you know. Leveling wars that go on at these events.
You see Jesse flatting the small blind with just 7-5 suited. Mainly because he has the covering stack of Danny, who's in the shorter territory.
Million in the middle. SPR of 2 going to the turn.
Check.
Can I have a green
Going
tea
to
and a
expect
cold water,
Danny
please?
to want to pot control here with the ace-10. Still has to be concerned about the queen. The turn brings 2 flush draws, so if he's willing to bet this turn, he needs to consider how he would react against a check jam, because Lonus maybe would have turned some combo draw, so does check it back as expected.
Jesse, going to be content, Randy, to try and get this one to showdown, or is this potentially a bluff combo? No. There's your answer.
Yeah, would have been really happy to just try and check that one down against ace highs. So million chip pot over Danny Tang, 3.1 million.
I tell you what, Danny came into this final table a bit handcuffed. Here he is, 31 bigs, covers 2 opponents. He's separated himself from the likes of Boris and Mikolaitis, so he can go bounty hunting. Can you imagine if this guy wins his 6th title?
Well, we know he will at some point. But today, we'll find out.
6 of hearts, you would me.
Best hand won, you know. I didn't get hurt too bad. Okay. Roll flush.
$88 saying first $1 billion prize pool event when? Call up Elon and he'll make it massive. I don't think we're that far away from it. I mean, look what's happening in Iraq. Middle East are handing out licenses now. The new wind property being built there. Wouldn't surprise me if they kick things off with like a, I don't know, $1 million buy-in with like $1 billion guaranteed or something.
Guaranteed.
So you just need like.
I mean, it's a bit of a stretch.
All right, Randy. I'll tell you what. Let's book a bet. I pay you now, and then if my bet turns out to be right, you pay me back. Yeah. But I want to bet that we have a $1 billion prize pool.
Stop saying $1 billion prize.
Randy, hear me out. Hear me out. No, I'm going to give you free. What odds will you give me? So I'll hand you $1,000 now. And if there's a $1 billion prize pool poker tournament in the next 15 years,
you just get everything I have.
You have to pay me 100K. 100 to 1. That sounds pretty reasonable.
It does sound pretty
Have a think about it. I know you're a smart guy when
but
it comes
I know you. You're gonna arrange.
Oh, you think
$1 billion tournament where the buy-in is 500 million and get 2 people to play each other.
Oh, you think I'm gonna be the one to arrange it? How about this for a little turn card?
2 straight draws, 6-5. I like to see these fights with the same hand with the same draw because oftentimes one doesn't get there, and then who's willing to stab and steal at some point. 285 is the price from Danny Tang. Check through on the flop. Petrangelo was the pre-flop raiser. And trying to represent that 10 from the big blind.
Let's see what happens if both remain unimproved. Which they do. 1.3 out there. This would be a huge pickup for Danny. Doesn't have to go big, right?
Trying to think. So, what hands is he trying to muscle out for bet? Like busted diamonds that are bigger than the 6?
Yeah.
Sometimes those diamonds bet the flop for Lonis when checked too. So we can't put all the combos in there. Let's see. It looks like he's gonna try to think about repping. It's not unreasonable Lonis shows up with like an ace in the spot, and an ace wouldn't be really looking to fold. You know, like an ace 5, an ace deuce, ace 4, ace 3. He is obviously at the bottom of his range, holding 6-5. What does he ask for? 620? I mean, what can Lonis do? Outplayed. Nicely done, Danny Tang.
Danny Tang is now posing a real threat. Up to 3.8 million. He is in the zone, he can feel it. He's not engaging too much in unnecessary table talk. He's just focused on the task at hand, and that task is title number 6. That's the only thing he has on his mind. The C saying, can the chat back Randy into the $1 billion tournament? I'll buy a piece. What, $1 million buy-in? Randy, you've got me for 1%, mate.
That's it?
What, 1%? Not nearly as chatty as the tables we've had up until this point.
I think it's also because this format needs a lot of mental space, right? Like there's a lot of moving parts, prize pool, stack sizes, ranges changing. Really do need to be focused here to take advantage.
I couldn't call you on a river.
You couldn't?
No, I couldn't. No, it's 6 high.
6 high?
5, 6, 2,
Oh.
2, 6, 7 makes sense for it. Funny, right? Sometimes
Another
you have to
one-way
put up a
street.
6 high. I could have bluffed. If you check. I know how the intent. I was 6 high.
Jesse's giving away a lot of
2, 6,
information
7,
there,
though, I think
Andy.
I win a big pot.
You don't.
Wow, I lose a big pot.
funny because Danny has the same hand. And he's not telling them. Rip City. Queen 9 of clubs. That seems a bit thin to call down for 20 bigs. Blind versus blind.
Very close. Mine was pretty easy. If it helps somehow. Yeah.
What just happened? Did you jam all in?
Barak,
Oh,
Jam,
you jammed all in.
Dominikas, Miko. Can't see it. I can only see Miko.
Guess.
Michaelitis.
Michaelinus.
Yeah, it just keeps.
Oh, almost. Very good.
Lithuanian sounding things.
What's it? Guga. Guga?
Now you're just making noises.
Google. I got
No, Guga.
sound like a baby.
Oh, Gloga?
Guoga? Dominikas Guoga. Miko Golga.
Miko Gloga? Miko Gloga.
I wish we could like chill and be chatty while we're playing this shit. I know it's a final table.
Why can't we? Oh wait, you can't talk?
Well, we can, but I don't want to distract the players.
Oh, I think we're alright. The only one that gets super distracted when that happens is Christoph, Olga's name.
Yeah.
He's like, hey guys, keep it down.
I mean,
I love when he does it too.
I actually asked him today, right?
It's like a polite librarian. Hey guys.
Let's say when he asks us to be quiet, I'm just like, nah. There's nothing he can do.
That's, yeah.
It's not a very nice etiquette thing. It wouldn't do either, but it's quite funny. I mean, he will literally burn through 4 time banks just being told something he's like.
Exactly.
400.
It'd break his brain.
Oh, just in between that conversation there, Nicky P. 4xing from the big. The ace king picks up the limp. Randy and I will always do our best to try and keep it quiet in the booth whenever the players are talking. We know those are the players, the people that you're all here for.
Do you normally go to the bathroom?
I have always, but I skipped the last 2. You thinking of going this year?
No, I haven't been going for a while, but I'm thinking about going this year, but like as a holiday. A holiday and then play some town. Like an Asian stuff kind of, you know,
Right.
kind of vibe.
And then just play like a couple of the big ones or something?
Yeah. Because my friends went last year, and they went to some really
Ace
good
4 of
town,
spades on the
and I've never
button.
been to
There's
it.
the jam.
Always
For just shy of 19 bigs.
The sandwiches in the poker room.
Yeah.
19 big blinds.
Nicky P is asking for a count. He's in rough shape here.
Oh, yeah.
He also
in that little,
has the
like,
chip
weird
leader
building.
behind. Yeah, lets it go.
Here's the sweat. You see Dominican's just open jamming because he wants to dissuade the big snacks from defending or making light calls and getting played back at on the strength of the raw value of the ace, even for 20 blinds or 19 bigs.
CZ saying can't even hear the players. I'd say turn up your speakers, mate.
Yeah, there's an option that you can do by yourself.
You know what I think Triton should do though? Like Poker Go does? Is just have a player of the for each series. They should just have a leaderboard and you get like 100K or something if you win a leaderboard. I know they have the year, but
Yeah, we actually thought about doing that.
I think it'd be good for the entries too, because if people were close to the top, they would fire more in them.
We thought.
Conversation on
We
pause as
thought
we
about
open
doing
7
that,
clubs.
but it would end up splitting the player of the year. Like instead of having player of the year, they have like 4 stops of player of the series.
215, right? Cool.
That would be cool. Player of the series. I think you'd see people go a bit crazy towards the end of the trip.
Taking a picture of me.
What? Yeah, you're famous in the film. Not bad.
My favorite country.
Good choice.
Divorce has been quiet, does come along. Queen 6 of hearts. Short stack duties to Divorce.
Yeah, he's playing just 18 bigs at the start of the hand.
Check.
4 deuce deuce. Brick City for everyone involved.
If you're gonna brick, this is a great board to brick if you pre-flop razor, because if you just put in some chips, just gonna take it down here on the flop. It's unlikely opponents have a piece.
Danny very aware of that after opening from under the gun. Retains all the overpairs. Shouldn't be too scared of a deuce X lurking. Especially out of the small blind. Dude, why does Jesse scare me every time he's tanking, Randy? I just feel like he's capable of doing anything.
But yeah, doesn't make the play on this board. It'd be pretty reckless.
The budgeting for that kind of
it seems like
things can go up.
You would gain. It would pay off in the rake and like easily because that many more people would play Airfield. I don't know. It's gonna at least get like 50 more entries.
You think so? 50 more entries?
No, not like every event, but total throughout the series. So like you're gonna get that either way. It's gonna pay for itself in the rake.
But why do you think that would incentivize?
Because if people are, it's like poker go. Like when they have the leaderboard, if people are near the top, they fire more at the end. Especially here's unlimited, so like chasing the leaderboard.
Right.
I'm saying like every event total 50 more entries like for the whole series. So I think they're
I mean, we have always wanted to try to increase the number for like stuff like Short Deck and Omaha, and I felt why I proposed this to the committee before is because I feel like such a thing would increase maybe the chances of people playing PLO and Short Deck too.
Oh, just a PLO leaderboard? Or like PLO plus Short Deck?
No, like just an overall leaderboard.
Oh, I see.
So let's say, I don't know, does Jesse play Short Deck? No, but like
if he was
let's
near
say
the top,
you two are top 2 right now. He kind of probably just fires the Short Deck, right?
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I play Short Deck.
No, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Never played at Triton. I played the World Series one.
They don't have it anymore.
Yeah, they had it. I played it when they did, and then I played online.
Yeah. It's sad that they just completely took the event off. I don't think that's necessary.
Constructive criticism
Yeah.
from Jesse.
Infinite staff and tables and shit.
Yeah, maybe next season, Randy, we get a player of the series. Jesse saying he would fire the Short Deck events if he was, top 3 chasing that top prize, he would jump in.
Yeah, right now, of course, we have the player of the year, and then we do have series, but then you just get more points if you're able to, win that. But no, I'm sure it's noted, feedback taken, will be visited. On to this one, Wiesbrod, pocket 4s. Against Petrangelo.
Definitely something I'll propose for the new season.
Current player of the series is
That's
Nacho
the last
Barbero.
one of this series is going to be the Jeju one.
In the lead after that
think so.
victory.
Yeah.
And then
Although
the
Daniel
one,
Dvoris,
like the last
currently in
quarter of
6th.
2025 will be the start of the new.
If he can find a win
Right.
here.
Right. And then the location is to be determined.
Right.
Yeah. Could be somewhere new.
Somewhere new, you think, for sure?
Could be. Not for sure, could be. Talking.
Buck 25.
Be pretty cool if it comes through. Pretty cool.
Asian. Portugal.
Tough call to make, but it's right.
Not Portugal either.
I'll just keep naming countries and you can keep
Better.
saying no.
Better than Portugal.
Zimbabwe.
Hey, not gonna lie, Randy. Triton Super High Roller Series Zimbabwe. It's got a ring to it. I wouldn't mind it.
You want odds?
You gonna lay me 100 to 1?
All right, Weesprout is tank check the turn. Gets himself a free card. 4s are best. I would think Petrangelo tries to show down King High as played.
Even if Barak checks it on over.
Yeah, I think
surely
so.
the check.
I just think he doesn't get a better hand to fold too often.
Mm.
And there's ace X's in Weesprout's range, 10 X's. And it doesn't necessarily mean that Weesprout always has to bluff when he misses because the ace heavily connects with the pre-flop raiser.
Got to check through. Wizprod has moved up to first in chips. This is his third final table in a row, back to back to back here in Montenegro, and he is the chip leader.
Yeah, finally getting that break here at Triton. Primarily a cash game specialist, nosebleeds.
He's put in a lot of work, man. I've been very fortunate to have had some conversations with Barak, and he's really just demonstrated how obsession beats talent every time, man. Really does. You have to be obsessed in this game, living and breathing poker, and he is. Great to see him having some success here this trip. I think he has a lot of potential. Might be one of those guys in a couple of years' time that we're calling a 5-time, 6-time champion.
Action has slowed down tremendously as of late.
So when does the break come? And what time is it now?
Sup in the chat saying, just play how you would normally play, don't let the bounties affect your strategy. Well,
that would be a mistake.
That would be a mistake. Bounties are worth $80,000 in EV. And for context, the current pay jump is 39,000 between 6th and 5th. So more than double the current ladder.
Yeah, another way to think about it is, I don't know the exact percentage of the buy-in went into the bounty portion, but if you're not regarding that portion, then it's kind of like you paid 40K to play, but you're only playing for like, I don't know, 50 or 70% or whatever it is.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great way to frame it. Sub saying, also, I thought the stream was pre-recorded. We are live, my man. We are live. Randy Lou in the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. This is our 4th event of the series. We've been bringing you nosebleed cash games the last couple of nights as well. If you've missed those, I highly recommend checking them out. We had a $2.4 million pot last night, had a $1.8 million pot the night before.
I hope we get more opportunities to observe some new stuff.
It's been so fun. It's been so incredibly fun.
So Danny pre-flop raiser. Check, check, flop. Doesn't opt to bet the turn. Petrangelo playing the board.
This one checking all the way down to the river. See how Nicky P feels about this.
Oh, he's trying to think of hands that he can fold out. Like sixes, yeah, is something that would fold to a bet.
Doesn't even go big, Randy. He's trying to get a good price on a cheap bluff, just north of 25% pot.
Yeah, this bet is very small, but it widens his value range, which makes it a bit difficult for Danny to call. Just because it's not a 10 or nothing situation.
How thin can he go with this sizing? Does he do this with a queen?
It seemed a queen would be thin, but you know, it's not unheard of. Petrangelo's pretty sick. Ace for sure. King 10.
Oh, hang on.
Is it more than 150 coming?
Oh, here we go, baby. Danny Tang turning his sixes into a bluff just in case it was thin value.
Not even 1 million.
945.
Yeah. 990.
Sorry, 990.
990.
Okay.
That's an interesting race.
Big difference. So just that 1 million.
He's giving a discount.
What a play from Danny. I mean, bluffing with the best hand, but still. Just saying, hey, listen, I have aces, kings, ace, king that would check down to the river as a trap.
Thanks.
Yeah, he must have felt that Petrangelo would not bet call his thin value bets of like King X, Ace X.
Well, perfect timing, Randy, to give a shout out to our official timekeeper just as Danny Tang scoops in the pot. Do you know why?
Why?
Because he owns one of those custom Triton X Jacob & Co. collaborative timepieces that are awarded to our main event champions. It cannot be bought in store. It cannot be purchased online. It can only be earned by winning a Triton main. And
we're giving someone away later this week.
We've got two up for grabs this series.
Yes. So, but yeah.
100k Hold'em,
Yeah.
100k PLO, 2 main events.
I mean, I don't think that's the reason.
Well,
I'm
I
just
kind of
guessing.
like it.
Yeah.
Want to make it 250?
Forrest coming with the open from under the gun. Blinds have gone up. He is the shortest stack with just 12 bigs, and well, precisely for that reason, Jesse flicking in the calls. He looks to go bounty hunting.
Check.
7-2-5 out there.
Yeah, we've seen Lonis play the loosest ranges of all the players here, even not as the chip leader. Two overs, the gut shot, backdoor hearts, a texture that does hit the big blind a bit more than Divorce, especially because Divorce is opening off of 15 bigs or so from UTG. Doesn't have the 9-8 suited and 5-6 suited, etc. as much. Mainly the hands he has for value when he bets his flop are over pairs. Maybe an ace-8.
Feels like a nice one to kind of check
All
or
in.
jam. Yeah, I love it.
Outright rip.
I love it. Just not giving Jesse the chance to check raise with this gut shot or check continue.
This might not be over yet. Jesse asking for a count.
Stop it.
So, of course, he's got what he perceives to be a clean draw. Right, with the gut shot. What if he just thinks he's up against 10-9, jack to 10, and his queen high is good? That's pretty sick. Bounty opportunity. Is it worth the risk?
No way.
It would be ambitious, but correct if he can find it.
Oh, man.
He's touching chips now.
Just checking to see what he's currently working with. Counting out a call. Just wants to see what he's got back. If he calls and loses, some future game stuff.
Future game's very important in the bounty tournament. You want to see how many players you still cover if you call and lose.
Man, look at that. Jesse's got 8 bounties currently.
He wants number 9.
And if he calls, he's ahead.
It's a 1.2 million chip jam into 700,000. It's an overbet. And he's considering calling queen high with a gut shot. He must just not believe that Divorce would ever do this with an overpair. To consider it, he's going to call. Jesse
word.
is sick. 60-40 favorite. Table's got to be a bit shocked.
Oh my word. He's found one of the few hands that he's actually ahead of. And Randy, he doesn't need to improve. He just needs to hold now.
Dude, that's a that's a solo own right there. Here we go. Turn card. That's the straight.
That's a beautiful turn card. It removes the pair outs for Dvoris, who's now drawing to a 9 and a 9 only. A 5 would chop it. 9 for the win. Oh my word.
Chop it up, boys.
That's one way.
Oh my god.
Me too.
Dvoris was about to reach for his mic. Wow.
Things got serious.
What on earth did we just witness, Randy? The insanity of these bounty tournaments. Jesse was on the hunt for bounty number 9.
They're like, here's your bounty envelope. Psych.
You know, usually you think you're just going to lose this one or win or get lucky. So the chop, it's okay.
Jesse happy with the chop.
Which part? That?
Yeah, what part felt like?
Oh, you mean that he was tanking with like a
It
hand
was
like
going
that?
to be like high card versus high card. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that too. I thought he was going to have like ace queen or something though. Like,
Ace queen is no good for you.
I know.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know if I really want to call here and see.
Jack 10's nice.
Jack 10?
It's pretty fucking nice against Jack 10.
Jack 10 was a good one to see.
You could have kept your mouth shut and just looked like you sold it.
Yeah.
You don't look like that anymore.
Oh no, that was more.
You know what I mean? You would have looked
It was more.
Superman on TV, man.
I don't think anyone thought I was calling because I thought I was ahead.
Well, you should have said that.
I
You should
definitely.
have just been like, I think I'm good.
Yeah. I was calling because the number 4, right?
250.
That was a fun one. What a sweat.
That was a really insane hand.
That really was. That's going to get clipped. One of the highlights of the day.
Okay, quarter mil. All right, Divorce has got ace-queen suited. He's certainly going to squeeze shove. He might get looked up somewhere, given Divorce is still the shortest stack of the tournament.
All in.
There's the jam. He's got 13 bigs. Nicky P covers both. He's going to ask for a count.
1.44.
What do we think, Randy? Just ISO here, get Jesse out of the way and roll the dice with our ace? Yeah, he agrees.
Yeah, snap jammed, kick out Lonus.
Force is in fantastic shape here. To double up and then some.
Yeah, especially with 6-5 of diamonds going into the muck.
$3.2 million chip
5.
pot.
There you did.
For us to get back into this.
And a diamond. 6-5 a diamond. Sorry.
Would cover Nicolaitis. How about that board? Look. King deuce deuce.
6-5 a diamond.
Yeah, king 6-5.
That's how.
He's playing PLO.
Yeah. Feels like it.
Uh-oh.
It's a good card.
Got shot.
We know 1-5 is dead. We saw the 5 of diamonds folded from Jesse. Petrangelo looking for a 5 or a 4 non-heart.
Sorry, bud.
Brutal. All
Sorry
good, he
about the
says, but
structure.
that's
I'm not sorry that I won.
disgusting.
I give him mine.
I'm
I'm
sorry
one.
that all happened, bro. I had him out the door, now you win his bounty. He's out the door anyway.
Should I keep these or?
I'm sorry that all happened, bro.
What? No, I'm saying last hand, bro. Queen 5. Instead, he gets his chop, and then he's out the next hand anyway. Nothing against you, but you know, now he gets all the money and all the chips.
Bit of a needle
I
there
didn't get
from
all your
Jesse.
money and all your chips. What else would I be complaining about?
All in good spirit, of course.
Thank you. Thanks, GG Dan.
As we lose Daniel Dvoris. That's good luck. Have fun, boys. He's out in 6th. $145,000. Man who came oh so close to completing that Triton Trident earlier on in the series. The second final table of this stop. 6th place for 145. Got it in good. That's all one can ask for. The river had other plans. And Nick Petrangelo claiming a bounty. Then we're down to 5. Now there's one clear short stack. Nicolaitis playing 15 bigs. Nicky P's retaking the chip lead. Barak Wizbrod on his tail. Tang and Lonis playing around the same stack. Danny's done a great job at fighting his way back into this one, chipping up since the start of the final table. MCS saying, what will Henry and Randy do when AI poker commentators arrive? That's a good question.
You're
I'll
next.
probably be I'll probably be the one building them, Randy.
Thank you.
You think so?
Or maybe Jesse.
I'll
I don't
take
know.
it as motivation.
Maybe Jesse.
Thanks, man.
I don't
It
think
feels
so.
like I have a better
Feels like
chance,
we're
right?
50-50 just-
What, building the...
Yeah,
I'm
you don't
definitely-
strike me as the type.
Like, without the blinds, I'm sure.
What do I strike you as, Randy?
Right now, at this moment.
I literally
Rather
have
not say.
I mean, good choice. Yeah, good choice.
So
Tell you
Lonis
what, I'm not
coming in
playing
once
for 4,
again.
so you're in luck there.
10-9 suited as a flat.
I'll put there.
Sit there first.
Wow, King Queen straight into the muck. Didn't even
That feels
consider
so.
flatting. little bit surprising. $800K onto the flop. It's not too bad for Lonis. Flopping a flush draw. Petrangelo's ace-9 still often would be best.
Nicky gonna start with a check. Lonis knuckles behind. Ace high still good on the 7 hearts turn. 800,000 in the middle. Has Nicky done a good enough job to be able to potentially absorb some aggression with ace high? I mean, it's tough, right, Randy?
Well, he does unblock all the flush draws, but it does go check through, which is great for Nicky P. Likely expecting this one to just check down.
So sick. He flopped enough flush draw as well. Yeah, so sick. Big pretty.
Kind of getting vibes that Lonis is not going to stab if check 2, no 10 high will probably never win at showdown. Trying to think what value he can have here. Ace 5? 325. I mean, I guess if he's flatting like 6-5 suited and stuff, he does have 5 X's. A little bit ace 4.
I think this is just a bit of a courtesy tank from Petrangelo.
I don't think Petrangelo is worried about like a bigger ace kicker value betting.
Yeah, if this was Macau, this was Macau, it'd be a snap call. You Triton final table, you give your opponent a bit of a courtesy tank. You want them to keep coming back, you know.
You don't want them to know.
A few people asking about the bounties. So the possible mystery bounty prizes. We've got the top prize of $400,000. We've got 2 times 200K, 500Ks, 880Ks, 16 40Ks. We've got 150K with a draw again. And 1 times $0 draw again. I like the 50K draw again.
That's the best one to draw.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, the 50K into the 400, that's the way to go.
That'd be the way to do it. So top bounty is 450, technically speaking.
Technically speaking, yes.
Okay. That's going to be done tomorrow, by the way. So we're going to have Arlene Najad with Luca. Step up to center stage. Brak just going to pile here.
3-bet all in.
I tell you what, it feels like he's the man to beat, Randy.
Whisperod?
It really does feel like he's the man to beat, yeah. He's just in the zone. 3 final tables in a row. Hasn't really been engaging too much in table talk, just...
It's all business.
All business, exactly.
Nicky P, though, he's a vet. Current chip leader, 9 million in chips.
That's why I tried flipping with you earlier, Nick. I wanted you out of here. I knew I'd be in trouble if you stayed around. At 60 bigs, it's probably a folded ace queen, but get him out of here. Cool.
Lonis referencing a hand he played earlier against Petrangelo. Called off ace queen for 60 bigs against Nicky P.
He did what?
Yeah, the hand was Nicky P open, and Lonis 3-bet ace queen off, and then Petrangelo 4-bet rip about 60 bigs. You can find it in the Triton Poker Plus app chat in case you want to take a look yourself for the particulars.
What, and Jesse called it off?
That's right. With the final 2 tables.
Wow. What did Nicky P have?
10s. Held. As Lotus being a little cheeky, saying, you know, I should have tried to get rid of you, and I didn't, and you're the chip leader.
I won 4.
Flush?
What about you, bro?
I won
Yeah.
3.
Beautiful turn card for Michaelitis.
That's cute.
You have like 7? Very good.
Danny's got 4 bounties.
I've had a chance for like.
Greg's
13
got
of
3.
them. I've had a chance for like 13 of them.
Averaging.
Trap not working for Dominicus.
Yeah, I've been bounty hunting. I had one opportunity against you, right? I know. Did I have an opportunity against you?
No, I had an opportunity against you.
Check.
Continuing to try hit the trap.
Good job.
Good job.
No, what did you have?
I don't know, but I remember.
Good job. You got nothing out of me.
Just all the way, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I never was part of the hand. I was, but I wasn't. When I said raise and I'll jam. Yeah.
Savage needles being thrown around. Jesse saying, hey boys, how many bounties you got? Oh, 4 and 3. That's cute. I've got 8.
Danny will tell you his name. Dominikas Nico Guga.
Nicolaitis.
Perfect.
Nicolaitis. I know it too. Nicolaitis.
Best pronunciation out of all of you.
All the European basketball players, I'm pretty good at the last name.
Yes. Jesse Lonus or Linus?
Lonus.
Lonus.
Petrangelo with the flatting candidate.
Can't fuck yours up. Yours is easy. I can't mess that one up.
Yeah. Just not even my real name. Just my poker name.
Oh, really? Dang
Oh,
it.
now I want to know what Danny's real name is.
I think I know.
People will start saying, what is a poker name? Why do you need a poker name?
Ace Jack 3, 2 spades.
Check.
Little top pair for Lonus.
Yes, a disguised one as well, out of the big. And Brack with an interesting decision here. Pre-flop aggressor.
C-bet's pretty good. Deep stacks position. Gut shot. Went over to the middling card. Blockers, 2 hands that can continue. And also blocking the best kickers of ace high.
Queen of Hearts is nice as well, blocking some of the backdoor flush draws. That's a spicy turn card because now Jesse's not going to be going anywhere. Black may have another stab at this.
It's a pretty tough 2-barrel. The thing is, if he does double barrel, he's very unlikely to triple barrel on this run out, given the ace is never really looking to fold.
$1 million.
1 million straight, that's not coming back. Unless he can spike that king.
Huge turn barrel here from Wizbrod, really looking to put the pressure on a Jack X. That was keeping him honest on the flop. A 3, which Jesse can have some of out of the big. Makes the call. 3.3 million in the middle. Huge momentum shift here if Jesse can just hold on, which he will.
That's safe.
100% check mark next to his name. Brack did what needed to be done on the turn. Now facing the dig in from Lonis. Does he just wave the white flag? Or is this too good of a candidate?
He would need to think that all jacks are calling the turn for him to want to jam the river. Plus, 10 of spades isn't good, just in case Lonis has some kind of king 10 of spades. That's going to check, call, check, fold. Feels like he's very likely to just give it up.
Don't be so sure, Randy. You don't make 3 final tables in a row by giving up spots.
All in?
Wow.
Oh, you sicko.
Alright. Jeez. He's attacking hard.
What a sick bluff
Call.
from Barak. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
Jesse making the call, of course,
like 2 million,
with the trip aces.
A little more. 2 point.
Wow.
Well played, Lonis.
1.7, 8, 9,
Credit where
2.1.
credit's due.
Didn't think much, too, on the river. Knew where his opponent was at. Laid the trap perfectly. That's very costly for waist broad.
Sick bluff, man.
I think it's 2-1-3. You said 2-2?
Sick bluff.
Oh shit. 1, 7, 8,
Yeah,
9,
just
2.
bad timing.
2.13. I didn't want to think about it. Think long, think wrong. I said, fuck it. If I'm gone, I'm gone. Have a nice night.
There we go.
I'll be like, well, if I fold, maybe I can outlast it. Make the lightest.
I mean, often your gut instinct is the right one.
I do agree with that, by the way. The think long, think wrong. Jesse just happy to die by the sword if
I had every player
necessary.
in Israel laughing at me if I fold there. For the rest of history. On GG, they'd be like, remember when you folded those strip aces to Barak?
You play on GG? No.
When I can, when I'm not in America.
Thank you.
Now they're strict about it.
So what do you do when you?
Huh?
What do you do when you're at home?
I just don't play. It's not worth it now.
You got a blue in the second stack.
Thank you.
Don't waste your time doing that though.
All right.
Nick's strict
Dirty
about that.
stack.
Yeah, he is pretty good. It's gonna work this time.
Been a roller coaster for Jesse Lonis.
This time that's gonna work.
Yeah, it has. I mean, he came in with that gorilla style, just swinging for the fence. There was one stage, what, 5 hands in a row he opened, including hands like 5 deuce offsuit and 10-6 offsuit.
Right.
Just really going for those bounties. And like you said at the top of the stream, Randy, you know, everyone has a different approach to these. It's always fascinating for us here in the booth to kind of see the contrasting styles and approaches. And Jesse with that gorilla style approach, baby. I mean, he's just in there.
Yeah,
Really
I feel
exciting
like
player.
We haven't seen Petrangelo with the same type of big stack exert like the same kind of loose opens that Jesse was doing, you know? So like you mentioned, different styles out there. Very cool to observe in these mystery bounties. And speaking of different styles, Lonis with the King Deuce offsuit 3-bet, second in chips against number 1. There we go. Gorilla style, it's real.
The social media team are going to have a highlight reel of
No, it's
Jesse Lonis after
that's
this
not even
one.
The best part. The best part was you thought he was going to
And
be
at
out
this
of
level,
here.
we have a break. 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's kind of.
No dinner break. We don't need it. It's
fine. I mean,
yeah. So we
Really?
Can 15-minute break at the end of this level. You don't need it.
Yeah.
You got grapefruit. You got dragon fruit. I mean, you're good. Might as well finish this thing out so we can have a chance to play the 50.
I was hoping I could skip it. Save 50K.
I'd like the max. I'd like to
These
get
guys are
back
sick.
when I win.
They're discussing skipping the dinner break so to give himself the max chance to get into the 50K.
Well, look how it worked out for Barbero. Do you remember the other night? He came third in the 25K. They ordered food at the table and they waited until the food was ready. They then took just 15-20 minutes to the side, had their food so they could max late reg, which he did. Goes on to win it the very next day. Max late reg is a 30K and ships title number 3.
Ace 10 offsuit into the muck. Kind of interesting because we saw Wiesbrod 3-bet jam ace-jack offsuit for 30 big blinds against Lonis. But with ace 10 off, he's like, I'm not going to mess with Petrangelo. Different ranges he was up against, very aware.
Game Theory asking you a question, Randy, saying, what hands is Barak trying to get Jesse to fold there? Is it just a hand like King Jack or like King High Spades?
Yeah, so King High Spades would make a lot of sense. Like I kind of said earlier, the 10 of Spades folding, that's not great because you block some of those kind of combos. He assumed that Jack X was calling at a very high frequency for Lonis. If you think those hands are folding on the turn, then the jam isn't as good.
Right.
But clearly he thought that was the case for him to make the play on the river.
Just giving Jesse credit for being stubborn with second pair there, yeah?
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Could be a spot where we see Dominicus attack with King 9 offsuit. He's the shortest. He's got a solid hand in the small blind. He can actually get called by worse.
Correct.
Wow. Nicky's got worse. Let's see.
How much is the bounty worth to you, Petrangelo?
It's 13 big blinds.
Well, it's enough. Let's run it.
Suited Jack is apparently good enough to spin the wheel, try and eliminate the very tough Dominicus Michaelitis.
Michaelitis.
Jesse said he's rooting for Michaelitis.
I don't like to lie.
I'm also rooting for Michaelitis. I'd like to see him stick around. A bit of a stack.
If they're no more. Thank you, Chop.
So far, so good on the
Chop, I'll take. I
854.
like Chop. Chop's the best route.
Chopping cards.
Deuce of spade, how's that?
Hey, chop it up.
How about the Jack of Spades? Petrangelo turning top pair.
9 of spades.
Michaelitis drawing to 2 red kings for the win, or a spade for the chop.
Black. Yes.
Oh my word.
2 pair no good.
What is going on?
Once it's black. Felt black. It felt like this one was black. You just asked for the 50-50.
Runner, 2 pair no good.
That's the second time today, Randy, we've had an all-in and a call, and the short stack was behind on the turn and then managed to find a way to chop it on the river.
It's a good outcome.
In the unlikely way.
Hey,
yeah.
Same shit happened to me in the next hand. You got the guy, so now hopefully I get the guy, you know?
He hasn't forgotten.
Okay.
It was literally the same thing. I get it there on the turn, or well, I was ahead, but I get there on the turn and then chop.
Friend with an interest.
Friend with
Wanted
interest.
to keep you around so he could fried you.
Yeah.
Wow.
One more 80K bounty.
Of course. That was nothing personal. I love everyone equally.
I'll give you that.
All
They
business.
give me a reason not to, and then I'm trying to ask. Then I try to be nice.
Is this the last hand or no?
Wiesbrod.
You have no bet. Okay, the blind.
327.
Thank you.
Oh, well, Barak's not going to be seeing these chips return.
Ollie?
Call. Oh, I thought you were going to call. You had the call face.
I don't double check.
He did that and he
I like to tease a little bit.
I was teased.
But I never double check.
I was teased.
I just
click it in.
Okay, so
Yep. Oh man,
Last
that
hand.
comment's like mature like a fine wine now. He said you're gonna
before
be
we
next
head to
out.
break,
Now you're fucking chilly.
2 eliminations so far. The 2 Canadians, Jamil Wakil out in 7th for 108,000. Stan Forrest out in 6th.
I either have
You guys don't get me fit.
145k.
I had like
It's been a swingy final table, as expected. Someone like Jesse Lonis in the mix. It's Nick Petrangelo looking likely to go in to break as the chip leader.
Well, he's going to try to add a little bit more as he raises the button.
You win.
Success.
A little bit of
Natural
juice.
9.
Doesn't work here.
And he is going to go in on break with a 5 big blind lead over Jesse. And there is a substantial drop-off. Average stack currently 41 bigs. Danny Tang currently sat in 3rd with 32. So I do apologize. That's 30. Barak Wisprod with 24. Nicolaitis with 14. When the blinds do go up. How about that massive bluff we just saw as we welcome you back to the break desk? Barak trying to run one on Jesse and, well, just ill-timed aggression. Jesse basically saying, I don't want to become the most famous man in Israel. If you guys are all going to be laughing at me back home, I'm just going to click cool, you know? think long, think wrong.
Think long, think wrong. That's what he said. Yeah, so Barak does fall down to 4th place in chips. You know, it is on the lower end. He only covers 1 player, but we know these final tables, if you can get 1 pot going your way, widen your value range a bit, and see what you can do with that.
Yeah, I mean, we know he has the capabilities to turn this back around. We've seen him run Savage Bluffs. This is 3rd final table in a row, back-to-back-to-back FTs. 5 left. Randy Lou's going to be stepping out. Kevin Rabichel is going to be joining me as we work our way down to crowning our 4th champion of the series here. As Nikki P on the hunt for a title in this 40k Mystery Bounty. We'll see you in about 10-15 minutes time.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just 1 click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
That's the only reason I know. But
Saturday now, not Sunday?
Saturday. There's football, so I know.
Or maybe
I couldn't tell you the days either.
I thought it's Sunday.
But yeah, if prior to that conversation, if you just told me it's Wednesday, I'd just be like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. But there's football.
Oh, it's like Tuesday ZPL or something. Oh no, it's Tuesday and Sunday.
That's crazy to me. Randy, do you know what day it is?
Well, apparently it's Saturday, but it hasn't been that deep into the schedule. Hold on. Ace-3 offsuit 3-bet. Jamil's got pocket 9s.
I mean, Jesse might have just saved Jamil from busting here. I mean, hijack open, cut off 3-bet.
It's not an easy spot, though, because, like, he is ahead of Lonus's range, I would think. Given that Lonus covers Petrangelo, so he's going to have more 3-bet bluffs. He's the shortest stack, so he needs to find a spot to double up as everyone else is waiting for him to bust. He's strongly considering it.
Well, he knows
like he's
he
going to lean towards going for it.
But he knows he has 0 fold equity against
Yeah,
Jesse. He does run it. Fair play to Jamil for taking the spot as and when presented to him. He knows he can't just, blind himself down just to try and get a couple of ladders. Wakil is here to play for the win. Now it gets really interesting because it does reopen. No, it doesn't reopen the action. So Jesse's raise is 390k more than Nicky's, and Wakil's is only 375. Am I right, Randy?
I think so. Well, Petrangelo's going to jam it all in, so that'll keep it simple.
Good luck, gents. Things looking bleak for Jamil. Gonna need to spike a 2-outer.
3 so far.
Feels like 17.
10s versus 9s.
Did you even what?
Me?
You even know what you had?
Ace. What's it?
Ace.
No, I had one card.
Just
had an
ace
ace.
10 forward.
My other card is
Jamil
I looked at one.
stands up out of his seat. He knows how bleak that flop is, and on the turn he's confirmed drawing dead.
My plan would have worked perfect if you didn't have a real hand.
Oh, you looked at one, you 3.
Randy, I'm going to say it now.
The second one after all the action in your real. It's actually like a nice way to create a.
The big breakout score at the Triton series for Jamil is just around the corner. He's been knocking on the door
Did he see an ace or a forward? What did he see?
since he first joined us.
Allegedly, he saw an ace.
Okay.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, ace 3 off.
Yeah.
Joined us for the first time in London 2023.
You need the mic?
Came 5th in the 50k out there for 400,000. Jay Ju early this year had a couple of deep runs, but again, just unable to convert.
I mean, I don't think that's the reason.
Well,
I'm
I
just
kind of
guessing.
like it.
Yeah.
Want to make it 250?
Boris coming with the open from under the gun. Blinds have gone up. He is the shortest stack with just 12 bigs, and well, precisely for that reason, Jesse flicking in the calls. He looks to go bounty hunting. 7-2-5 out there.
Yeah, we've seen Lonus play the loosest ranges of all the players here, even not as the chip leader. Two overs, the gut shot, backdoor hearts, a texture that does hit the big blind a bit more than Divorce, especially because Divorce is opening off of 15 bigs or so from UTG. Doesn't have the 9/8 suited and 5/6 suited, etc. as much. Mainly the hands he has for value when he bets his flop are over pairs. Maybe an ace-8.
Feels like a nice one to kind of check
All
or
in.
jam. Yeah, I love it.
Outright rip.
I love it. Just not giving Jesse the chance to check raise with this gut shot or check continue.
This might not be over yet. Jesse asking for a count.
Stop it.
So, of course, he's got what he perceives to be a clean draw. Right, with the gut shot. What if he just thinks he's up against 10-9, jack to 10, and his queen high is good? That's pretty sick. Bounty opportunity. Is it worth the risk?
No way.
It would be ambitious, but correct if he can find it.
Oh man.
He's touching chips now.
Just checking to see what he's currently working with. Counting out a call. Just wants to see what he's got back. If he calls and loses, some future game stuff.
Future game's very important in the bounty tournament. You want to see how many players you still cover if you call and lose.
Man, look at that. Jesse's got 8 bounties currently.
He wants number 9.
And if he calls, he's ahead.
It's a 1.2 million chip jam into 700,000. It's an overbet. And he's considering calling queen high with a gut shot. He must just not believe that Divorce would ever do this with an overpair. To consider it, he's going to call. Jesse
word.
is sick. 60-40 favorite. Table's got to be a bit shocked.
Oh my word. He's found one of the few hands that he's actually ahead of, and Randy, he doesn't need to improve. He just needs to hold now.
Dude, that's a that's a solo own right there. Here we go. Turn card. That's the straight.
That's a beautiful turn card. It removes the pair outs for Dvoris, who's now drawing to a 9 and a 9 only. A 5 would chop it. 9 for the win. Oh my word.
Chop it up, boys.
That's one way.
Oh my god.
Me too.
Dvoris was about to reach for his mic. Wow.
Things got serious.
What on earth?
Get your mouth shut and just look like you're sorry. Yeah. Don't look like that anymore.
Oh, no, that was more.
You know what I mean? You would have looked
was more.
Superman on TV, man.
I don't think anyone thought I was calling because I thought I was ahead.
Well, you should have said that.
I
You should
definitely.
have just been like, I think I'm good.
Yeah.
I was calling because the number felt right.
250.
That was a fun one. What a sweat.
That was a really insane hand.
That really was. That's going to get clipped. One of the highlights of the day.
Okay, quarter mil. All right, Divorce has got ace queen suited. He's certainly going to squeeze shove. He might get looked up somewhere, given Divorce is still the shortest stack of the tournament.
All in.
There's the jam. He's got 13 bigs. Nicky P covers both. He's going to ask for a count.
1.44.
What do we think, Randy? Just ISO here, get Jesse out the way and roll the dice with our ace? Yeah, he agrees.
Yeah, snap jammed. Kick out Lonus.
Forrest is in fantastic shape here to double up and then some.
Yeah, especially with 6-5 of diamonds going into the muck.
$3.2 million chip
5.
pot.
There you did.
Forrest to get back into this.
And a diamond. 6-5 a diamond. Sorry.
Would cover Nicolaitis. How about that board? Look. King deuce deuce.
6-5 a diamond.
Yeah, King 6-5.
That's how.
He's playing PLO.
Yeah. Feels like it.
Uh-oh.
It's a good card.
Got shot.
We know 1-5 is dead. We saw the 5 of diamonds folded from Jesse. Petrangelo looking for a 5 or a 4 non-heart.
Sorry, bud.
Brutal. All
Sorry
good, he
about the
says, but
structure.
that's
I'm not sorry that I won.
disgusting.
I give him mine.
I'm sorry that all happened, bro. I had him out the door, now you win his bounty. He's out the door anyway.
Should I keep these or?
I'm sorry that all happened, bro.
What? No, I'm saying last hand, bro. Queen 5. Instead, he gets his chop, and then he's out the next hand anyway. Nothing against you, but you know, now he gets all the money and all the chips.
Bit of a needle there from Jesse.
What else would I be complaining about?
All in good spirit, of course.
Thank you.
As we lose Daniel Dvoris. That's good luck. Have fun, boys. He's out in 6th. Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of this final table. Event number 5 is the 40K Mystery Bounty, and just as we expected, it has been complete carnage. Absolute madness. Got down to the FT within 4.5 hours. And on this FT, we've only lost 2 players, Kevin, just to fill you in. The 2 Canadians, Jamil Wakil out in 7th, unable to spin the wheel with the short stack. Dan Dvoris, ace-queen into Nikki P's ace-5. Petrangelo rivering the wheel. Means we're down to 5, but I guess I want to fill you in on the main story of this final table so far. It's just been Jesse Lonis, man. There was a stage when we still had 7 players left. He was the chip leader. He was opening 10-6 offsuit from the hijack, 5-deuce offsuit from the cutoff. Just really getting after it. Guerrilla style is what we've kind of dubbed his play style. And we've spoken before with you about the contrasting approaches to these different formats, including a mystery bounty. And I do wonder, you know, I'm pretty excited the fact that Jesse sat there in 2nd with 56 big blinds, if we're going to continue seeing that, or if he just has to respect the fact that now we're down to 5, things have changed a bit, and he can't just be going as crazy as he has been up until now.
I mean, this format to me is built for Jesse Lonis, right? You've got a significant chip advantage in a payout structure that incentivizes gamble, it incentivizes loose play, and he's just going to come in naturally, I imagine, and feel not necessarily more confident than the other players, but just be making decisions by default that are suited to the payouts and are going to reward him handsomely, you would think, by the end of this thing.
Well, we've spoken about the payouts. Everyone currently guaranteed $184,000. The next pay jump being $45K. But just for context, the bounty EV currently is $80,000. So the bounty itself worth more than a potential pay jump. But of course, you know, these guys not just thinking about ladders or bounties. There is legacy. Legacy in the form of a Triton trophy. Danny Tang looking for his 6th Triton title, which would be incredible if he can achieve that here today. He's middle of the pack with 25 bigs. Barack Wisprod, 3rd final table in a row. Back to back to back FTs. He is in form, he is confident, he is playing incredible poker right now. Just ran a savage bluff on Jesse, didn't work out. but just giving us a bit of insight into how that man has been so consistent at this level. Of course, this man here, Mikolaitis of Lithuania, also incredibly tough opponent. Open jamming the ace-jack, knows just how wide people are going to call as they go bounty hunting.
Big hand for Mikolaitis. Given the spot.
Can I get a count, please?
Both blinds relatively short here.
7 it is.
Danny being given a chance to bounty hunt, which he often doesn't have access to in this layout. Pietrangelo and Lonis have already exited the pot.
Let's see if Danny takes it. Ace do so. Typically for chips would just be a fold, but it does let go of it. Now Barak's turn. Potentially go bounty hunting, no good. No dice. Queen 7-0 hits the mark. Mikolaitis chipping up nicely. Still has a lot of work ahead of him.
Chunky.
I'm big blind.
Oh. Maybe if you have my stack, maybe you call with your hand. Maybe if you have my stack, you call with your hand.
Good feeling. I thought I was happy that I was calling. I'm gonna pick up the pen.
I probably call
see queen
with your hand.
Deuce.
With my stack.
I'm not gonna start guessing anyway. Doesn't matter, I guess.
It's not a picture.
We should never look at the second card.
Right?
Nice suit.
It's the worst.
Queen suited.
Danny saying he wished he never looked at the second card. He wanted to gamble, just look at the ace and then go from there.
Thought for a second there with Pietrangelo out of the way, Lonis might just be all in with the ace 5-0. Instead comes with min raise and gives Danny an option perhaps. He's going to pass.
See, I only looked at one.
I wish you never opened.
I only looked at one.
See it, see it. Go on.
That's why I only look at one, you know? I never open this hand if I don't. I look at the top.
He's bluffing at this conversation.
Ace of diamonds. Okay. I'm gonna put faith in you. Bring us home. I'm gonna look at two. Maybe
So we're saying, by the way, guys, my money's on Jesse. I have Jesse to take this. Who have you all got? Well, thanks for the engagement, Tova. Good question. I mean, I don't like throwing around the D word in poker. The D word being deserved. But Barak with 3 final tables in a row. And the fact that the field sizes are what they are. I mean,
yeah,
dude, these are not small fields, okay? This is a 129 runner. We had 155 in the 25K. Like, the guy's made 3 final tables. He's in form. He's confident. Would be cool to see him lift his first trophy.
Were you on the fence about coming here or playing scoop or not at all?
Yeah. Definitely. What are you talking?
He was to me, but you can
I was
answer
talking
as
to
well.
you. I was talking to him, but I'm actually a little bit surprised you thought about playing scoop.
I was on the fence, but I'm very happy I made a good decision considering how the fields look and the tournaments look. So.
And it's a beautiful place.
And yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's like fuck being on a computer. Walk around, beautiful nature.
Go time. Mikolaitis.
The 2 chip leaders in the blinds.
Is this not a lot bigger compared to scoop?
300?
Just comes with min raise.
Yeah, and juicing. I wonder what Nicky P does here with an ace in the small.
80 to 100K every
Concern here is 2 flats and we go post 3 ways.
Not every day, right?
Should happen fairly often. Ace deuce off though.
I think it's
He
going
says
in.
not playable enough.
I think this might be going in. Jesse closing the action.
Oh.
Queen, Jack O.
Ay, 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 ay.
Hates to see it.
Like,
I mean, you got 10.
he snap calling and him
That-
getting a flip is
That block.
the only thing.
Michaelitis
want, Jesse.
not liking the
Yeah.
fact that he's got the two overs to dodge. And certainly not loving things now. Ace Jack 5 board.
It's time to stand up, right?
It is
Put
indeed.
your backpack on. Do you have one?
Don't have one.
He's 2 cards away from elimination. Make that 1. 2 outs once. 10 of spades, 10 of hearts needed. The Lithuanian to stay alive in this one. Can he find it? No.
GG, bro.
4-sider. Close but no cigar. GG's all round. Just unable to really get anything going. Was handcuffed because of the ICM and because of that man right there. From the get-go, just bulldozing his way through this final table. Michaelitis managed to get a few ladders, but would have hoped for more. We'll head to the pay desk
Completes my little shape I got going.
to collect the 5th place payout of $184,000. We'll have a few pulls at bounties tomorrow. As he adds his 5th final table for his Triton track record. First title will have to come in the 50K for him, and with that departure, Jesse regains the chip lead from his fellow countrymen. USA 1 and 2. Danny Tang in 3rd with 24 bigs. Barack on his tail with 18. This is the fun stage of the tournament now, right? I think
Yeah, because you played short stack, right?
Petrangelo and Jesse
I mean, cool.
will be fighting for the chip lead.
That's what I'm saying. I thought you got your player of the year.
I don't know if that ace deuce fold from Petrangelo is any small indicator.
250.
Feels like Petrangelo might just be kicking back until they get to heads up. The way Jesse's playing and running.
$1.2.
Foot on the gas, even against second and chips. Queen Jack offsuit.
Not the first time Jesse's done this, and it won't be the last. And it's worked again.
Jesse is lethal, man, lethal.
Jesse is lethal. Creating a bit of a buffer
That time I
between
had
himself.
a gun. But that time I had the gun.
Really?
I'm lethal. That time I had the.
Do we know how many bounty chips are
The bullet.
in that creation of his?
9.
9 bounty chips.
9 bounties.
Who do you think will win, Alex? Those two? All right.
You got any money?
People keep counting you
bet?
out, man.
You want to bet? You want to bet?
People keep counting you out.
I'll take 4 to 1 right now.
4 to 1.
Yeah, 4 guys. One guy.
Jesse trying to get some side action down as the chip leader.
Jesse's got 40% of the chips, and he's
Well,
trying
you
to
two
get
shorties.
4 to
Have fun
1
with this one.
Shorties.
from Kulev.
Excuse me.
He's like, yeah, there's 4 people at the table.
Including himself, by the way.
Well, no, I'm saying I get 4 to 1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You take 4 to
So,
1.
yeah, like if I won, if we bet 1,000, I get 4,000 if
Yes,
I win.
I got it.
How much you want to do?
1K.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
All right, do ya.
All in.
Wow.
All right.
Jesse getting
Remind-
some action.
Remind me to book some bets with Kulev for the rest of the series.
Oh, Kulev is...
Oh, we've got... Well, that happened quick.
That did. Blind v blind. We were too distracted
I think
by
no 10 and just do what you
the
want.
side bet shenanigans.
Yeah, no 10, do what you want. Even if it means Queen Jack King, you know, just do whatever you want. No 10 though. Yeah.
You want the sweat?
Yeah.
I'm chilling.
Danny's saying no 10, but do what you want. How about a gut
There's
shot?
some sweat.
And 8 is cool, right?
No.
5.1 million.
6 is cool. There you go.
How does he do it?
6 is cool.
How does he do
What's
it?
another cool card? 3 or 7?
7. Not greedy. I don't want to win.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to win. It's fine.
Danny looking for
No
a
need to
4
win.
or 5 to eliminate Barak.
Yeah. No need for greedy.
Doesn't find it. The ace-10 is going to hold. Wisbrod bouncing back. Playing 36 big blinds. So just quickly, Jesse got 4-1 from Alex Kulev on him winning the tournament, right? So if he wins, he wins 4K from Alex.
What?
If he loses, he owes Alex 1K.
That's my understanding.
4,
Wow.
7, 5.
I don't know if I'd give him 2-1 right now.
So Kulev's just a whale.
That's what I gathered. Are you texting him right now?
No.
Trying to book some side action.
That's an insane bet.
It's a shame we're on delay. I'd love to get the same bet.
Kulev's just confident in Wisbrod and Petrangelo's skill sets.
Maybe give him the benefit of the doubt.
29 plus potentially 320.
Maybe he thought it was backwards.
Left. It says 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny's on 6 bigs right now. Jesse interested in winning
400?
another bounty.
400?
Oh, yeah.
He's going to start with an open raise. Hope to lead to a Danny Tang all-in, which I have to imagine the ace-10 qualifies.
Yeah,
400?
49K ladder between 4th and 3rd. With those bounties worth 80K in EV. Danny's going to probably, what, min-click this? 800K? No, just all of it.
Yeah, you want to ensure to everyone at the table that your bounty will be in play.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
It's a little... It's reasonable to leave it back for other reasons, but Danny's so short here, I think what he wants is some big isolation 3-bet, and he ends up all in against one player, rather than, you know, 400, 800, call, now we go post-flop 4 ways. Brock's going to give this one some thought. So these spots are interesting because you'd think, oh, why not just hope, you know, sit aside and make sure you get the pay jump. By entering the pot, as he does pass on the king-8 suited, he increases the chance that Danny eliminates in 4th.
Did you fold my out?
No.
Oh,
Folded these out.
okay, thank you.
King and a 7?
A king, not a 7.
Okay. 7's live? All right, that's the one I need. Damn.
7 is live. Jesse going for his 10th bounty here. Danny
No
is
king,
65%
not
favorite.
2-7, and just do what you want. Even if it means like 5, 6, 9, you know. I'm okay with 5, 6, 9.
I just don't know how wide it's going to
It hurts when you see it in the window. It really does.
Strong start for DT.
How much is this double up, brother?
I don't know.
As Jesse draws dead on the
850.
turn. So the dream of title number
How do you want
6 is still live. Game
The way
Theory
you
in the
pay
chat
me
saying
makes me look so poor.
Kevin Rabichow throwing
You know
out
what
a
I mean?
bounty play gem.
That's huge for you.
That's what he's
Yeah.
here for.
It was my life.
He's not
You're
just
right
a
back
pretty
in the
face. He knows a thing or two about poker.
What were you thinking about doing?
You posted any
Going all
content
in?
yet so far from this trip? Any interesting observations
folded.
over on
I
your
wish you did.
socials or?
I would save money.
Just posting the view and the meals
Yeah.
for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Over
You'd
on
have lost
Instagram,
more.
but did just do a voiceover this afternoon.
Nice. Looking
Have some
forward to it.
strategy going up
They have
shortly.
a 50K in here now. 93 people. Good shot.
Wow, you just heard 93 people in that 50K.
I knew you were winning that one. For sure.
Blind versus blind between the big chip stacks. We know Lonus likes to apply pressure to the number 2 player. Gonna pass on this one just to check. No interaction for Petrangelo. And no real desire to bloat this pot. Jesse's jack has some showdown value. Bit strong to bluff with in this situation. Now picks up a pair of 6s. No longer thinking about bluffing. It's how much value can we extract.
I'd love to see Jesse get heads up with his play style.
Another format well suited to Lonus.
Yeah.
When the whole
I don't even know.
strategy is just play every hand, be really aggressive, fight for every pot, right?
He just doesn't back down.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to correctly describe him. He's like a bull in a china shop, but one that's on steroids. Really fun to see him at his second final table of the series. Really doesn't get better than this, does it? The players love it. We love it. Fans around the world are loving it. 4th champion being crowned tonight. Top prize of $619,000.
See what Jesse does with a real one here.
Just
says all
jabs.
in. They're only 13 big blinds deep. I think maybe a missed opportunity for a small raise. Not that the queen 3 was entering either way. Maybe Jesse's just got 100% jam. I mean, he can jam 7 deuce in that spot, I would think. So, might as well jam the top of the range too. Petrangelo out of position on Lonus as well, perhaps contributing to his unwillingness to enter pots. Oh, these two. I think we're about to see a collision with Danny Tang. Far and away the shortest stack. King Jack suited against the button raise. We know Lonus will get it in wider than this. Just looks like a value jam.
There is said value jam.
Call. Can I have the
12
best hand?
bigs, it is a
No, I don't. I actually
snap.
don't have the best hand. You actually have a hand, Jesse?
I had it.
Snap call.
Okay.
You always have my card.
Yeah, no ace, just do whatever you want. Because it'll be a
Danny
mountain
looking
if
to
you
go
if comes an ace, okay? No ace.
back to back against Jesse. Get back up to a very playable 25 bigs if he can get there, which he does on the King 9-3. Is it
Come on,
just
Jack now.
DT's day
Jack?
to win all ends?
I don't dare to say.
And he doesn't want to jinx
Ooh,
it.
baby.
He's superstitious.
I want a king now.
Oh, baby.
I want, when you asked me, I wanted a king, you know. But I didn't dare to say, you know. I was so in front, you know. I can do it with king. Or jack of hearts. Yeah.
He was so in
How about any
front, but the
picture?
3 outer.
Just for the sweat. Any picture.
Picture for a sweat.
All right. Good luck, boys.
Okay.
106. Yeah. Good luck.
Does not get there. The 5-time champion adds another final table to his resume. Jesse with his 10th bounty. Just in terms of EV, Kevin, that is worth more than first prize.
That's right. 80K expected per bounty. 800,000 plus what he's already guaranteed puts Jesse effectively over $1 million in this tournament. Potentially more to come.
Another impressive run from the 5-time champion and Triton poker ambassador. The man from Hong Kong, Danny Tang, out in 4th. We'll pick up 229,000 and we'll have 4 pulls at a bounty tomorrow. See if he can pull that top prize, but for now, all eyes on the top prize here with these 3, 619,000 will be going to the eventual champion. The 2 Americans square off once more. Jesse opening the button, flopping bottom set. Unfortunately for Jesse, not going to get any action out of Nicky P. So just looking at how things stand now, Jesse runaway chip leader, 85 bigs, has half the chips in play. Petrangelo with 55 bigs, Westbrod with 32. Who have you got? Jesse's got money on himself.
Relatively deep effective now. Should see the quick all-ins that we've seen for the first 2, or rather the last 2 eliminations, slow down. Barack on 30 bigs, he's the shortest. Opening king-queen on the button. Jesse in a defend anything in the big blind kind of mood. I know I would be. Actually surprised to see that fold. Takes one off here.
We're deep enough now where we're really going to get to see the best player win a lot of the time.
Yeah, existing stack distribution aside, there's now a little more room for individual skill to enter the process. Players previously quite handcuffed by the presence of a short stack, awaiting their elimination. Now they've been cleared. Stack's more level. Barack with a pretty good one in the big blind here. Perhaps too good to 3-bet bluff. It's just a button open, 3-handed. Very top-heavy structure at this point. All low board, generally going to favor the big blind. And in respect of that, Petrangelo takes low equity and uses a big size. Not a spot to just stab small with anything.
Let's see how Wisbrod proceeds here. 2 overs, 9 of clubs.
Looks strong enough to call to me. Small check raise is certainly an option in general.
This really is the part of the game, Kevin, where I feel like a lot of us mere mortals are just going to get chopped up by people like Barak. He just knows how to navigate these types of setups. You know, 8-4 deuce. I'm sat here just a deer in headlights, but he's confident out there. He knows what he's doing.
And include Nicky P in that same conversation.
Oh, for sure.
A lot of cash game experience in addition to all the tournament prowess we're aware of. The 7 not really working great as a bluff card anymore on this turn. It kind of interacts with folds instead of with continues. It's usually not the quality we're looking for in a turn bluff. Not surprised to see Pietrangelo shut this one down, but he gave it a real think.
Eight run out.
I mean, this run out is so clean for the ace-9. We might even see Brock go for thin value.
Just never expecting Nick to check behind with like ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king.
He would absolutely check those behind on the turn. He doesn't always bet 2/3 pot on the flop. And I think when we piece together the hands that bet big on the flop and shut down this turn, they're more weighted towards queen high and king high, which would have bluffed on other cards. Check on the 8. Brock finds it.
Simply incredible poker being played right now. A real treat for the poker fans who are looking to improve their games and understand these spots in more depth.
Yeah, note that Pietrangelo has not quickly thrown his hand away. The types of hands that Barak would bluff on the river here are weaker than queen high exclusively. Maybe once in a while it's approximately the same hand, but
I guess having the 7 of hearts is bad, right? You'd rather call with queen 9 than queen 7.
Yeah, hoping to run into 7-6 or 7-5.
Probably don't want to bluff with a 7, right?
You just heard him. So he probably doesn't want to bluff holding 7. And what he means by that is holding a card that he'd want Barak to have, right?
Yeah.
Crazy the level these guys are thinking on. We got a bit of a fight on our hands here, ladies and gents. Shortest stack is Wisbrod with 39 bigs. Plenty deep here to take it to the streets.
Well, starting with an open. Blinds on the screen have not updated. This is a 100-200K hand. The level did go up. You can see those 2 black chips out in front of Nicky P on the right of your screen.
Well spotted.
175.
Barak's attacking this open with the offsuit ace, and I don't think it's going to work. 2 6s for 25. Big blind's effective. Quite a strong one, 3-handed.
Yeah, but does Jesse want to get 30 bigs in with 6s here?
All in.
The answer is yes.
I think that is the result he prefers. It just gets through, and it's clean. Barak could have 2 overs as well that he 3-bet bluffs and folds. Some kind of offsuit Broadway type hand.
Huge pickup there for Jesse, just chopping away at one of the legs of Wisbrod. He's now got 60% of the chips in play. Is it going to be a case of runaway chip leader, similar to what we saw with Nacho Barbero. Sixes getting thrown around.
$475.
Oh, this is not good for Barack. Jesse's got a premium. Almost regardless of which action he chooses, all in or small 3-bet, it's so hard to get away from sixes. He's been snapped.
You hear Barack just say, really?
Sixes last time.
Pair against pair. 21 bigs. Barack knows this is a spot where he could just get shown an underpair. He could just get shown an ace-3 and ace-4.
Easily.
Just be looking to fade the one over he's up against.
Very good
The
flop.
tens couple. Okay. He's enjoying it. The 9-4 deuce, 2 spades. He has spades covered. Should it come? Not appearing. On the turn, and Wizbrod is reduced to 2 outs once. Just 5% equity as he prematurely prepays Jesse his bounty.
Wow.
It worked.
It was the last trick I had.
Do I still get to keep this? If he
Oh
throws
my
it?
word.
Oh my Lanta.
The bounty prepay is the trick, Kevin. Take
Apparently.
note. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the first time I've seen that move. And he just drills the 2 outer right on cue. How do you deal with that from Jesse's
good
point
one.
of view?
That was a good
Yeah,
one.
huge swing there.
I mean, instead of playing 20 million to Nick Petrangelo's 6, he's now, what, tied for the, well, not tied, he's got 10 bigs more than Wizbrod. Jesse needs to just shake it off. Nicky P's just seething. He's like, really? How much is that? How much is that going to cost me? There's 150k on tap payout, pay jump difference, I should say, between third and second. Look at this from Jesse, by the way. I mean, he's just in with the 7-5 suited from the small. He's playing his own game, Kevin. I think that's just what makes him so difficult to play against.
And again, because of the format, I think it's just good. I mean, he's still the chip leader. We're 3-handed. We're getting a good price in the small with a very reasonable hand. And there's that extra upside where if the pot gets a little bit too big, there's just cash coming our way when we eliminate someone.
10-8-5. Jesse in a spot of bother here as he's leading out.
10
That's a
high.
sizable lead, by the way. Is that half pot?
That is half pot. A little larger than I would like for this hand, but I think the concept of leading on this board, very reasonable. As the chip leader, as the small blind caller, a board that Petrangelo is going to navigate with caution, and Lonis will flop some big hands on this board.
Oh, wow.
Just gets a king 8 to snap. I mean, that's an incredible result. Barack a bit handcuffed there, being number 2, hoping that the collision with Petrangelo develops behind. But just naked ace high for Petrangelo facing half pot. No action in either seat.
If Jesse goes on to win this, Well, all I want to see on his socials is a winner's pick with the caption gorilla style, with a gorilla emoji and a banana emoji. This man has been pushing everyone in town around. Finds himself chip leader with 3 left. I mean, let's be honest, he was
Would have said it's gonna be one of us. So.
1 card
We have to
away
get rid
from
of it.
having 80% of the chips in play and getting us down to
Not
heads
easy,
up.
It is if you can do that. If you can hit those, even you can beat me.
It does feel that way. Comes with limp.
Interesting hand strength to play against a limp. You don't expect the 7s to be the worst hand, but you also don't necessarily want to bloat the pot by raising and have Jesse limp call something with 2 overs or 1 over suited. If Wisbrid knew how far ahead he was here, he obviously would have raised, but that flop's going to help a little bit with that problem.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It is on you. You've got 5 high.
Does seem like a spot to start betting. The ace unlikely to hit anybody. With no raises pre-flop, the in-position player normally the aggressor on boards like this.
Barak with bottom set.
If Wisbrid just calls here, I think that's an implication that he never raises this situation. But he might be thinking about leading certain turn cards, given how strong this flat is in the first place.
That's a pesky turn.
Flush completer may be more in the range of he who limped pre.
Yeah, but
Check.
Jesse also picking up some showdown. Feels like fake showdown. How about the spade run out? Wisbrid hating this.
To some extent, feeling unlikely that Jesse shuts down the turn with 1 spade unless he had a pair on the flop, which again maybe doesn't activate on the flop unless it's an ace. So you wonder if Barak deems the 7s to be good enough to value bet small, or maybe just check and bluff catch. Don't think he's nervous about a set being the worst hand just yet.
Snap fold from Jesse. Wisbrid on the climb. It's closing the gap. Sometimes you got to get lucky, as we all know, Kevin, all too well. Some players luckier than others. How lucky are you? On a scale of 1 to 10.
It's a very philosophical question, Henry.
Well, then I'm asking the right person.
I mean, I'm extremely lucky to be here, but I don't know. Don't we all have the same luck as we just watch randomness unfold in the construct of time?
And we do it for a living?
Well, that as well. I just meant everything.
You know,
all of it. Everything you see.
300 years from now, they're going to study poker players. And they're going to come to the conclusion that we're all a little bit mentally deranged and probably would have been better served in some sort of Shutter Island kind of complex.
Seems like an unnecessary study. I think that's confirmed. Just today. We all know it's true.
It really is. Every person here showing up by choice and ultimately surrendering to the variance that one agrees to when they register a tournament. Queen high's good. Limp the pot.
Check.
Good interaction for Wizbrud. But the showdown value may be too high to think about opening the action. We don't really want to get check raised. Stand corrected. $250K. Thought 10 of hearts 6 might get a little frisky. It's more than nothing. Wasn't in good shape there, though.
Yeah, respectful fold.
Jesse just relentless on the button. Jack 7 off. Defendable one for Pietrangelo.
Here's a philosophical answer for you, Kevin. Poker is just the eternal battle between order and chaos, but focused on a table and several chairs. Chat, go home, you're drunk. Jesse doing what he does best. Fires out a C-bet. Takes it down. Yeah, graphics are off. We have let the team know. Do apologize and appreciate the patience. Playing 1K, 100K, 200K. And that's what they're playing for. Triton Trophy. Both Pietrangelo and Lonis looking for their second titles. Wizbrod looking for his first. Nicky P's down to 25 bigs, you know.
He's been on the wrong end of a number of small pots the last 30 minutes or so. Hasn't been able to connect in any meaningful way, and at this table, with Lonis on your left, that's a real problem. Bounty on your head now accessible by both of the other players. That's an addition to that problem.
See if he can turn things around here. He's flopped a very strong middle pair. Fires out C-bet. Jesse wasting no time.
Again, surprised by this fold. In position, quality backdoor. Just one big blind from Pietrangelo there. He clears out a good deal of equity by betting that 6. Raise incoming. Lonis continuing to put pressure on number 2.
He always sits like that in his chair. I don't know how he does it. People asking if there's a cash game tonight. Cannot confirm, nor deny. Time will tell. There's that 50k currently running. Can head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app. Up to 106 runners in that one. Huge prize pool already, and no surprise, the top 5 limitless. Viktor Malinovsky is currently chip leading. Artur Martirosyan's in 4th. Fedor Holtz is in 5th. Some big names in that field, as we'd expect.
1.9.
Wizbred with a big hand here. 3 bets to 1.9. Lonis with dead bottom.
Misread my hand. I misread my hand.
What do you think?
Thought I was suited.
Do you think he did, Henry?
I'm inclined to believe him.
Call it suited?
Probably. Just to try to bust you.
Fair enough.
Probably 50-50.
Wizbred has done a fantastic job here. He's just 7 bigs behind Jesse right now. Petrangelo, even though he's 3 of 3, has a healthy 24 big blind stack. Has 9-4 suited. Completes. He's been approaching these spots for the most part in the same way. Just completing and then responding to however Jesse plays back as he comes with the 3.5x and gets the fold.
Yeah, Petrangelo, one to understand the big picture of his strategy and stick to it. Been getting dealt a lot of middle of range, unfortunately, which means it could look like he's just committed to limping and folding no matter what, but alas, maybe sooner or later he gets dealt a real hand. 9-4 suited can't do much.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you're someone like Petrangelo, a player of his caliber, that wants to get involved, but is just unable to due to card distribution.
King 5 suited is going to be enough to raise the button.
Suited 9, defendable when there's a bounty up for grabs.
For sure, I think Wizbred should be defending extremely wide, even against the tight opening range of Petrangelo. We're just getting a good price with that implied bounty equity down the road.
We're going to take a couple of dusty holdings to a flop, which we haven't seen in a while. Jack 10-9. Bottom pair for Wizbred. Overcard. Backdoor spades, backdoor hearts. As well as that gut shot for Nicky P. 1.6 out there.
Not a very exciting flop to have bottom pair on. Maybe the backdoor flush draw convinces us to stick around. I think if there was any pressure in Barak's direction, yeah, he's still just going to fold it on the flop.
Nice little pickup there for Nick. A needed one. Just for morale purposes as well. So frustrating, three-handed, just getting dealt bottom of range.
Decent spot for Petrangelo thus far.
Let's see if he can connect. He's just been bricking every flop. Not this time. Connects with middle pair, open-ender. Jesse with a middle pair of his own.
Traditional to bet small with all the Broadway cards out there after raising pre-flop. I think no necessary path other than check call for Petrangelo. We flop pretty well, but check raising pushes away too many of the hands that we're way ahead against.
Oh my. Spicy turn card.
Indeed.
Almost picking up spades. 2.2 out there. SPR of 2.
And you wonder if the prospect of a bounty leads Jesse to think that even though he's got showdown value in a jack, he just wants to keep building the pot. See sometimes players like this put in a turn barrel, even though there's no clear path to getting value from a weaker hand, it's just setting up the possibility to be all in on the spade river so that we can access that bounty when we hit a flush.
Is it also just incredibly rare to ever get jammed on this turn?
I don't know how rare it is. I think Petrangelo should reach here with his queen nines, his king tens, hands like this, and in the face of this second barrel, far more appealing than on the flop to just check raise all in.
Both players brick their draws. 4.5 in the middle.
Check.
Jesse's going to shut it down. And with that,
Good.
we're back to even Stevens, three-handed. Jesse and Barak playing 9.2. Nicky P
Weak check and you win.
playing 8 million.
Yeah. Didn't expect that. Well, sometimes.
So the pendulum swings in Petrangelo's favor. 46 bigs for Lonis, 46 bigs for Wisbrod, 37 for Petrangelo. Just as I say that, blind's going up. Has anything in particular stood out to you so far, Kevin, about any of these approaches to three-handed play, or has it all kind of been above board and standard operation from everyone?
It does look kind of how I'm expecting it to. No player really looks like they're locking it up anymore. Everyone willing to tangle.
Check.
In general. I think 4 and 5 handed, you saw Nick Petrangelo taking a bit of a back seat and allowing some eliminations, but now no longer really the case.
Now that we've reached those podium payouts, those of you just joining us, 278,000 currently guaranteed. 619K will be going to the champion.
Check.
Let's not forget those bounties as well. The EV of each individual bounty, 80K. We've got a top bounty of 400,000 to be drawn tomorrow, as it is a mystery bounty format. Got two 200K bounties, 500K bounties,
check,
16 40K bounties. This is going to be a fun day tomorrow. Go on, Nicky P.
Yeah, another high card comes on board. 10 high not looking as strong as it once was. Does look a little strong to bluff with. You can see Lonus is contemplating ace high, effectively pipping Petrangelo. Does get it through against the ace high though.
That's a couple of well-executed blind v blind spots we've seen from Petrangelo against Jesse. Where he's managed to get a hand that's got him out pipped to fold.
Look at the lockup on these chip counts now.
This is beautiful.
Almost dead even three-handed.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. I want to see the best player win. Take it to the streets. No more of this all-in call situation. You know, sub 20 big blinds, sub 15 big blind stacks. I want to see some post-flop play.
Couple of weak holdings here, blind versus blind. Players like Barack always spinning the wheel a little bit, see if we put in aggression with our trash.
Queen high v jack high. Ace, king, 8. This feels like one of those autopilot boards. Jesse trying to bet less than the minimum amount required. Blinds have gone up. See if Wizard gets sticky here with queen high.
Yeah, I mean, it's top high card against one big blind. I do think it's reasonable. And it's just going to pass. Players often attacking those ace-high boards pretty relentlessly. We saw the one not long ago. Nicky P leading his king-6 on ace-6 deuce. Ace-king high, no different. The player who limped expected to have the stronger range. But, you know, I think there's value in being sticky in position in those spots. Facing the one big blind. Not always going to come with turn bets.
We haven't really seen anyone get super out of line three-handed.
No.
Like there's not been any passport control in a couple of these spots.
Apart from Jesse maybe speeding a bit on the button, but who doesn't like to speed on a button open? Feels like he's always got an offsuit. High-low. At least for the last hour. Petrangelo's going to defend the suited jack.
Oh boy. Defends the suited jack, flops the flush draw. Jesse has trip kings.
This is very dangerous for Nicky P. Jesse expected to come with a small bet here, almost always. It's somewhat common to continue on these boards with small check raises. Petrangelo's hand, very appropriate. Even if just to fold out a hand like Jack 9 of spades.
1 million.
Does raise to 1 million. Lonus is loving this. Typically supposed to continue passively just by calling. He's got a diamond as well, a little less likely for Petrangelo to have a flush draw. Also a little less likely for him to hit it when he does have it.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Big pot brewing here, three-handed. Jesse with an 84% lock on the hand, 3.6 million out there.
Thing with these small check raises on the flop is they're often followed up by a turn check. unless the board changes. Petrangelo's reaching, though. He likes his hand as a bluff here. This is an implied setup of river stacks.
Unblocking clubs is kind of nice, right?
It is.
Having some of those floats in Jesse's shoes that would have to fold turn.
And we might even get Jesse to fold turn with like a bad ace if he's just not liking this spot. I don't think it would be standard, but it's just a play that Petrangelo might expect to happen sometimes. But even if we were just clearing out pocket pairs, Queen 10, hands like this, it would be quite a successful turn bluff.
Barak just watching on as these two head to the river. 7 million in the middle. Jesse with the 100% check mark.
Theoretical logic tells us to give up as Petrangelo when we have 2 diamonds, and the diamonds have missed. And he is going to check here. If we were to bluff this river, we wanted Jesse to have missed a flush draw. Very hard to get him off a made hand at this point. Board unchanged. Jesse now figuring out if he can bet for value. Does decide to go for all of it. Hoping Petrangelo has a good ace. Flash something. You have to think he positioned the 3 of diamonds there when he flashed whatever bottom card over to Petrangelo. We couldn't see it from up here.
He does that, doesn't he? He's done that a couple of times. He did that yesterday with the ace-6, or the other day, sorry.
Yeah.
Where he like turned trip aces.
Yeah. That jam against Martirosian.
That's right,
Against
yeah.
the king-queen, right? He shows the bottom card.
Well, that pot has really shifted things here. Jesse back with half the chips in play, as it was tied. Petrangelo with the unsuccessful bluff. Had to shut down after breaking the diamonds. Jesse on the hunt for title number 2, as is Petrangelo. Barak with his 3rd final table in a row here in Montenegro. Currently 2nd in chips. He's looking for his 1st. I wonder what the record is post-COVID for amount of final tables in a row. Maybe if we remove short deck events because of the size of the fields, especially in like 2022, 2023. But if we just said exclusively Hold'em, no limit Hold'em final tables in a row, 3's got to be close to the top, you know.
It's hard to do 4 in a row.
I mean, these have all been 100 runner plus fields.
And we don't always get the tournament over in time to late reg the next one. We've been doing it here in Montenegro, but I know in Jeju, for example, players who ran deep were potentially missing the next event because of how big those field sizes are.
Yeah, that's right.
Raise.
Although, you know, missing a tournament here in Montenegro, I could think of worse places.
Yeah.
To be stuck with, you know, potentially nothing to do.
Low pair for Barak, facing a button min raise from the shortest stack. We would have some equity if we go all in and get called.
Snap fold from Petrangelo. Third time we haven't seen Petrangelo's holding. Third time he's been raised, and third time it's been a fold. Jesse on the button. Jack 5 of diamonds. Petrangelo with a jammable one.
Yeah, maybe not thrilling under normal circumstances, but we're down to three-handed play. Petrangelo just 15 or so blinds effective against the chip lead open in a bounty format.
On.
How much is it?
Jesse's going to ask for a count. He's come with 2.4x on the button.
We know Jesse likes to hunt.
How much is it?
Do you think this would be a light one?
Wrong, right?
Yeah, it's off. It's off.
It's way off, right?
Yeah.
Three point what?
3.425. I paused the clock, that's why I...
Okay. It's okay. Thank you.
But Jesse's got on the count. 2.8 on request. He's made the call, Kevin, and well,
indeed,
he did the commentary for me.
Not the hand you want to see
What's the ace king?
when you're making a intentionally light call.
You hear him say, "Where's the ace king?" He's got 26% equity. Petrangelo, 70% favorite. To work his way back into this one. Bounce back up to 30 bigs. Just needs to fade some diamonds. Or a 5. The 5 of hearts in the window. What is going on today in these all-in spots?
When you're hot, you're hot.
Chop outs for Petrangelo. Cowboy for the win. Jesse is one card away from getting us heads up, although he's been here before. But this time he holds. Petrangelo flicks in the bounty chip. Jesse, I believe, has, I want to say 10 bounties now.
I think he might have 11.
I think the 11th one is his own.
Oh, that's right.
If I'm not mistaken. He's collected 10.
That's
he's
wild.
eliminated.
Okay. So whenever
He's
we come back,
eliminated
pretty
like
much, right?
almost 10% of the
Like,
field.
I mean, I'm not going to be longer, but you're not going to start without him.
And it heads up. You're playing for 2.
Did
That's
I get
right.
his bounty?
So there we go. Nick Petrangelo with the slow walkout and the slow exit. Third place money. Will head to receive $278,000 for his efforts. As we are down to heads up. Jesse Lawrence against Barack Wisbrod. 16.8 million. Plays 9 million. A near 2-to-1 chip lead for the American. As we welcome you back to the break desk. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. I don't want to get overly empathetic about Nick Petrangelo's seat draw there, but it just felt like from five-handed, you pointed out, he saw everything that Jesse was up to.
Yeah.
Handcuffed by the fact that Jesse was on his direct left and kind of just had to adhere to the rules of ICM because of how wild Jesse was playing. And then there you saw, you know, not only was he one card away from getting heads up himself when Barack was all in with the 6s against the 10s, but here gets it in good with the King-Jack. Unfortunately, the deck had other plans for him.
Yeah, it is the risk we run when we follow ICM to a T and we allow a player potentially to accumulate a lot of runway en route to those ladders. Petrangelo is certainly doing nothing wrong there as he played patiently in the lead up to that three-handed bust out and got it in so good. I mean, that's just, yeah, it's a bad turn of the card.
I got to admit, Jesse heads up. The fans asked for it when we got down to the final table. It's exactly what we wanted to see. You've already mentioned that when it comes to heads-up play, a playstyle like Lawlence's really does enjoy this format.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, let's not sleep on Brock Wisbred's capability of playing the same way now that we're at heads up. No more shackles, no more ICM. Very technical player, and he knows that that means playing loose and aggressive.
Well, we're going to be playing a near $200,000 heads-up match, and then if we add in the EV of the 2 bounties worth $160,000, yeah, don't go too far. Barak with 3 final tables in a row. He's looking for his first trophy here in Montenegro. Jesse looking to become a 2-time champion. We're going to be stepping away for 10 minutes whilst Luca Vivaldi gets the heads-up table set for what is hopefully going to be another epic showdown here in Montenegro. We'll see you very shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Petrangelo with the flatting candidate.
Yeah, fuck yours up. Yours is easy. I can't mess that one up.
Yeah. It's not even my real name. Just my poker name.
Oh, really?
Danny. Oh, now I want to know what Danny's real name is.
I think I know.
People will start saying, what is a poker name? Why do you need a poker name?
Ace Jack 3, 2 spades.
Check.
Little top pair for Lonis.
Yes, a disguised one as well, out of the big. And Brack with an interesting decision here. Pre-flop aggressor.
C-bet's pretty good. Deep stacks position. Gut shot. Went over to the middling card. Blockers, 2 hands that can continue. And also blocking the best kickers of ace high.
Queen of Hearts is nice as well, blocking some of the backdoor flush draws. That's a spicy turn card because now Jesse's not going to be going anywhere. Right, may have another stab at this.
It's a pretty tough 2-barrel. The thing is, if he does double barrel, he's very unlikely to triple barrel on this run out. Given the ace is never really looking to fold.
$1 million.
1 million straight. That's not coming back. Unless he can spike that king.
Huge turn barrel here from Wizbrod, really looking to put the pressure on a Jack X that was keeping him honest on the flop. A 3, which Jesse can have some of out of the big. Makes the call. 3.3 million in the middle. Huge momentum shift here if Jesse can just hold on, which he will.
That's safe.
100% check mark next to his name. Barak did what needed to be done on the turn. Now facing the dig in from Lonis. Does he just wave the white flag? Or is this too good of a candidate?
He would need to think that all jacks are calling the turn for him to want to jam the river. Plus, 10 of spades that isn't good, just in case Lonis has some kind of king 10 of spades. That's going to check call, check fold. Feels like he's very likely to just give it up.
Don't be so sure, Randy. You don't make 3 final tables in a row by giving up spots.
All in.
Wow.
You sicko.
Alright. Jeez. He's attacking hard.
What a sick bluff
Call.
from Barak. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
Jesse making the call, of course,
Like 2 million,
with the trip aces.
a little more. 2.
Wow.
Well played, Lonis.
1.7, 8, 9,
Credit where
2.1.
credit's due.
Didn't think much, too, on the river. Knew where his opponent was at. Laid the trap perfectly. That's very costly for Wizbrod.
Sick bluff, man.
I think it's 2-1-3. You said 2-2?
Sick bluff.
Oh shit. 1, 7, 8.
Yeah, just
2.
bad timing.
2.13. I didn't want to think about it. Think long, think wrong. I said, fuck it. If I'm gone, I'm gone. Have a nice night.
There we go.
I'll be like, well, if I fold, maybe I'll last.
Should happen fairly often. Ace deuce off though.
I think
Naked
it's
piece
going
is
in.
not playable enough.
I think this might be going in. Jesse closing the action.
Oh.
Queen, Jack-O.
Ay.
Hates to see it.
Like,
So you got 10.
he snap calling and him getting a flip is
That block.
the only thing. That's what
Michaelitis
you want, Jesse.
not liking the fact that he's got the 2 overs to dodge. And certainly not loving things now. The Ace Jack 5 board.
It's time to stand up, right?
It is
Put
indeed.
your backpack on. Do you have one?
Don't have one.
He's 2 cards away from elimination. Make that 1. 2 outs once. 10 of spades, 10 of hearts needed. The Lithuanian to stay alive in this one. Can he find it? No.
GG, bro.
4-sider. Close but no cigar. GG's all round. Just unable to really get anything going. Was handcuffed because of the ICM and because of that man right there. From the get-go, just bulldozing his way through this final table. Michaelitis managed to get a few ladders, but would have hoped for more. We'll head to the pay desk
Completes my little shape I got going.
to collect the 5th place payout of $184,000. We'll have a few pulls at bounties tomorrow as he adds his 5th final table for his Triton track record. First title. Kevin, we're always impartial in the booth, but both of us, we're a bit excited when Lonis finally made it official, reached heads up, a byproduct of his playstyle up until now, incredibly exciting. We saw him 7 left as soon as the final table was set, a willingness to get involved with really wide hands, byproduct, of course, of this mystery bounty format, and now coming into heads up against a very composed, and not just composed, but someone who you know is very dialed into theory.
Yeah.
And I wonder how out into the weeds Barak is going to have to step in order to compete against someone like Jesse, especially given that we're 52 big blinds average stack here coming into this heads-up match, the deepest one that we've had so far this series. What can we kind of expect here from these two players?
Well, it's interesting that you said, Henry, how deep into the weeds we have to get, because I think that's the impact that someone like Jesse Lonis can have on lesser experienced players, and sometimes even on experienced players like Barak Wisbrod. If Barak shows up and plays his game, the technical game that he understands, you have to think by the numbers he's got an advantage. But when you get into the live arena and when you're playing against someone who has this attitude that the spot is not too big for them, that every decision that he makes is going to be something that Wisbrod doesn't expect, or every decision that he makes is going to be something that goes beyond what Wisbrod will be able to handle, right? When you start making decisions that are outside of your own natural game, that's when Jesse gains an advantage.
Well, 422,000 locked up, 619,000 going to the eventual champion, plus the $160,000 in EV, given that the bounties are worth around 80k. I'm sorry, not around 80k. They're worth 80k in EV. So about a $400,000 heads-up match here as we throw it down to the floor with these two, true titans of the game. Jesse Lonis squaring off against Barak Wisbrod, who you can argue is currently the most in-form player on tour. 3 final tables in a row. Good luck, gents. 67 bigs, plays 36. $200k pay jump between first and second, plus the 160,000 in bounty EV. Jesse currently has 10 bounties. The current EV of his bounties is worth more than first prize. There you can see 197k difference. The Canadians bowed out first. Wakil was just patient on the left of Jesse, who was doing Jesse things, but ran 9s into 10s. Then Daniel Dvoris got outdrawn by Nick Petrangelo. Fast forward a couple more bust outs. Here we are, heads up for the 4th title of this series.
Wisbrod starts with a limp 9-3 offsuit. Going to be aiming to play every single hand from the button in this format. Big blind ante out there. Jesse's going to raise just 3x the blinds, but 9-3 offsuit so trashy, there's nothing we can do.
Now, Kevin, I don't mind admitting my heads up, no limit experience is pretty limited.
Sure.
Can't say I've reached heads up in many tournaments in my time.
Problem for most of us.
So I'm going to be leaning on you a bit here for this deep stacked heads up match.
Please.
kind of unpack the different strategies being adopted. Because I think the thing that, for me, and I put myself in the same camp as a lot of the viewers, just a mere poker mortal. When ranges are this wide, it can get really blurry on how
1.9.
best to approach a lot of spots.
Well, look at this example here from Wizbred. Jack 10 suited, 35 big blinds effective. We're 3-betting not all in and willing to stack it off. 9-3 suited is going to be in the muck, and nothing wrong with Jesse's play there. Open raising with a marginal suited hand. Has a clear decision against a 3-bet. It's a reasonable kind of bluff open raise on the button.
No whispers of a deal, by the way, a few people asking, and I don't think there ever will be, if I'm being perfectly honest. We have two very confident players here. Confident in their abilities to take down the other. Got the guerrilla style, as we've dubbed, of Jesse Lonis. We have one of the snipers in the field, just very technically sound. Barak Wizbrod. So great to see him here. Finally, a bit of variance on his side at the Triton series. Limping in on the button. Ace of hearts, 6 of diamonds.
Check.
Disconnected, king, 7 deuce. 2 diamond board. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for, by the way. Jesse coming in with a near 2-1 chip lead. Couple of pots going Wizbrod's way. Let's reduce the gap a little bit. Just quickly, whilst we're waiting for the dealer to shuffle up and deal, that 50k, event number 6, up to 113 runners. For context, down to 69, Limitless is still chip leader with 1.5 million, good for 244 bigs. Second in chips is Steve O'Dwyer with half of that. Limitless has 244 big blinds at big blind 6k.
Not a bad start. I think Lonis is going to get 3-bet again here. Pocket 8's another premium for Wizbred. Now 40 big blinds effective. The 7-3 raise may be an indication that Lonis is coming out with pure raise on the button. Normally don't use the absolute worst hands as open raises and heads up. Generally limping. But if the goal is to figure out if Wizbred's going to play soft in the big blind, not 3-bet enough. So far he's been 3-bet twice in a row.
There is always that leveling element. 3-bet me once. Okay, what was it they say? 3-bet me once, shame on you. 3-bet me twice, shame on me. 3-bet me a third time, I'm going to stick it in your eye.
I think that's the saying.
Confucius? Was it Seneca? I do forget. Get my poker philosophers mixed up from time to time. Oh boy.
Oh.
Oh boy. Oh boy. What is this? 4th hand of heads up. Both players with trips. They are going to chop it up 48% of the time, so it might be somewhat anticlimactic, but hold on for the time being, because there are potential swords to be drawn.
Not uncommon for the big blind and heads up to slow play, but this doesn't strike me as Lonis' style. Raising, of course. Still one of the best plays. We'd love to build this pot. Get in more money against a gut shot. Queen X, ace high. Barak now with a choice. 3-betting small, could get value. He's just going to flat.
2.4 in the middle. Big turn card incoming. King of clubs. Shifts the pendulum in Barak's favor as he goes to 25% equity. They will tie it 61% of the time. As a club would now do it.
I'd like to see Jesse keep betting, but without going too huge. Now that the king has arrived, Jack 10, very common hand for Barak. I like this choice, just 2/3 pot, about as much as we can seek if we want to keep a queen or a king along. At this point, feels like Barak's only choice is to call. Continue bluff catching, maybe sometimes improve.
Massive river incoming as the backdoor clubs get there. Wizbrod with the 100% check mark next to his name.
That's a big one because I don't think Lonus needs to shut down river. He can continue going for value, but maybe just another board texture change.
Did
that
he just jam?
Oh my god.
All in and a snap call from Barak, who now has a 4-1 chip lead. Just 4 hands into heads up. After a brutal caller.
Yeah. You chop a lot, but not on this one.
Kevin, let that one just sink in for a moment.
Oh, it's sinking.
Through absolutely no fault of his own. Limped pot, queen 9-9, trips against trips. Jesse with the better kicker. But sometimes, Kevin, the deck has other plans.
Perhaps a bet sizing misstep from Lonus there on the end. Although it's going to be hard to get away from your hand. At least wanting to give the option to lose less there on the river. Could have been up against ace-9 or a low flush. No guarantee that Barak even jams if Lonus bets, say, 1/3 or half pot. He's likely to lose all of it either way. That hasty river choice sends 80% of the chips in play Barak's direction.
Hairs on my arms, currently standing. You know, we were kind of preparing ourselves for it's like a hard-fought battle, and not to take anything away from Barak, of course. But a cold deck like that, something we haven't seen in the heads-up battles so far. As Barak came in a near 2-1 dog, now finds himself with a 4-1 chip lead. Jesse just needs to brush it off, stay composed, and continue fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen big comebacks in heads-up matches just this week. 4-1 deficit, certainly surmountable. Jesse's starting with a large size here on the monotone board. It's going to catch Wizbrod's attention. He's got top pair and a back door, or excuse me, a front door flush draw. But Wizbrod's jack is best. Finds the fold right away. An adjustment to that bet size, I believe. Normally wouldn't fold such a strong flush draw on the flop.
I've just received word from Nadia, who's part of our marketing and social media team. She sent me a screenshot of a Twitter DM from Jesse Lonis from back in January 2021.
Go on.
The message was simple. It was, soon I'll be playing on Triton. I promise I won't disappoint. Talk about the confidence, man.
Yeah, that's sick.
Have a look at that, mate. Hopefully we can share that at some point on socials, but
that's so good.
How about talking it into existence, my man? Fast forward May 2025, 4 years later, he's got a title under his belt. He's now heads up for his second title. Obviously, just saw him lose a massive pot, but I do love story arcs like that. Manifestation, eh? Now, how about this man, by the way? Another one of those who has believed in himself since day one. Shout out to his family back home. I was chatting with Barak the other day at dinner. This was before he had gone on this absolute savage tear, 3 final tables in a row, saying about how he just had this undeniable belief that he could make it to the top of the game. And he also wanted to give a special shout out to his father, who in Barak's words is his biggest fan.
Check.
Love that.
Watches all of the streams when he can. You just know he's going to be watching this one as his son is heads up for his first Triton trophy with a 4-1 chip lead.
Trying to show down this ace high right now. No pair, no draw for Lonis.
Check.
This was raised pre-flop. And a board that a lot of players will probe with pairs of almost any strength. Wizbred potentially going to seek value on the turn. Getting check raised can be kind of ugly though. Just checks, but on the 7 river. Expecting our hand to be good enough in position to seek value. Can get dicey with the ace highs if I can speak theoretically for a moment, because we have so many of them. Betting frequency would be quite high for Barak here if we bet every single ace high without randomization.
Well, there is the delayed stab. Barak takes it down, no nonsense from Jesse. Oni in the chat saying, it's not often where I really root for both guys. They are they are truly very nice gents, each of them. Glad to see they're in the top 2. I have to agree. Tough to pick a winner here. Also see someone asking about the cash game. Sandra saying, commentator, is there a cash game happening on the side? Just so we know if there's a chance. I don't have an answer yet. That is my honest answer. We have the 50K running. That's event number 6. Day 1. We may pick up coverage in that one, play down to the end of the day. We may have more cash games running. I don't know. We're waiting. You know, we're waiting for the team to let us know, and you will be informed, don't worry. What I can guarantee is that there will be continuing coverage of something. Sean saying, please no cash game tonight. I need to sleep. Sean, I feel you, mate. That 2K, 4K game was something else. We had a $2.4 million pot. We had a $1.8 million pot. That $1.8 million pot was just the bluff, and the hero call was just something else. I mean, these guys playing on a different level as Barak continues to lean here. By the way, note the jam.
Yeah, down to 16 big blinds now. Open jams have entered the strategy. By the way, Henry, I was curious, what was the exact date on that DM on Twitter? It said 2021. Had me curious.
It was.
Where in Jesse's career that was. So I was having a peek at his Hendon mob.
It was 28th of January 2021. So this is like
28th of January, 1 week departed from what I believe was his first WPT main event final table.
That's cute. That's really cool.
6-figure score. Looks like, I mean, just at a quick glance at the Hendon mob, I could be mistaken, but looks like his first 6-figure score in his career, first WPT main event final table.
Wow.
Over in South Florida. And then a week later, he sends that message.
That's something else.
Ready for the big stage.
First, I mean, the audacity, almost.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, chill, dude. You know, first 6-figure score. Just the audacity to be that confident and have that level of self-belief.
I think it's
to
great.
know that one day you're going to make it. And you know, you hear in the sporting world of this kind of topic where from a young age, early in their career, people that have gone on to be some of the greatest of all times in their field have just had that desire and belief from very early on.
Limp check here, 13 big blinds effective.
Check.
Paired board. These spots are so hard to play defense on. I do think Jesse's hand, as dusty as it is like a consideration to continue on this flop in this format. Just one big blind. You've got 3 to a straight. No backdoor flush draw. Brock just leaning on range advantage there as the button limper. He has a lot of traps. Once we start to get shallow, big advantage for the in-position player.
Look at those bounties Jesse's got in front of him. Not what he's thinking about right now, though, I'll tell you that much. He's thinking of chips. Chips and chips only.
Big hand for Jesse here. 12 big blinds deep. Strong enough to limp trap. Open jam, the second most common option.
I spy a certain Espen Jorstad walking around the room, potentially flicking in the 50K. 127 runners in that one now.
These two going to have time to jump in there?
I think so.
Just rooting for that 4th consecutive final table for Barak. You know, I don't want him to miss out on that opportunity.
A little max late reg. Mr. Salt saying, if you're Barak, you must feel like a superhero from 0 to 50 million with an online game. Crazy, 1 in a mil. Well, I can't speak to the net worth or bankroll of Wizbrod, but I can speak to the dedication and hard work he's put in to get here.
He's 4 offsuit, open jam candidate.
All in.
Is this a call, by the way, with the Jack 9? It feels close.
I think for 15, it's a little too weak. Jack 10 in there.
Do you know what's kind of scary, Kevin, is when in these close spots, someone snap folds like Barak just did. Is that just a sign of of how well he knows these spots, like where he just has that confidence to not even dwell on it too much?
Perhaps. I mean, as I gave the response to your question as quickly as I did, kind of just leaning on intuition, and I'll hold that thought for a second because this could get ugly for Barak. Does just go with limp, but Jesse with a hand strong enough to induce, maybe go 3.5 blinds. If he jams, Barak gets away.
All in.
Does jam. But to go back to your question, Henry, I do think at a certain point, every player wants to get to that flow state where they're kind of operating on intuition, right? And if you put in enough work and you've looked at enough material, done enough training, whatever it is that you do to get prepped for these super high roller tournaments, you look at a hand and your brain just tells you like, nah, that's not it. And you're not necessarily going through all the motions of, oh, it's 15 big blinds heads up against this player with this range at this pot odds. No, it's just kind of like, my instinct tells me fold. And I think Barak's at that level.
All in.
Almost 20 blinds there with the ace-9. Starting to get quite deep
Yeah,
to stick to the open jam strategy, but Jesse's picked up quite a few chips in this fashion. Would expect to see play to shift a little bit back towards post-flop now that we're up over 20. Effective, more limps. See how Barak plays the same holding. Small contrast here. Still aims to get this in pre-flop, just not by open jamming. Starting with a limp.
Check.
Well, hello, nut flush draw.
Check.
10-8 deuce, all club board.
Big flop here for Wizbred. Could either check or bet min. Min bet effectively for value. Can see he's ahead of a bottom pair with no club. Gets peeled by a lot of weaker draws. Lonis is just out, not wanting to navigate. It's hard to improve with that bad pair. No redraw.
Right now? Next one. Your big one.
Oh, yeah.
Blinds going up next hand. 200, 400k. Means Jesse is going to be down to sub 15. 9-5 suited. It's been a tough heads up for Jesse. Hasn't been able to really get anything going on the back end of that massive, massive cooler. Just the fourth hands of heads up.
1.1.
Like this raise from Barak. 17 blinds effective. He's going about 4 big blinds with a premium holding. Designed to get called by some worse hands. In the face of a 3-bet jam, we would call it off happily. I think 9-5 suited could continue, but Lonis is out.
Sorry.
There you have it. Blinds going up. 200k, 400k. You know who's feeling the squeeze now. Almost down to 13 bigs. It's going to be even less because Barak's going to be jamming this one surely.
See how he wants to play this one. It's strong enough to limp and not fold, but open jam once again. Very close option between those two. Jam tends to perform better.
That's what they're playing for. And you know, for these guys, once they reach this level, I don't want to say, you know, the money's irrelevant, Kevin, because it's not. It is a measuring stick, of course. But the trophies, these guys are here because they want to separate themselves from everyone else, and the only way you can really do that is by winning titles, let's be honest.
The hard part's done. Right?
But it might be ahead still.
Yeah,
You want to be involved in the conversation
The hard part.
as one of the best.
Now I need the magic.
Everyone knows you need a Triton title in your trophy cabinet. Okay, we're going to see a flop.
Not surprised between these two holdings to see it go limp check. Nobody excited to build this one. Post flop though, Wisbrod's been leaning. Second time we've seen him attack with pure trash. It's working out well.
No word yet on cash games. Don't worry, we will keep you updated.
This could be going in. Wow. That's a big fold, and Barak had a snap call.
You do have the magic, Jesse.
Jesse not wanting to play limps.
You just need to believe.
Same hand we saw Fox and limp on the button 10 big blinds deep.
I may still win first place money.
You might win more.
Yeah, exactly. The hard part's done, bro. I did what I could do. Like a warrior. I just gotta hope. This is just a bonus.
All in?
It's free roll.
It's a good jam from Wisbrod now that we're down to 7 bigs. I think Jesse has a close one. Might be able to get away. I say as if he had the worst hand. He's got 57% equity.
Let's it go. It's down to 6 big blinds. Needs to find a double up spot immediately. Sandra saying, does Triton do any giveaways? Good question. I would say drop us a follow on socials, Instagram, Twitter. Those are the best places to get notified of giveaways. I know Danny Tang, our Triton ambassador, was giving away some merch last stop. Maybe he'll do another surprise giveaway. So yeah, drop Danny a follow, drop Triton a follow. Here we go. Jesse's all in for his tournament life. With the best of it, 64% equity. Right, looking for some clubs. A 5.
Thank you.
Or a Lionel Messi. To lift his first trophy. 35% of the time, he'll be doing exactly that. Still drawing live on the 9-9 tray. Queen or a jack, non-club, would end it. Barak, 1 pull away, 6 outs once. To finish off what he started. Can he find it? No. Jesse's going to double. Bouncing back up to 13 bigs.
2.4, right?
I'm sorry.
Now I'm just receiving
Oh, my bad.
some really cool information, Kevin, from our producer, James Dempsey.
Oh, was that right?
We are going to be picking up coverage from the 50K, event number 6, up to 117 runners in that. It is Limitless, currently with the chip lead. But the person who's going to be taking center stage on our screens is none other than Gambledore. Vladimir Korzanin has returned to the Triton Super High Roller Series after what can only be described as one of the most insane runs that we've seen.
No doubt.
In a long time. Came second in the Invitational to Patrick Antonius for 3.8 million or so, and then followed that up with a win in the 150K just a couple of days later. Rode off into the sunset with 8 million in earnings and a Triton trophy. We didn't see him in Jeju, we didn't see him in the Paradise. We weren't really sure if we'd ever see him again. Rumors that he had returned with his reindeer and his Santa's little helpers back up to the North Pole. He's come back down to pay us a little visit. This could be going in, by the way.
Had Lonus open jammed, I think he gets snapped. Against Limp, Wizbred might proceed with some caution. He does check. Wizbred knows that if he's getting trapped, it's by a hand stronger than King 10.
Check.
Big turn for Jesse. Going to be hard to get value against Wizbred's hand.
No surprises, Kevin, but by the way, chat is going wild for the return of Gambledore.
Big bet in a fold.
Dan saying Jesse might win this thing. I mean, yes. He has 16 big blinds. If he doubles up, he ties for the chip lead. Jesse's got that dog in him. He will fight back, swing in and scratch in. If you back him into a corner, George saying Gambledore is my idol. Join the club. All in spot here for Jesse, perhaps.
Does feel appropriate.
All in.
Offsuit ace, 14 blinds. Brock unlikely to make any light calls. He's seen Jesse fold a couple buttons. Some indication that we should be tightening up a little bit in the face of aggression.
Rash asking if the commentators watch the table live or if they're also watching the 1 hour delay. We're on the same delay as you guys. Thanks for tuning in, getting involved in the conversation. Hope you've been enjoying the show over the last 5 days here in Montenegro. If you haven't already, by the way, do drop us a like on YouTube. It really helps grow the channel, push this stream to a wider audience. Triton Poker Series, of course, bringing you the highest stakes action,
All in.
the best players in the world, as Jesse jams the sevens. And let's be honest, the best production in the world. Free of charge. Always has been, always will be. If they start charging and they put Triton Poker behind a paywall, I'll jump out of a helicopter with a bungee.
Sounds kind of fun, to be fair.
I don't know, man. You were talking the other day about the risks of flying private. Helicopters are up there as well, man.
Probably hard to keep control of a helicopter as you jump out the side.
Hold on, because this is going in, surely.
Believe so. Lonis setting the trap. Wizbird probably jamming with the lowest of pairs.
Call. We're flipping.
Flipping
Ace queen suited.
for the win. Barak looking to just hold with the red fours. 14 million in the middle. Has Jesse on the ropes. It's the second time he's had Lonis all in for the win. Is this the one that he closes out? Well,
Too many outs?
still ahead,
Bloody flop.
but a sweaty flop indeed. Ace, king, queen, 10 needed for Jesse.
Too many outs.
Jesse saying too many outs.
It's a bad card.
He's got one pull at 13 of them. Will he get there? Or is Barak going to be lifting his first title? One card to come to the river. It's the ace of spades. Barry makes an appearance right when it matters the
Good
most.
sweat, bro. Stay around. Stay around.
And the show goes on, Kevin.
We have a game, Jesse. I was excited like way long ago, and then I was felt defeated. And now it's on. Not defeated, but
We have a game indeed.
never defeated.
Kulev informed that he
had
might
me in
still
the corner.
have to pay out on that 4-to-1 bet against Jesse. There he is. Anti-sweating the man who just rivered Barak.
Yeah, Kulev sweating that 4K bet
Thank you.
that they made when they were four-handed. Barry making an appearance, eh? Ace of spades, corner pocket. If you want to learn how to pull an ace from space, highly recommend checking out GTO Wizard, the #1 learning app for poker players. Beat the best, crush the rest. Follow GTO Wizard on socials and join their giveaways on Instagram and X to potentially win yourself free subscriptions, merchandise, you name it. The likes of Espen Jorstad, Kevin Rabichow, Dan, Jungleman, Cates, all in the mix over there.
Lonis, now a slight favorite in chips. Looked like he was thinking about a bluff raise, perhaps, with the dusty 9-4 offsuit. Decides to stay coasting.
Yeah, maybe let the heart rate drop a little bit, you know, on the back end of that monster flip. Back with middle pair. Options on the table.
800.
Increase size. Take note of the board texture. Dynamic jack high. Not wanting to give a good price. Slowness just not believing this.
What do you mean not believing this? He's got 9 high.
Taking a second. We mentioned before the gamesmanship that you see out of Lonus sometimes.
Blinds up now.
The intensity.
Kevin, God forbid you ever start playing PLO.
What does that mean?
There's always a back door that you can be chasing or seeing.
Yes. You know?
There's always options in PLO, you know?
Wrong guy, yeah.
I don't know, Big Blind Annie heads up PLO. Seems like it would work out.
Blinds have gone up. We started this heads-up match around 50 bigs. Average or so. We now got 26 bigs playing 25. Doesn't really get much closer than that. King 7 coming with the 2.5x. Uncommon, this sizing, this open size.
Just slightly larger than I would like, but not way off. I think increasing from min is wise when we're playing Big Blind Annie and we're above, let's call it 20 big blinds.
Top pair for Wizbrod, 3 million in the middle. Jesse, the pre-flop aggressor, is going to continue on the very dry and disconnected board.
And Barak's top pair, certainly good enough to raise if he would like. No kicker, but that connectivity with the board adding some equity.
Just comes with call. Every pot could be the end of it. 5 of clubs on the turn for additional comfort. Reducing Jesse to just 2 outs.
See if that club dangler gets Jesse in any trouble. You'd normally think
Check.
the low card favors Barak.
Oh my word.
Wow.
Where on earth has that King of Hearts come from? Handcuffed, on his way to the cell to be processed, and just in time, the lawyer has shown up with bail money. Barak's going to bet out here, one would
3.1.
assume.
Big size as well.
Cool.
It's going to get snapped.
I have a 10.
10 is no good. An 11 million chip pot going Jesse's way.
Barak feeling like his hand was under-repped. Reaching the river. Not many 10s will just check call. The king, of course, presents that threat of what just happened, but you can't assume your opponent has rivered top pair. There's so many other hands that Jesse could have had.
Wow, the guy was down to 2.4 million at big blind 400k when he folded the jack 6. Fast forward what feels like 10 hands,
Yeah.
if that.
Really happened quick. Barak now the one open jamming the 14 big blind stack. Just 52 big blinds in play between the two of them.
My, oh my. course, we kicked things off with that massive cooler. And we saw Barak take a 4-1 chip lead after both players flopped trips in a limped pot. Barak went runner flush. Jesse has 10 bounties. Would love to close this one out. Pick up an additional 2. Bearing in mind that there were only 32 bounties in play. So if he wins this, he's going to have more than a third of the bounties.
That's wild.
To pull tomorrow.
Jesse giving back 2.5 blinds. Bluff raise running into a premium for Wizbred.
Can Barak mount a comeback now? That's what's needed. I mean, look, 1 double. He takes the chip lead, so... You know what they say, Kevin, ain't over until the fat lady sings.
Very much at the limping depth now. 18 blinds effective. Brock can have pretty much any 2.
All in.
Lone is just going to jam the offsuit Broadway.
Who do you think, ladies and gents? 1 in the chat if you think Jesse's going to win this one. 2 if you think Barak's going to fight his way back to claim victory here in his first title. His 3rd final table of the series. 3rd in a row, by the way. Back to back to back. Something unheard of at the Triton series post-COVID. So tough to do in these fields against the best players in the world.
All in.
Jesse trying to close this one out. $15 effective, offsuit king. Seen Barak limp these spots before. He continues. 10-5 suited, very mid-strength. Been a while since we've seen a flop. Let's do just that.
Sure. Nothing burger for both.
Another stab's going to take down another pot for Wizbred in position.
He's got a comfortable 17 bigs now. As we've seen already, that can disappear in a heartbeat.
against the limp. King X looking good enough to jam. Brock agrees.
What's it going to take for one of these to close it out? See production crew and some of the team watching on as these two juggernauts continue to battle for the 197,000 difference between first and second in terms of payouts. The two bounties up for grabs, and of course a coveted Triton trophy. The 50K running in the background, event number 6, which we will be picking up coverage from, but none other than Gambledore, Vladimir Korzanin, returning to our stage.
Check.
Will we see the same play repeat for limped pots on Barack's button? Another one goes his way.
He's managed to recover really well, Kevin.
Close one. Almost a close jam pre.
I agree.
I was nervous you were going to call me.
You were not nervous the other 50 times.
This time I was nervous.
You got the magic.
This time I was very nervous.
Almost 20 blinds deep now. Lona's hand strong enough to open raise and call versus aggression. Not sure versus 2.5x. Queen deuce would call a smaller raise.
4 million.
Oh.
All in.
Well, Barack's not going to like the sound of that.
Wow.
Don't think Lona's expecting him to fold after putting that much in. That was a polarized bluff.
I don't mind a fold, I guess, but
Ran into it.
I didn't think you were folding.
Ill-timed aggression.
Yeah, like waste time.
From Wisbrod. Wow, that's really changed things. I mean, he managed to bounce back. Was up to 21 bigs. Now he's down to 11. And now money's going in.
Yeah, these two. Can't do anything else.
All in.
Call.
There's the jam. There's the call. On 2 occasions, Wisbrod had Jesse all in for his tournament life in this heads up. This is the first time he's been all in at risk. And he's going to need to come from behind, which he will do 44% of the time. Was 1 card away from victory just 20 minutes ago. King 5-3, couple of diamonds. Good news is he can't be turned dead. Even on that turn. Needs to find a queen to make Broadway.
Where is it?
No, don't do it.
Get back into it as he goes for the bounty prepay. It worked for him when he was drawing to 2 outs. Will it work for him when he's drawing to 4? Or will Jesse with his guerrilla style, be making it 2 titles. It's the former. 3 of diamonds completes the run out. And we have ourselves a champion in the 40K mystery bounty. The man who manifested it back in 2021 sent us a DM in private on Twitter after his first 6-figure score saying, one day I'm going to be playing Tritons. You fast forward to 2025, he is a 2-time champion with millions of dollars in Triton earnings. Talk about speaking it into existence. Jesse Lonis, ladies and gentlemen, is your champion in the 40K mystery bounty as he gives his invitational partner, Vladimir Korzinin, a hug. Jesse going home with $619,000, 12 bounties, and title number 2. Of course, commiserations to Barak Wisbrod. Runner-up will have to do. One of the most informed players on tour, his 3rd final table in a row. Had to collect $422,000 for his efforts here. Kevin, they both delivered. They both delivered in that heads-up match. Really was an epic back and forth as we welcome you back to the break desk. Big takeaways there from your side, from a theory point of view. It kind of felt like what we expected. You know, Jesse just willing to trade blows and play big pots, and
yeah.
Credit to Barak, he wasn't backing down either.
Yeah, we definitely saw that contrast in styles that I was talking about expecting, right? Jesse really pedal to the metal, looking to get things over quickly, and although when he was short, maybe passed on a couple of close spots that Barak showed willingness to take, really short stack folds, and then just gets lucky at the right time and goes on that run that Barak couldn't overcome. Barak, of course, a great poker tactician, showed really excellent heads-up prowess, and I'm glad we got to watch it for so long because they got into some pretty cool spots en route to Jesse winning that 2nd title.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be a fun battle with these two making it to heads up, and yeah, I mean, I think from an entertainment point of view, they both delivered. Jesse making it title number 2. Now, Jesse's partner into the 200K Invitational is none other than Gambledor, Vladimir Korzinin, who's going to be taking center stage. We're going to be picking up coverage in event number 6, the 50K, where we see none other than Limitless Victor Malinowski, Chip leading that one. Huge prize pool, huge field. But for now, you know, we're going to be throwing it down to Ali. He's going to be having a word with our champion, and we're just going to continue running the action here. High stakes continuing here in Montenegro. But for now, a quick word with our champion.
Well, Columbus and Cousteau explored the seas and the deep, but when it comes to the terra firma of Triton and this mystery bounty, one man conquered all, and that man is with me now, Jesse Lonis. Here at just your 5th festival, your 10th cash is your 2nd ever title, adding $619,000 to your already over $3 million in career Triton earnings. And these mystery bounties, they're a bit of a different animal, Jesse, but so are you, and your DNA seems to fit in quite nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to sometimes make too loose of a call, so when I do it in these, at least I get rewarded with at least 40,000 for each time I make a bad call. So I think it definitely helps me, and yeah, just knowing that I can just keep pushing the pedal and go for bounty after bounty, it kind of just fits my style of relentlessness.
When you got those 80K EV pork chops hanging around some necks, obviously you can do a little bit of hunting. Now, this, you know, there was a lot of hands, I guess, in this mystery bounty that we could talk about, but there was the mythical beast that is a triple KO that you pulled off, and that's the one that I want to talk about with you. Walk me through it, because it seemed to be the launch pad that brought you to this point.
Yeah, I mean, right when I limped the hand, I was like hoping that the guy next to me, I forget how many bigs he had, but I was like hoping he jammed. So now my hand could be like any, you know, it could be, I'm going to do this with my strong hands and my not so strong hands, but then it ended up exploding and all in. Before I knew it, I was there with Queen 5, and it didn't seem great, but when I put their ranges and everything and, you know, computed, whatever. I said there's just too much in there to fold, and you know, if I don't make that call, then everything's completely different. And just happy that I pulled the trigger on that one for sure. And then Poseidon asked for the 4 of clubs on the river, and I'm glad it came.
That was a weird one because it didn't give him the winner, obviously. He got showered along with 2 others there. Now, I want to reflect on the fact that when you first came to Triton, you had a hot start. First 2 festivals did some damage. Then all of a sudden, things took a turn. In Paradise, you played the main, failed to cash, and then Jeju was dry. Walk me through your mindset coming into this one. Was there that little voice in your head wondering if it was ever going to turn back around? What was your mindset? What was your strategy?
No, anyone that knows me knows that I never get really down on myself. I always have the confidence that, you know, that's going to turn around, and as long as I just keep doing what I like to do. And no, but definitely when you play these, you know, you're going to have some trips where you just feel like you can't win no matter what you do, and you just got to know that it's a long game and that short-term things are going to happen negatively, you know. So you just got to stay level-headed, don't get down, just keep your pedal to the metal, and you get it all back in one tournament.
Yeah, along with the second trophy, obviously. Lastly, I just want to talk about the fact that you're still in the relative early phases of what we're hoping is going to be a long and storied career here at Triton. Talk us through your experiences here, you know, for those that haven't been around, you know, what's it like, and, you know, what keeps you coming back?
I've always, before I even played tournament poker, I used to watch on TV, you know, all the guys that have been doing this for 5-10 years now, and it was, you know, that was like my dream. I said, you know, if I'm going to do this and play tournaments, I want to make it to the pinnacle, and this is the pinnacle of high-stakes poker, and the competition here and the environment and everything is just world-class, and just happy to be a part of it.
Well, we're happy that you're here, and when it comes to the pinnacle of tournament directors, I've got one standing right over offset. Luca Vivaldi coming over to hand you your second Triton trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Jesse Lonis, champion in the 40K Mystery Bounty. And welcome back to the break desk. Ali Najad right back here, almost in 2 places at once, fresh off of that interview with Jesse Lonis. Kevin Ravichow still here. Obviously, you got an opportunity, Kevin, to observe the action straight through to that win. I was kind of hanging out with producer James, wondering which way it was going to go. A real tug of war there, and it looked for a second like Barack was going to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, up until heads up, it was the Jesse Lonis show, right? Bounty after bounty, all in after all in, everything seemingly going in his favor. But once he got to heads up, Barack was able to cobble together some wins, won an important all in, and had a significant lead. Jesse was down to, what, 6 big blinds, and just spun it back up in, what seemed like no time. It must have been 10 hands.
It would have been pretty remarkable for a man that had as many bounties as Jesse had not to actually take it home, because you know that each one of those bounties means you've showered someone, and you can't assume that each time you've done it, especially given the variance people were embracing in pursuit of the appropriate focal point being that 80K and EV, would have been tiny little nubs of 2 to 10 big blinds. There was some very significant, and at one point, triple knockout situations that, of course, he was on the beneficial end of. And, I mean, tip of the hat to him. Such an exciting character, and we have not seen the last of Jesse Lonis, have we?
Yeah, and, you know, perhaps a tease of the draw still to come. We have not seen the last of Jesse Lonis in the results of that tournament. He's got 12 bounty chips to cash in. Each of those we've talked about as an expected $80,000 each, but, I mean, is he going to pull $1 million worth of bounties during that draw?
40 is the minimum, 400K is the big one, TBD. Now, we know that we're turning our attention to what else? The one thing that everybody is talking about, and it's because the Estonian has shown up back here. I'm talking Santa, I'm talking Gambledor, I'm talking Vladimir Korzinin, and he's at our featured table in the 50K. Let's just real quickly take a peek at the chip counts because he's actually in the top 10, Kevin, right there. Running, well, he was a second ago. My goodness, is his stack such that you can't even come to count on it being where you last took a look at it? He slipped to 14th. Obviously, the running order is pretty tight, but the point to be made here is that Santa is back. Were you around when Santa was first here? You weren't here.
I wasn't here in person. It was between Jeju series for me, but I watched a lot of the action. I saw what Gambledor is capable of. I saw what he does to people and what he brings out in the action at the table. We saw, if I'm looking at the app, his recent win against Ben Tollerine at this very table we're about to throw action to. Vladimir Korzinin making a full house with pocket sevens on a 7-high board. Ben Tollerine just getting it in from under the gun for a bunch of big blinds with a king-high flush draw. You don't always get this kind of action against just anybody.
No, it's remarkable the manner in which huge pots can be a part of his involvement. Came to learn that Victor Malinowski, by the way, got involved in a very big one with Vladimir as well. That's part of why he sits at the top of the leaderboard. As we're going to close tonight's coverage with this 50K and 8-handed event. And how about we throw it down there right now? Back at Maestral Resort and Casino. Single featured table. In the background, in the foreground, it looks like the massage therapists are working OT. I like the elbow action. Get in there. Break up that musculature. There's Matt Belcher. He's the muscle here. Just in front of Korzinin, 692,000 to Vladimir, 646. Suvarna, Danny Ting, Jules Dickerson, Christoph Vogelsang, and Alex Kulev, albeit Kulev sub-10 big blinds, but there are definitely ingredients here that may have some chemical reactions.
You know, Kulev, I'm just thinking about that wager that he placed with 4 left against Jesse Lonis in the 40K mystery bounty we just watched.
For those that missed it, go on.
Well, not to add insult to injury when he's sitting on 9 big blinds in a 50K, but he's also lost $4,000 to the champ, Jesse Lonis, for taking that one down.
Oopsie. Now listen, Kulev's down, but he's not out. Dickerson, Queen 9 suited. Small blind, ripping through. Lord Vogel.
How about the other guys, like, what's his name? The French guy. That's always high. What's his name? Charles. Is he still at Macau? Really? Wow.
Jules, by the way, notched his second ever Triton cash in the 25K WPT Global Slam for 74,000. There's Santa. There's Gambledor. Sporting a new look, by the way. I got to tell you, if he has indeed started a cult, there are many that are ready to join. In fact, Jesse Lonis, his partner for the forthcoming invitational here in Montenegro, said that every morning he's been taking a walk with Vladimir since Korzinin got to town, and maybe, just maybe, that's something Vladimir could charge for, is the proximity to the man who has so much aura alone seems to create run good. King 7 of hearts here for Belcher. Brings forward the quarter. Lord Vogel ensconced in the small with King Queen.
Just 18 blinds. King Queen offsuit deciding if it's strong enough to be all in against the +1 open. Christoph decides no, just call.
Kulev, 15K for a shot at 70. 5-4 offsuit, not a lot of chips, but he'll play the numbers. There's Belcher.
Happy to take a shot when you're this short.
And that shot produces a gutter on a 9-6 deuce board. More than we can say for the 2 king highs.
Not thrilling for anybody here. Generally anticipating checks over to the pre-flop raiser, who has some interaction to think about stabbing multi-way. Have to be prepared to put in the 6 big blinds of Kulev if we do open the action, which I think King 7 of Hearts would reluctantly accept. Dicey though when both players are this short. Christoph only 15 blinds behind himself.
Well, a little question being asked in position by the pre-flop opener. Gets through Christoph. Now Kulev deliberating. 25,000 is almost half of his remaining stack. And of course, he's already made a fairly big commitment pre-flop.
Difficult spot to navigate. No fold equity and everyone's aware of it. Check raising out of the question. Check calling begs questions about our visibility, the ability to realize that equity that was shown on screen. Just a fold.
Reluctant. But ultimately, the path chosen for Kulev. I gotta tell you, I am so looking forward to a Korzinen-Lonis duo in the Invitational. Granted, they'll be separated for all of day one, a little semi-merge in day 2 before the floodgates are opened up and the hounds are released. But if history is any indication based on that special Monaco stop, Korzinen is going to give us plenty of magic.
You think any pairs like the 2 of them have like secret side bets around who's going to run the sickest bluff or who can show down the most? You know, rags after getting a bluff through.
I actually think the only secrets they might be keeping is some superstitious regimen that they use to maybe channel luck in their favor.
Guess we won't find out about that one. I know I wouldn't share it if I had it.
Really, Kev? Not even with your booth brethren? We're no threats, you know?
Just
I'm
hard
not
to
in your-
believe that the information would stay with just the brethren.
I mean, obviously, I would create an Amazon storefront and definitely look to get what I could. Maybe, I'd cut you in on the profits, which is exactly what Christoph is seeking with pocket 10s. Here's Korzinen in the big 8-5 of hearts. And he will appropriately step aside.
Just open jam there with 10s. A bit surprising, but Kulev was so short in the small blind. Korzinen, of course, dangerous in the big blind, maybe not wanting to deal with either post-flop proposition.
Here's the thing, right? He folds the 8-5 of hearts this time, but I don't know if he does it next time.
True.
It's not as though there's any pattern recognition that you're going to be able to put together when it comes to Korzinen, who really does feel like he's just living life in the moment. It's been a treat to witness. Bit of an enigma is Korzinen. And I confess I prefer it that way.
Santosh getting involved here with pocket 3s, +1.
1-3 occupied. And now in the bin. Ace-8 for Vladimir. He's going to flat. King 4 off for Belcher. He'll take the price. King 10-8, and Matt's going to be glad he did take that price as he's got top pair. And Korzanen has an excuse to continue potentially with bottom pair. Let's see how he approaches things out of position in a three-way field.
Yeah, the type of board you would expect to check over to Santosh. Give him a chance to bluff with those Broadway cards. Doesn't take the bait. Belcher in great shape right now, picking up backdoor spades as well.
Vladimir's looking at his chips. Now he's going to be sticking some of them out there. That big pot that I mentioned when we came back from the interview that he played with Victor, it was a massive overbet on the river.
Yeah.
Where Victor had made the nut flush, I believe, against air on a paired board. And Korzanen just decided, if you're going to check it back to me on 2 streets, you can't possibly have anything. And I think it was like a 20x or something absurd. I mean, just really, really insanely big overbet.
Well, that's what this even feels like, and in context, it's sounding silly to call it as such, but this is a three-way bet of almost full pot. A round of checks convincing Korzanen that he can pounce. No improvement.
Jack is actually a pretty rough one for Korzanen. Provided that Belcher was in that single spade, maybe straight draw combo kind of territory. Note the restraint here. Korzanen took his swing, albeit it was a big one. Not sure whether or not Belcher thinks value is available to him.
Seems so ambitious given the size of that turn bet. Possibilities that Korzanen had a better king or 2 pair of some kind and slows down on the jack. Wow. Belcher is going to go for value. Maybe thinks that Korzanen is just so likely to have rivered a jack with some bluff. Or if there's prior history before we picked up the action. Maybe some light calls have been seen. Korzanen makes the correct fold, though.
Yeah, no payday, perhaps. There's a little bit of Gambledore 2.0 OS updated. Still a little bit early to convince ourselves of that. Belcher, by the way, just 1 Triton cash here at his 3rd ever festival. First popped his head up on our radar in the Bahamas, the WSOP X Triton Paradise event. Played the 100K main, didn't cash. Came to Jeju, finished 60th in a 25K 8 max. His lone visit to the payouts desk in 6 efforts, and he's 0 for 3 coming into this one. So looking to right the ship is Belcher.
Yes, let's not do it. I don't know what it is, but probably not. Let's not do it. It's just about structure. Let's not do it. Okay.
All right, I finally located in the Triton Poker Plus app the hand that I keep alluding to between Korzanen and Malinowski. It was a queen 4 of clubs for Vladimir, ace 7 of diamonds for Malinowski. With the blinds at 2K, 4K, Victor made it 8,500 to go. Korzanen would flat with the suited queen on the button. Brewer was involved briefly. 10-8-5, 2 diamonds, round of checks. 3rd diamond on the turn. Brewer and Malinowski checked, and that's when Korzanen jammed 364,000.
Queen 4 of clubs.
Into the pot.
Okay.
Malinowski, nut flush, would make the call. And that is in large part why he finds himself at the top of the leaderboard here in the 50K. Meanwhile, Soiza, pocket 7s. Picks up Gambledore for the ride on the button. King 10. Six, 7, for Danny in the big, rounding things out. Paired flop, 7's performing well, just one overcard to worry about.
Two deuces on board. Thought might convince Soiza to take a stab at this one for protection. Hard for Korzinen to have him beat unless he's flop top pair. Does make the customary check over to the end position player.
Ace of spades on the turn. Nut flush draw now for Vladimir. Danny does have a spade working himself. Note the way in which he's interfering with Soiza's prospects to make a boat. $524K. Kevin, what do you think? It's got a gutter too.
I mean, I think a bet of any size is going to win this hand. And King of Spades 10 is far from unreasonable.
Yeah, 75K full
really
pot.
Any amount into the pot. Such a strong draw.
Reasonable size, let's call it, relative to earlier altercations.
You are giving away this. Someone behind you got into. Yes, of course. Yes, yes. So I think actually limping is not unfair in saying that you yes, yes. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. It keeps the range open basically when you win, right? Yeah. And also, otherwise you actually disadvantage to it because you're giving away that stronger than. Correct. Stronger than yes, correct. Or you could just play every single hand the same way and just raise every single time anyway, you know what I mean? Yeah, you would take advantage of it. I guess like someone without you. I mean, basically you hurt yourself like by raising whatever. Like,
Korzinen.
But you also don't know.
Queen deuce off, not feeling it.
Basically, yeah,
Suited jack on the button now for the boss stack. Upstairs we go. Tempter in the small.
Yeah, I do think it's a reasonable flat. Just a min raise.
Ooh. Now with Tang's chips caught in this crossfire, maybe Suvarna is a little bit more motivated to bring a squeeze with this ace-queen in the big. And yeah, what do we have here?
Squeeze of any size would be appropriate. All in was
70.
on the table, but 70K probably just gets it done regardless. Getting uncomfortable for Danny.
Belcher easily out of the way, and now taking this extra 50 into consideration is Danny. That's a big ask with 236 back. Gonna have to play it out of position. These are the sorts of hands in No Limit Hold'em, though, where the big pots are generated. These suited connectors giving us big excuses at times on certain board textures.
With the right price, would be a totally reasonable call. Sure looks like Danny's getting ready to make it. Do we know if registration's still open? Perhaps this has already been mentioned.
Is it mandatory to put cards here or is many people not putting it?
I can confirm, Kevin, that Reg is absolutely not open. And look at that little glare there from Danny. He's really dressing Suvarna down a bit optically.
Some players do, you know, break a little bit as soon as the hand's over. Maybe a sigh of relief versus a continued discretion, let's say.
Santosh looks unbothered, by the way.
I don't think he noticed.
I don't think he'd look any different if he did. Danny goes hard in the paint, that's for sure. Hence, it is he who is the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner here at Triton, something that he fought so hard for, in particular because he had such a close relationship with Ivan Liao, who passed tragically the tail end of one of our stops in North Cyprus.
No.
I confess I was early in my Triton career, and I didn't really come to appreciate just how big an impact he had on so many of the players here at Triton. What an influence he was. Very beloved figure. No longer with us, unfortunately, but his spirit living on. Attached to that Player of the Year award, and here we have Kulev attached to an ace-deuce offsuit, all in, and unfortunately for him, Matt Belcher has medicine.
Certainly going to be continuing, figuring out perhaps if a click raise is appropriate or just a call.
Comes with flat. Another ace in the muck, by the way. So they're on their backs. 129K in the middle. And I got to tell you, Kulev has just not managed to get a whole lot going of late, it feels like. There's been so many occasions on which we've seen him unable to spin up a stack, unable to get lucky, but perhaps now is his moment as he finds the duck and the lead on the flop. 4 on the turn, and he's got some chop outs to fade. It's Captain Hook, who he doesn't want to see on the river, and the queen makes it official. Kulev maybe finding the bounce and turning things around here in the 50K. Do want to remind everyone who did watch that 40K Mystery Bounty, or for that matter, anybody who's just joining us, that during tomorrow's coverage, dinner break of this event is when the Mystery Bounty envelopes are slated to be opened. It's a bit of a fluid situation, but that is what's on the docket. And I got to say, you know, not to take us back into the already concluded event, but keeping those envelopes closed just makes the action a little bit more straightforward, and also I think preserves, you know, the suspense and the drama.
I like it. As a player, it's less to pay attention to. You just know a bounty's a bounty, and you don't have to worry about what's been removed. Don't have to get out your Excel sheet, your hand calculator.
Right.
This is work we don't want to be doing in the middle of a poker tournament, and nobody wants anyone to be doing that.
You know what's wild is that Lonas picked up 619K for the victory, right?
Yeah.
Minimum of 40K in every envelope.
Yeah.
He's got 12 bounties. So already he's guaranteed a 7-figure payout, but of course, the 80K EV level, we anticipate perhaps another $1 million in frosting.
He's got so many envelopes. Could he even draw all 40Ks? 12 envelopes. It's more than, we had 32 total. More than a third of the envelopes in the entire tournament.
Things that we're more accustomed to seeing served up by the dozen. Eggs, donuts, perhaps a bucket of fried chicken. Bounties, though? No, they don't come in 12s usually. Jules Dickerson coming, though, with a full 255 over the top of the Suvarna. Button open out of the small blind. This is lean cuisine.
Bit of a light jam, but it's a button open. Suvarna did make it 2.5 big blinds, so a little more attractive. Not to mention that Vogelsang behind in the big blind had less than 25 blinds, so the risk was not equal.
Well, I confess, the night shift is one that I haven't really spent much time on here in Montenegro, but as such, back in the home time zones between Pacific and Eastern Daylight Time, I would imagine here on the weekend, we've got plenty who are soaking up the coverage, and I'm curious where you're streaming from, and I'm talking to the whole marble, not just folks back in the U.S., of course. Deeply international is our coverage. Let us know, chat. Where you at? How you enjoying things so far? Who you rooting for? Are you on Team Gambledore? How can you not be? If you say no, I'll ban you. It's just the rules. I won't ban anybody, by the way.
Can't? Won't.
You know, there was no need, Kevin, to
It just felt
kind of draw attention to the fact that I don't actually have any authority whatsoever.
It's a chance to draw the curtain a little bit for the viewers. Couldn't help myself.
My threats are hollow. Queen 9 suited. Maybe not quite as hollow as an ace-6 on the button, which relinquished moments ago. I believe that was Suvarna's kit. If memory serves. Oh boy. Not doing great against King 9 here, but has position in the betting lead as Soiza defends. Queen 8-4. Santosh finds the right card to connect with. Top pair. Good looking board, absent clubs though. No hesitation to follow through, and Soiza concedes. Just getting caught up on some of the chatter out in YouTube land. By the way, if you're out here and you're watching the stream and you have yet to do the one thing that we here in the booth and our entire team would ask of you in exchange for the finest in streaming poker entertainment and click the like button, what the heck are you waiting for, fam? Hit the thumbs up. Do it now. It's easy, it's free, and it means so much to us here at the Triton Poker Series. King 10 offsuit means enough to Danny to shoot it to 22,000 joules. Ace-6 suited. His chips have been active.
Yeah, let's see if he considers small 3-bet here. Definitely a lot of aggression from Dickerson's pre-flop game as far as we can tell. He's going to pass on this one. It's a thin spot. Soiza, though. Once it folds around to the small blind, he's sub 20 bigs. Kulev behind only has 11.
That was a snug release, by the way, by Dickerson. Soiza left to jam the hard 8, and he will get it through Danny. Well, chat is starting to weigh in with some roll call. Lim Casey out in Singapore, Bert in Arizona, Sahas from India, Dion in Jamaica, Wagwan, Danielle out in Canada, baby Nikki in Vegas, the 702, Alessandro in Brazil. Hello, sir. Miguel in Uruguay on Team Ibinger, and more importantly, Team Gambledore. You're allowed to be on more than one team.
You're keeping it for
celebration.
hopefully, yeah.
Maybe in a few days' time.
Yeah.
Ace Queen here for Belcher.
Invitational, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and Danny. 2 kings in the next seat, just 22 big blinds.
Saddle up, partner.
Difficult for Belcher to get away from this one when it comes back to him unless someone else gets involved in this pot.
$56K as we pay a visit to the third floor here, predictably. What we can't necessarily predict is Belcher's response to this. Now, as an under-the-gun raiser, when you are 3-bet by under-the-gun +1, you recognize the story being told, right?
Let's hold on, Ollie.
Oh, my. An oversight, as I presumed we were going to get back around to Matthew, but a stopper for Korzanen, who 4-bets to 150,000. These are the spots that get super awkward. Belcher doesn't make a meal of it whatsoever, and Tang jams The full 214, of course, at that price. Vladimir's not going to walk away and orphan the 150, so an extra 64,000 on top of his 4-bet as the 5th scoop brings us to a 465,000 chip pot. Danny performing handsomely here. 7-3 favorite. Trying to ward off the evil aces. Well, he's done that, but guess what he hasn't done? Ward off a heart board. Look at Corzine.
Now I asked him, do you block a heart?
Steely. Now he picks up the gut shot. Add jacks to the mix. We're running out of room on screen for the outs. Sweaty moments for Hong Kong's Danny Tang. Can he hold? No! And the magic of Gambledore, unfortunately, cursing Danny Tang's run.
Seat open on 13.
I'm telling you, the man is built different. Don't know how to explain it. But Gambledore just seems to do it. Ace King against Kings.
I will pay.
Showers for Tang.
I will pay for him.
Of course,
Yes,
Danny's disappointment will be mitigated by his performance
no. I don't need him.
at the final table earlier. 4th, he finished. Is that right? Am I tripping?
I think you have it correct. Was deep in that one. I was thinking it takes a serious amount of luck, which of course we all know. This man here has plenty to down that former player of the year, Danny Tang.
Okay.
He's been on some runs.
I suspect, Kevin, that you, like myself, are somebody who is rooted in pragmatism, right?
Of course.
Like, science, I want to touch it, taste it, feel it. I want to know that I can wrap my head around something. And yet, in spite of all of that, I acknowledge that not just in life, but also in poker, which is a subset, of course, I have observed individuals that, for whatever reason, feel like they are just enshrouded with some sort of mystical good luck, run good, angels that I don't feel I can understand or that I've ever really enjoyed.
Yeah.
And it can get into your head a little bit. I mean, we've seen people who have been led down the dark alley by Corzine and questioning, themselves in situations that might be a little bit more straightforward. King Jack of clubs, Dickerson. Straightforward open and a straightforward defense. Belcher flops the 2 overs with the gut shot. Better overs for Dickerson with backdoor clubs and the betting lead in position.
This game that we play and watch, Ali, it has that effect on the brain.
Oh,
it can mess with you. It's designed to do so.
Yeah, it really...
No surprise that we experience some of that.
It'll push you to the edge, for sure. I confess that I feel as though more of my touch points and my interactions with this intangible thing of which we speak have been on the receiving end of somehow thinking the doom switch has been flipped or I'm cursed or, you know what I mean? Like, surely number 2 is good here, right? No, sir. Number 1, okay, take the pot. You know, over and over and over again.
To the point where you start predicting it before it happens. Like, oh, here it comes again. Well, these 2 hands have improved to the point of potentially putting all the money in. Dickerson bluffing at this flop now makes top pair second kicker. Belcher picks up a flush draw in addition to the nut gut shot.
What looked like a bland dish out of the kitchen all of a sudden has some real heat on it. Dickerson, after the 30K C-bet, follows up with a 70K turn bet. 180 back That's what they're playing for.
Wouldn't fault Belcher at all for moving all in here.
Tend to agree.
Calling, of course, an option, but feels like folding is not. This draw is too good. Does just come with call, and a lot of players uncomfortable to make this play. We think, what do we do on rivers when we miss? We'll get there if we get there.
And how about get there in both manners? Belcher did not jam. One has to imagine Dickerson would have been beating him into the pot. Maybe not beating him in, but he certainly wasn't going to be finding the bin. Now let's see whether or not having jammed on the turn is going to prevent Belcher from snacking on this 180. Four-liner plus the backdoor spades, staring Jules down.
Feels like a spot to lead. Belcher has not yet checked. Out of position on this kind of card. So many ways that the big blind could have improved. So hard to have a weak hand anymore. Dickerson would quickly check behind if we checked. Have to come up with a bet size, perhaps a strategy for how we would bluff at this one. Belcher taking some time to piece that together. Goes for a small lead. Representing wider than this. Weak straights, 2-pair perhaps. Anything that can beat top pair or an overpair. Potentially in this line.
Boy, it sucks to feel like you're on the wrong end of the dairy farm, Kevin, but when you've got 180 back and the sizing of asking for it all would have been completely reasonable out of Belcher as a big blind defender on a board texture such as this, and yet not falling prey to the temptation of the price being laid and reading into it correctly is Dickerson, who lays it down. Impressive stuff, Crab.
Yeah, that's a difficult fold to make when you're getting that price. Does just feel like value is so available to Belcher there, and it's so hard to find your bluffs. Do you think that was a nice disciplined fold from Dickerson?
I mean, we accept, obviously, that with some frequency, we're putting a big winner into the bin, but Dickerson choosing to fight on with his 15 bigs. Good restraint being shown there. Perhaps the Brits familiar with one another. One never knows when I see the flags fly.
Sure. Could
Question
be some
if
history.
there's context in history, correct? Well, Alex Kulev looked like he was going to be history with ace-deuce against the ace-jack. Instead, found the deuce and keeps his seat. Still just 9 big blinds. Up we go to 6, 12, and 12. Chat, by the way, taking note of the fact that Vladimir seems more subdued, perhaps in terms of his affect, not necessarily his willingness to get chips in motion.
To be fair, it's kind of
Getting
unclear.
all in with ace-king 2 hands ago and
No, I had
He didn't even flinch, Kevin. I mean,
knocking
you know.
out 5-time title winner. Not enough.
Ely was the brand of the coffee, it's Italian.
But just, you know,
kinda
as we
hidden.
observe him, I think there
As
was
in
a
location.
little bit more bewilderment, childlike enthusiasm for
beautiful, though. And
the
the
spots.
view.
But
I mean,
maybe he's saving it for the final
view is
table,
almost as good as the coffee.
which we know he'll be at.
It's crazy.
We know no such things, obviously, but
Yeah,
Still
this is my
60
favorite-
left here.
Favorite location, yeah.
Long way to go.
yeah, no doubt about that. Limp blind versus blind pot here between Belcher, who failed to get paid on the river after a nice laydown from Dickerson. Ace high. Still best, as it always has been, against the king high of Suvarna.
Yeah, you can
Board
jump in
pairing
real
5
fast,
after
whether
both
you're
parties
really
check the
good.
flop.
Yeah.
Not much reason for these two hands to want to put money in the pot, at least not yet.
City. So
it's like
Very showdownable.
exactly, you can take angles.
Belcher could consider value here.
To be fair, I think I've been only twice, but it's
Double pair.
no, maybe I've been 3 or 4 times. It's 10 minutes. Yeah.
Ace high very often in the winter.
Taxi, but you know, they speak English well enough that they call you a taxi. So the place that you're in.
Goes for a large size.
Yeah, it's very good.
30K, perhaps designed to look like a bluff.
Yeah, you know what? This is one of those spots that kind of signify that you have an operator on your hands, right? That coming with that sizing, perhaps some opponent dependency, because I think Suvarna has been identified as maybe a little bit more sticky, a little bit more curious.
Yep.
But that, for me, that's informative out of Belcher.
Yeah, it is. And great attention to detail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's
to be
one
willing to
Well,
scroll up there.
Yeah.
I like that. Scroll up.
Just assuming there's some online experience somewhere
Yeah.
in Belcher's history.
To be fair, like, not a lot of poker is played in casinos. Usually they're played in convention centers and like tournaments.
Only the big ones that convention halls. A lot of the other times.
Sheenie's in the YouTube chat, by the way, is asking, do we get cash game tonight? Perhaps we spoiled the gang on the night shift the last couple of evenings, where we brought you 2K, 4K cash game action. That was happening in lieu of picking up coverage of tournament action. Tonight, we're going to stick with this 50K. Although it may also have something to do with the fact that the cash game isn't a given to necessarily run every single night. Nor is Korzinen a given to approach every spot the same. He has decided in the cutoff with Jack-6 offsuit to click. Belcher, King-Queen suited. He chooses to flat. Let's see how this one takes shape. These are the two deepest stacks at the table by a wide margin. And bottom two on an ace-high board here. Belcher, backdoor hearts, and a Broadway gutty.
Did he check dark as well?
To be honest, that's obviously.
As the pre-flop raiser, it looked like Korzinen had already tapped the table.
I confess I didn't clock that. Belcher checks back.
Yeah, obviously.
Doesn't add equity.
Yeah.
This is wild. I mean, if this is king or queen in place of that ace, things are going to look a lot different. Instead, it looks like 55K out of Korzinen. Belcher, nut no pair and a draw to the nuts.
Oh, wow.
Just lets it go.
Maybe picked up on something. Big fold on the turn. Surprised to see King-Queen hit the muck, especially with 4 outs to the nuts. 3 outs, excuse me, with the backdoor clubs out there.
Confuse me.
There's the smile.
Really go crazy.
You don't feel like it's
Belcher confessing
so
that
expensive that it pushes you
Gildor confuses him.
Where did you go?
You're not alone.
I mean, very close
Matt?
to the hotel, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Normally, I feel like the price. I mean, obviously not cheap, but I don't feel like getting, slaughtered or cheated.
Owen?
Kulev, ace 5. Jamming it. This is, call it 9 bigs. Jack 10 suited on the button for Suvarna. It's a bit rich with 325.
2 Suvarnas left, just 11 and 12 big blind stacks. Taking notice there.
Oh, it looks like Vogelsang's found something. And that's something he's found. Puts Kulev in a way. AJ outperforming ace-5 pre. 226 out there. Kulev's been in this spot already once before with the dominated ace. He made it work on the previous occasion. Can he parlay that into another double here? Possibly. 7-6-4 open-ender for Kulev. So add 3s and 8s to 5s. The cards he seeks. Now we remove... Oh, forgive me, it's the 8 of clubs giving him the straight. So what we do is we volley the pressure back over to Vogelsang to catch a club, which he cannot do. And once more, Kulev shining in a spot that looked like would tarnish his run.
It's like we were playing heads up for 1.6 million.
This is the largest buy-in thus far in the festival, far from the largest that we're going to be running, of course. But needless to say, especially for those who maybe are on multiple barrels, the pressure does mount. As Kulev pointed out, it felt like they were heads up for 1.6 million there, and yet we're not even in the money, let alone on the final day.
We'll see. We'll see the schedule.
There's an APT right after Jeju in September. Triton, same place.
Is there going to be an invitation in there, or you don't know?
Oh, for Triton?
Sure. That would be very good. I mean, if they do that, it will be massive.
Yeah, for sure. And, just I guess we get a few more people to
Yeah, I mean, as
Asian guys as well.
and 100K is a very good.
Gamble door
It's affordable.
with Kojak.
Affordable, yeah. In today's world, it's
That's what you
affordable.
want to say, yeah?
Trade it well, good amount.
It's
all relative. I mean, US is cheaper than the 1 year.
Just real quick, if Vladimir walked up to you right now, gently held your shoulder, and just broke the news to you that today is your final day on Earth, like, you for sure would believe the dude and just be paranoid the rest of the day.
I would 100% believe it.
I wonder if I could get him to do it as a practical joke. Be like, hey, psst. Go over to Vogel and just be like, my son, I'm sorry.
I would buy so much insurance.
The policy beneficiary, regrettably, Kevin's going to have to be somebody other than you. 36 and take it there from Vladimir. You feel me, though?
Yeah.
Like just a calm, very matter-of-fact breaking news. I'm so sorry, my son.
I didn't win it, unfortunately.
Even though you've been a kind soul, lover of animals, a court jester of sorts in the booth, today, dear Ali, is your last day on Earth. Like, no, Vlad, come on, man. No, man.
14 minutes.
Whatever nowadays was numbers in the sky, like.
To be honest, yeah, numbers in the sky.
Fucking numbers in the sky. I don't know, man.
Suited connector.
37.
Bell's getting jingled by Santa. 37,000 this time. Just mixing it up, of course. For the extra 1K versus last time he
It
opened.
was 10 million. You should know.
Moneymaker, right? Which main event? Choose Moneymaker, no? Oh, it's not.
It's 2000.
Pocket deuces. Soiza in the small here, 191. Exits.
Taking note of the sizing there. Maybe a cheaper raise keeps him all in.
Oh, how's Kulev doing? Queen Jack offsuit. Newly minted at 202. So some playability to his stack that he didn't have prior to the double. Flicks in the defense and looks up at ace 10. Broadway gut shot. Knuckles over to Korzinen. Just 7 high, like it was pre.
45. 2003. I was 13 years old, so before my time.
50K the follow through.
Easy from here to say that Kulov has the best hand and should put something in there, but that's an expensive wager against an under-the-gun raise. Queen Jack, a very reasonable fold on that flop.
You know, I asked ChatGPT how to calculate the chip value of a bounty. Give me a fucking solid answer, man.
ChatGPT doesn't like numbers.
Dude, it did a really good job, and then it also like
That's chess illegally.
does it?
Yeah, he cannot play chess.
It calculated the value of bounty.
Pocket
and then it
nines.
tells you, like, a summary on how
Up
it is
front
played
for
and the
Mr.
price and
Belcher.
the value. You want me to help you calculate? I said, "Oh, just I said, holy shit. Fucking
Burps
ChatGPT,
up
man.
24,000. Ace King now for Suvarna.
25 big blinds. Effective. Setting the trap.
A flat with Ace King, not something that we see often, trying to tempt one of these stacks to his left to squeeze. I don't know whether or not flatting an under the gun open, though, is going to leave someone thinking that the squeeze is available. However, we never make assumptions as to what's on Vladimir Korzunin's mind. Ace, queen off.
This is dangerous, both for Vladimir and for Belcher.
75,000.
As deep as these two are, have to think Belcher starts with a call here. Four betting gets very dicey when you're almost a million deep with the man who just 3-bet out of the big blind, but now the opportunity for Santosh, perhaps, to spring the trap and back raise all in.
Well, I have to imagine that this is playing out precisely as Santosh was hoping it would, Kevin, with Gambledore driving the action, which means that the range for Belcher's defense doesn't have to be as narrow as it may have been otherwise. So in he sails for 3 1/4.
Difficult spot for the ace-queen. Certainly wouldn't blame Korzunin for putting these chips in. There's a good chance that if he does, Belcher's just out. I don't think Suvarna gets this through against both.
I was going to say, you have some real questions about how well nines are performing in the face of a Vladimir flat. But again, it is Korzunin, and it is Suvarna responding to him. So there's some meta, you know, that's percolating.
Cool.
All right, now the call has come in.
With an announcement that it's a present for Santosh, by the way.
Look at Chidwick, front row seat here, surrounded by this action. Unable to partake.
Belcher's still going to fold.
Yeah, much like the nines. And by the way, he's going to hate seeing that these two are interfering with one another, which would have given him solid equity. A bigger favorite than he would have been had the two holdings been unique and independent. Instead, they overlap. And 743K in the middle. Korzunin covering, Suvarna leading. Can Santosh hang on? So far, so good. And the nines, of course, love seeing that ace of hearts right away, allowing them to get a little results-oriented, but patting themselves on the back nevertheless. Keep this queen free. That's the mantra from Suvarna, and the queen simply rolls right off. Suvarna needs a king here, Kevin, and forgive me for lacking a measure of faith in the idea that it lurks. Can 1-3 outer draw forward another? No, it can't. You know, there are occasions,
I've seen this present before.
Kevin, and I know.
It's like the bag of peanuts and you open it and the snake pops out. Yes. Not every thing, huh?
No, but that was really intentional. Clear skin.
Chidwick likening that present to a bag of peanuts where the snake pops out. That snake came in the form of a queen on the turn, which showers Suvarna. He'll live, obviously, with the line that he took. And by the way, he was performing incredibly well. He got rid of 9s. He kept in an ace-queen. He played for more than just a double. And yet that man continues to accumulate. And what I was going to embark upon, Kevin, was, you know, even though I know you're earlier on in the booth career, and as such, I don't want to get you in any trouble. There are certain situations that do warrant a well-placed expletive. And I think the one that came to mind for me there was "da fuck" with the Q on the end. You know, the D-A-F-U-Q. But this Gambledore character continues to mystify and bewilder Suvarna on the receiving end there. Korzinen up to 115 big blinds. Believe it or not, it isn't the biggest stack in the field. He is 1 big blind shy of Seth Davies, who is currently the chip leader, but he has ascended handsomely since we picked up coverage of this one, where he was 14th. 12 rungs of upswing. Belcher getting a walk. Well, there's a peek at your next feature table. Sir Watts, Punat, Reuter, Webster, Alex Foxen, who picked up a title already earlier here, Maharnoida. No, but for real, Crab, come on. Ace, king, ace, queen, just queen burger on the turn. Like,
it's gross.
I mean, and it's not the first time something gross has been delivered. It's almost like Evil Santa in a way where, you know, it's like, hey, I got you a gift. It's polonium-237.
Korzinen's getting a count here. Kulev's open jam the cutoff. I think this includes weaker pairs. Pocket 5 is strong enough to consider.
I think it's adorable, Kevin, and I don't mean this in a pedantic, you know, pejorative manner, but that you're invoking logic into the moment here. Let us just observe this man cook. You know, some chefs, like bakers in particular, exact amounts of everything, temperatures and all of that. No, he's just a sprinkle of this, a dash of that, 300,000, pulls back 129 of it as Kulev gets the insulation. Happy to have not 1 but 2 overs.
Chidwick's 2 sevens just hit the muck, by the way.
Getting better and better.
I slept that.
The first of the suited variety.
Should we run out and shake Alex's hand right now? Or I mean, because I know he's done this with an inferior ace on a couple of occasions, but he hasn't squared off against Korzinen. Deuce 4 board. Kulev needs to find a rabbit in a hat. That ain't the one. 6 outs to somehow show that it's possible to take chips away from Vladimir Korzinen.
Good luck, guys.
And 9 of diamonds ain't one of them. Another victim claimed by Gambledore. See, you weren't around the first time, Crab. You know? You might have thought to yourself, what's the big deal? What's everyone talking about this guy? You know, I get it. He ran incredible in Monaco, but, you know, horseshoes fall out.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'm just telling you, Gambledore.
Even just getting, you know, we focus on the runouts, but having the good fortune of folding out the hands that you need to fold out and having, it's just, sometimes it all comes together.
Yep, that it does. I really don't know how to explain it. I am desperate to somehow draw a logical thread from the universe to what we're observing, and I don't think that's the sort of yarn that we can utilize.
This is your primary tie to spirituality, isn't it?
I mean, I pray at the Church of Gambledore. I mean, I kneel at the altar. I'm a convert, you know? Perhaps I was a pagan before I observed, but I'm now a believer. Gambledore says, here's a cup of Kool-Aid. I don't ask questions. Jonestown. Was it Jonestown? Jamestown? I don't remember. Jonestown. Oh, see, you don't see.
No.
Is
that
this
up on your
American history reference?
Wiki cult.
Something?
Nah,
I don't
there's anyway. Some out there will appreciate. I'll fill you in later.
Okay.
Sixes for Soiza. The small pair performed well moments ago against a couple of overcards. He covers Christoph Vogelsang's Queen Jack. The road traveled was a jam under the gun. Vogelsang recognizing a trip through the blinds will be costly, so he decides now's the time and will be pleased that he did. As Soiza provided the insulation, pulls back, plenty of chips, but is trailing by a wide margin. Continues to by an even wider one on this turn. Only the 6 sends Lord Vogel packing. And instead he makes trip queens for good measure. I'll tell you what, it does feel as though the sun has shone down upon Christoph on the day. Beyond the borders of this 50K as well. You know, it's funny, some people are chiming in the chat saying Gambledore should have played the mystery bounty. There would be nothing more terrifying than Gambledore simply looking at me as I'm hosting that thing and being like, 400K? And just reach into the bin and pull it. I'm telling, if the man looked at me and called out the number, I would be convinced that the next envelope would be containing that number. I'm just, you got it, Kevin.
But you also just get the sense that he would ask for less. He'd be like, no, it's okay.
If he called out for a denomination that wasn't even in the box, all right, 67,000, I'd be like, surely that's what's going to appear.
We're up to 39.
Yeah, 3x plus. Courtesy of A7 of spades here.
Vámonos.
Vogel with not enough to fight. I confess I'm indulging in watching the chat evolve with each successive data point on Gambledore. You can see people come around. Some already knew what to expect out of him.
Same again, please. The chicken bolognese with veg and potatoes. Thank you.
Eventually, just maintain your 5 BB stacks, all good.
Juju writes, the actual GTO wizard, ladies and gentlemen. And that wizard's going to sit this one out. Ace Ace-Jack here for Belcher. He won't be doing the same. No patrons emerging. And Soiza makes it official. No post-flop action for Matt. That's fine. 2.5 bigs every time we do that. It adds up. Free orbits each time. We can snack like that.
Direct contrast to their stacks. Like all the chips on that side. We're struggling down here, boys.
Tough.
Yeah.
We're trying to make one buy-in all together.
Yeah.
Yeah, just let's
Split
choose you
three ways,
to represent us.
Yeah, we sent Christoph. Yeah. Yeah. Merch.
Percentages according to like.
Yeah, sure.
Pocket tens now for Belcher. Little heat check. $26,000.
They make you as small as possible. No respect.
No chance given.
39.
Just let them play.
Gamble
We
door
are nothing
concedes.
for them. Let them play together. We are watching and learning.
Do you know who Alan Watts is, Kevin, by chance?
Did we have this conversation?
I feel like last time
I think this came up in JG.
we were at a festival, we did. However, it wasn't spawned by the image of Vladimir Korzinin, and those who have
True.
actually seen, not just heard Alan Watts, there's Wattsian vibes about Vladimir.
Does he share the same philosophy?
I don't think his is a philosophy that anyone before him or after him, I think his is a very unique.
Fair.
At least in terms of pre-flop sizings and hands.
Alan Watts would have been raised for sure.
39,000 is a little richer than Watts comes with, you think? Chidwick coming with the pocket fours here. Under the gun open with the baby pair. Scoots by Vogelsang. So also ensuring everyone knows it's his button. This will be the last hand before the break. And some players on their feet. Korzinin takes a moment before laying down the king 8. Well, uneventful. Last one there, although Chidwick enjoyed it. 648,000 is what he'll be working his way forward with, as the blinds will go to 10 and 15,000. Glimpse at the chip counts, brought to you by Bet ACR. And, well, it's the Gambledore show. 100 bigs plus for him, as we're about to bring you back to the break desk. Ali Najat, Kevin, I didn't really know what to expect rabbit chow here at the desk. You did know what to expect. You haven't seen it in action. The Gambledore mystique, now you have yourself a real taste.
Yeah, and part of me perhaps knew what to expect, but didn't know that it was just going to play out as if it was a rerun. This is happening live in Montenegro, never before seen. This is not last year Monte Carlo, right? We're watching a new tournament right now.
How can we monetize this? That's what I want to find out. I'm sure the chat would have some great ideas. You know what I mean? Maybe we bottle a little bit of, I'm not sure what we would be bottling, and I'm not sure whether or not he would consent to it, but there has to be a way that we can cash in on this, other than, of course, providing you guys with the delight, that which so many people demanded after his performance in Monaco. Questions about whether or not he would come back to Paradise. Took it off, took Jeju off, and now he's back here to play the Invitational. And He's taking no prisoners right now in the 50K. Listen, Kevin and I are going to call it quits for the night. We're going to tag out. We're going to let Henry and Randy come in and take you guys home. But don't go anywhere. In about 10 minutes, the Gambledore Show continues here in Montenegro.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
+1.
1-3 occupied. And now in the bin. Ace-8 for Vladimir. He's going to flat. King-4 off for Belcher. I'll take the price. King 10-8, and Matt's going to be glad he did take that price as he's got top pair, and Korzanen has an excuse to continue potentially with bottom pair. Let's see how he approaches things out of position in a three-way field.
Yeah, the type of board you would expect. Check over to Santosh, give him a chance to bluff with those Broadway cards. Doesn't take the bait. Belcher in great shape right now, picking up backdoor spades as well.
Vladimir's looking at his chips. Now he's going to be sticking some of them out there. That big pot that I mentioned when we came back from the interview that he played with Victor, it was a massive overbet on the river.
Yeah.
Where Victor had made the nut flush, I believe, against air on a paired board. And Korzanen just decided, if you're going to check it back to me on 2 streets, you can't possibly have anything. And I think it was like a 20x or something absurd. I mean, just really, really insanely big overbet.
Well, that's what this even feels like, and in context, it's sounding silly to call it as such, but this is a three-way bet of almost full pot. A round of checks convincing Korzanen that he can pounce. No improvement.
Jack is actually a pretty rough one for Korzanen. Provided the Belcher was in that single spade, maybe straight draw combo kind of territory. Note the restraint here. Korsinen took his swing, albeit it was a big one. Not sure whether or not Belcher thinks value is available to him.
Seems so ambitious given the size of that turn bet. Possibilities that Korsinen had a better king or two pair of some kind and slows down on the jack. Wow. Belcher is going to go for value. Maybe thinks that Korsinen is just so likely to have rivered a jack with some bluff. Or if there's prior history before we picked up the action. Maybe some light calls have been seen. Korsinen makes the correct fold, though.
Yeah, no payday. Perhaps there's a little bit of Gambledore 2.0 OS updated. Wagwan.
Huh?
Danielle out in Canada. Baby Nikki in Vegas. The 702. Alessandro in Brazil. Hello, sir. Miguel in Uruguay on Team Ibinger and, more importantly, Team Gambledore. You're allowed to be on more than one team.
You're keeping it for...
celebration.
Hopefully, yeah.
Maybe in a few days' time.
Yeah.
Ace Queen here for Belcher.
Invitational, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and Danny. Two kings in the next seat, just 22 big blinds.
Saddle up, partner.
Difficult for Belcher to get away from this one when it comes back to him unless someone else gets involved in this pot.
$56K as we pay a visit to the third floor here, predictably. What we can't necessarily predict is Belcher's response to this. Now, as an under-the-gun raiser, when you are 3-bet by under-the-gun +1, you recognize the story being told, right?
Well, let's hold on, Ollie.
Oh, my. An oversight, as I presumed we were going to get back around to Matthew, but a stopper for Korsinen, who 4-bets to 150,000. These are the spots that get super awkward. Belcher doesn't make a meal of it whatsoever, and Tang jams the full 214. Of course, at that price, Vladimir's not going to walk away and orphan the 150, so an extra 64,000 on top of his 4-bet as the fifth scoop brings us to a 465,000 chip pot. Danny performing handsomely here. 7-3 favorite. Trying to ward off the evil aces. Well, he's done that, but guess what he hasn't done? Ward off a heart board.
Look
at Korsinen.
Now I asked him, do you block a heart?
Steely. Now he picks up a gut shot. Add jacks to the mix. We're running out of room on screen for the outs. Sweaty moments for Hong Kong's Danny Tang. Can he hold? No! And the magic of Gambledore, unfortunately, cursing Danny Tang's run.
Seat over on 13.
You know, I asked ChatGPT how to calculate the chip value of a bounty. Give me a fucking solid answer, man.
ChatGPT doesn't like numbers.
Dude, it did a really good job, and then it also like
That's chess illegally.
does it?
Yeah, he cannot play chess.
He calculated the value of bounty.
Pocket
and then it
nines.
like, you know, a summary on how
Up
to
front
play
for
the
Mr.
price,
Belcher.
the value, you want me to help you calculate? I said, just I said, holy shit.
Burps up 24,000. Ace King now for Suvarna.
25 big blinds. Effective. Setting the trap.
A flat with Ace King, not something that we see often, trying to tempt one of these stacks to his left to squeeze. I don't know whether or not flatting an under the gun open, though, is going to leave someone thinking that the squeeze is available. However, we never make assumptions as to What's on Vladimir Korzinen's mind? Ace, queen off.
This is dangerous, both for Vladimir and for Belcher.
75,000.
As deep as these two are, have to think Belcher starts with a call here. 4-betting gets very dicey when you're almost a million deep with the man who just 3-bet out of the big blind, but now the opportunity for Santosh, perhaps, to spring the trap and back raise all in.
Well, I have to imagine that this is playing out precisely as Santosh was hoping it would, Kevin, with Gambledore driving the action, which means that the range for Belcher's defense doesn't have to be as narrow as it may have been otherwise, so in he sails for 3 1/4.
Difficult spot for the ace-queen. Certainly wouldn't blame Korzinen for putting these chips in. There's a good chance that if he does, Belcher's just out. I don't think Savarna gets this through against both.
I was going to say, you have some real questions about how well nines are performing in the face of a Vladimir flat. But again, it is Korzinen, and it is Savarna responding to him. So there's some meta, you know, that's percolating.
Cool.
All right, now the call has come in.
With an announcement that it's a present for Santosh, by the way.
Look at Chidwick, front row seat here, surrounded by this action. Unable to partake.
Belcher's still going to fold.
Yeah, much like the nines. And by the way, he's going to hate seeing that these two are interfering with one another, which would have given him solid equity. A bigger favorite than he would have been had the two holdings been unique and independent. Instead, they overlap. And 743K in the middle. Korzinen covering, Savarna leading. Can Santosh hang on? So far, so good. And the nines, of course, love seeing that ace of hearts right away, allowing them to get a little results-oriented, but patting themselves on the back nevertheless. Keep this queen free. That's the mantra from Savarna, and the queen simply rolls right off. Savarna needs a king here, Kevin, and forgive me for lacking a measure of faith in the idea that it lurks. Can 1-3 outer draw forward another? No, it can't.
Randy,
you're looking down, buddy.
What's going on, my man? I'm coming back. Just took a little break. A man we haven't seen since Monte Carlo, who came second to Patrick Antonius in the Invitational for a massive 7-figure score. 3 days later, goes on to win the 150K for another massive 7-figure score. Collects 8 million and a title. We don't see him in Paradise. We don't see him in Jeju. First time we've seen him. And I'm coming back, and he's chip leader, Randy. What is going on with this man? How does he do it?
Santa Magic.
Santa Magic. I mean, okay. Tell me.
Look, people still haven't figured him out, you know? And he's at the chip lead. Sure, you saw him get in there of ace queen versus ace king. He got there, right? But the thing is, he knows how to splash and run up a stack when he needs to.
Well, I'll be damned. Vladimir Korzinen is the chip leader of event number 6, the 50K. 143 runners in this, with 48 left, 1.66 million up top. Obviously a long old ways to go. Long old ways to go. Just 23 places paid, so we're not even really, you know, down to that 50% of the field until we reach the money. but Korzanin has all the chips. Anyways, apologies. Need to just collect myself a little bit. Forget about that for now, because we've got this table here. And what a table we have. Martirosyan, Punsri, Watson, Sturm, Lim, Foxen, Neurer, and Clemens Reuter of Austria.
Ooh, chips could just fly in right now.
Yeah, is this like a Max Late Ridge kind of situation here?
Seems around there, thereabouts. 2-8s, jamming, and the ace queen is certainly going to call for this price once it gets back to Mare.
So here we go. Fair fight. Thai superstar. Punat Punsri. Multiple title winner. #1 on Thailand's all-time money list. Knows how to win flips. That's what he's going to need to do here. Against Maher Neuer. It's an ace high flop.
You said he knows how to win flips.
Randy, don't quote me on that, okay? Because they're going to start charging me. Jack on the turn. Soiza Punsri picks up 4 outs. Looking for a 9 or an 8. Does not find it.
GG.
GG's indeed. Hand 1 of this frame. Final frame, 3 35-minute levels. I honestly can't believe this.
Which part?
All of it, Randy. Are we just living in a sim? Is that what's happening here? Punsri out the door. Back to the action. Man down.
Archer, Queen 9 suited.
Arthur with Queen 9 suited. As you mentioned, opening off of 17 big blinds. Let me just catch up with the YouTube chat. 1 second. I want to see what everyone's saying, because they're probably all going as mad as I am.
Webster's going to fold Jack Deuce. Little raise and take for Archer. What's the consensus?
I mean,
they love Gambledore?
They do, yeah. They're saying we need Gambledore t-shirts.
T-shirts?
Yeah. Triton branded Gambledore t-shirts. I'd buy one.
I would just think the whole table is full of Gambledore t-shirts.
I agree.
That'd be pretty funny.
Nora with a very healthy 1.2 million.
It's been building stacks. 8-7 of clubs. UTG. Simple hand.
So what were you saying, Randy? You took a little power nap, a little napski.
That's right.
Did you see what Jesse Lonis did earlier on in the 40K mystery bounty?
It's insane.
12 bounties, bro.
12 bounties.
A third of all of the bounties in play
He had
collected.
8 at one point when I was watching him at the final table.
12 bounties is just insane.
Oh, he got his own too, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So
it's guerrilla style.
What's the minimum pull for 12? Is 40K is the very minimum? Obviously, he's not going to get 12 40Ks.
Yeah, so minimum pull is 480K, yeah.
But his EV is double that.
Exactly. His EV is 960,000.
Yeah, what's really impressive for me for Lonis is that he's put in a lot less volume than other players, and he already has 2 titles at Triton. Someone
asking if that's a Tau or a Jedi Knight. It's a Jedi Knight.
It's a Jedi Knight.
Although, Naira leaning towards the dark side of the Force. Some ideas of showering Webster Limb. King 7-4. Naira is just running hot right now. Top pair. Webster just 10 bigs back.
Would expect him to see bet this flop. King high textures are very nice.
Yeah, continuing for just 25%.
Some options here, whether to check raise or check call. Goes for the latter.
Jack of Hearts on the turn. Front door flush does get there. Then picks up equity. Is this enough to barrel though? I mean, SPR just north of 1.
Feels like if he had a heart in hand, he's more likely to barrel, but here, seems like a free card would be nice.
Is this trouble, Randy, or am I over-exaggerating a bit? Because, I mean, Lim's rivered third pair. It's a decent third pair. You know, those straight draws on the flop hands like 6-8, 8-5, 5-6, maybe a 7 with a heart. Oh, my word.
Look at the value. Pot size jam, roughly. It is trouble for Webster because he does want to keep that kind of straight draw stuff honest between the 7 and 4, a little bit 8-5, etc. He knows that Maher's the type of guy who will blast away if necessary. It would be nice if he was holding the Queen of Hearts to block more value hands, like flushes.
It's gonna throw out a time bank. This might be showers here, you know.
Especially if he thinks that he's getting check raise on the flop, all in by flush draws. Then he's going to discount that a bit. Maybe some King X's would check raise flop.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. Probably expects flush draws and King X to, yeah, there we go. Webster's called it off. He's going to get shown the bad news. The Malaysian is going to be following his good friend Punat Punsri in pretty quick fashion out the door. And Maher Neuer is doing incredibly well.
That was max value. Top pair, 8 kicker.
Well, he's now become tournament chip leader. Tied with Roberto Perez. Vladimir Korzinin has lost a monster pot on the outer table. Ace Queen against Stephen Chidwick's Ace King.
$35.
Those of you interested, obviously, of keeping an eye on Gambledore, you can download the Triton Poker Plus app, watch all of his hands.
There's a chance Foxen squeezes this on the button with position. Might feel that Storm's a little bit capped a bit. Can attack that.
You are dialed in, Randy. Foxen feels the same way. Coming with the squeeze. How does Stern proceed against this? Out position.
Yeah, I've
3
gotta
bet
fold
pot.
that.
Yeah, just lets it go. Poison saying Homunculus Goat. Is that Clement's online name, if I'm not mistaken?
No, Romuculus? That's Storm.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
Yeah.
I can't remember what Clement's name is. Oh. If only we had a way to find out. In the meantime, how about a quick special shout out to our official timekeeper here, Jacob & Co, who are going to be giving away 2 of those custom main event masterpieces, rather. As one's going to be going to the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event champion, and one will be going to the 100K PLO main event champion. Oh, hello, Seth Watts. How are you doing?
Looks like Ponikops is sitting down right next to him.
Can the chat hear the background? Can they hear the room, people talking? I'm curious. Oh, hello, Pocket Jacks. It's Foxen against Martiroshin again. Randy Foxen got the better. Vartor heads up in that 25K.
But not this time. Foxen might just pay this one off. Yeah, here we go. Great spot for Martirosian.
little glance there from Ponikovs. How do you do it, mate? How do you just always get it in this good?
550K in the pot.
It's been a while since we've seen a 2-outer.
Are you asking for one?
No, not at all.
Oh.
Wow, Randy.
Henry. Has it been a while?
Wow, Randy. Foxen just saying it. He felt like it was coming. Artur has 2 outs once. 2 outs for his tournament life. Does not find it. What is going on at this table? We've only been here for all of, what, 7 hands.
Why are you always rooting against me?
I want to be only Alex at the table.
That's what I thought it was.
All of 7 hands, we've had 3 eliminations. They're going to need to bring more players.
A little stretch by Artur as the massage is over, and so is his run.
GG's, Artur. He's always fun to watch when he's got a stack, and he got it in great. Just hoping to see him run deep here again.
I don't think that
We're
was
going to get another Foxen final table. I mean, how does he do it?
He's 3 for 3 in heads-up matches at Triton.
I know.
Wouldn't bet against him.
Glad you showing up in fact not to attempt it.
Sturm, very healthy, 980,000.
See, Ponikov's ace-9 offsuit in the small blind against the hijack open. One of those tricky ones, especially deep stacked. Ponikov started the hand with about 60 big blinds. Just gonna fold.
He was considering it.
Watson's gonna come along though, suited connector.
$95K in the middle. And that's all Sturm. Queen 10-10. Has the open ender. Has the range advantage. See if he wants to continue here. Just fold out random hands such as this.
Exactly. Just why give someone 20% equity if they're just going to check fold? 1.1 million now for Sturm.
Down to 41 players. Stanley Tang is the chip leader. Seth Davies in third. Roberto Perez in fourth. Stephen Chidwick in fifth. A few players here at this table in the top 10. Sturm, Reuter and Foxen. Vladimir Korzanen currently in 10th.
Sturm just got some dessert delivered.
I'm gonna do the same.
He's got something chocolatey.
Fold. Raise to 30,000. Fold. Fold.
You know, you see spots like this and people ask themselves, how does Foxen always have a stack? And I think this is, you know, perhaps to the naked eye at a glance, just nothing. You know, it's like whatever, he's open to King 5. But some people pass up on these opportunities, you know, Randy?
Yeah, some people do. Foxen's just the type of guy who's relentless. You know, whenever he gets to the final table, he always is one of the top 3 stacks, too, from what I've seen.
Oh, hello.
Jack 9's looking very good here.
King 9-9, gut shot for Watson, trips for Clemens. Top pair for Foxen. See if he wants to mix in some checks here.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's just, with no flush draw out there, there's less hands to get value from, besides like gut shots.
25,000.
Still going to put a little bet out there, but certainly seen players check back top pairs on these kind of runouts.
Fold.
Seems very likely a check raise will come in from Reuter.
They're really
85.
deep here, but he does find it. 85k. That should get rid of Watson. The question is, what about this man? He's currently sat there with top pair. He's unblocking some of the check raise bluffs.
Foxen is probably going to stick around for one and then try to find a way to exit if there's more bets on turns and rivers.
That gets rid of Sawatz. 300k in the middle.
Oh, Queen Jack would have hit a straight.
Wow. 10 of diamonds, action turn card as it's given Foxen a flush draw. It does connect with some of those bluffs though, Randy. Like hands like Queen 10, Jack 10 would now have turned a pair. Queen Jack obviously got there.
150.
150,000.
Half pot on request.
I mean, once you pick up the flush draw, you have to continue. I'm sure Foxen's very concerned about the 9. It shouldn't be a worse king or a similar king. If Reuter did somehow check raise a king, he'd probably looking for pot control on the turn. So it's a 9 or nothing situation.
600,000 in the middle. These two top 10 stack.
Oh my god, he hit the king.
Oh my word. Just showered Artur. 7s against Jacks. Spiked the 2 outer on the flop. Now check raise flop, barrel turn. Foxen gets there.
This has to be a check fold with the Jack 9. There's so much King X in Foxen's range, and Foxen will check back like a 9. At, well, okay, he's thinking about it.
I mean, there's a lot to think about. Foxen could have had a hand like aces.
Yeah, but if you check, you wouldn't expect aces to turn itself into a bluff.
Of course, yeah.
So you can really just save chips right now by checking, not put in a block. I like this.
Where do the bluffs come from then? If you're in
Foxen?
Foxen's shoes, yeah.
There might not be many bluffs, and that's okay. You know, mainly his bluffs were, I would be like an ace-x of diamonds. If it happened to call to check raise on the flop.
Foxen is running hot. He's won 11 million in the last 7 months at the Triton series, 3 titles.
I feel like if there's a bluff, it's more Foxen also having a 9, trying to move, you know, another player off of a 9.
What a disgusting spot. See if Clemens can get away from this. You know, there's a lot of players, Randy, where I think it's easy to just find the snap fold. Foxen isn't one of them, but Clemens has done it, incredibly so. Put money in when he was ahead, built the pot perfectly. Unfortunately for him, the deck bailing out Foxen on the river.
He's running hot lately, what can I say? Foxen, that is.
Foxen has moved up to 2nd in chips, just a few big blinds behind his fellow countryman, Stanley Tang. He's going to activate here once more. Oh, hello.
Try making a set.
I feel like Foxen's still going to find a way to win this hand, Randy.
He's on pace to take it down pretty at the moment. Never mind. Here comes Watson, 10-8 suited with a flat off of 24.
Thoughts on this button flat, Randy?
It's definitely not in everyone's ranges. Watson must feel very strongly about using position to his advantage. I would say there's definitely players in this tournament that are folding that spot.
9-6-4. Foxen's still ahead, but Stern with the open ender. So what's with the 10 high gut shot? 115,000 in the middle.
Yeah, Stern's hand is quite nice, especially defending from the big blind, so he's got a lot of hands he can rep, like 2 pairs plus. For now, though, it is on Watson with the gut shot. I mean, draw to the nuts as well.
I feel like, okay, right, so Watts is going to check it out. I was going to say, if Sir Watts does bet, Sturm might be able to shake him off of this. Now, as played, check through. Let's see if Sturm comes with a little sprinkle in the form of a probe. Especially out of the big blind, does have a lot of this board.
Yeah, he's definitely going to fire, I would think. He can rep the 4, the 9, the 6. He's got outs in case he gets called.
85,000.
It's a big bet, Randy. 3 ways.
Feels like he's just going to win it here. Foxen sandwiched between Sturm and Watson. 3s also can get counterfeited, so it doesn't rate to be the greatest call. It kind of seems like he thinks he's got the best hand, but just not appetizing.
Yeah, one of those Foxen's spidey senses. Perhaps had Watson not been there behind on the button, may have seen Foxen flick in the call.
This is for a lot of Watson's remaining stack. He's going to speculate in position. He must be thinking Sturm is going to check fold river quite a bit.
Well, everything bricks. Less than one SPR.
Part of me feels like Sturm is just going to rip this one in. He's got
good
4x,
suits.
right? Watson doesn't have 4x.
Yeah. Nice suits for it, I think.
Unblocking the diamonds is very important. Watson can definitely have diamonds that calls the turn bet. But he went tiny. So he's basically just trying to kick out other draws that are higher than 7 high.
What kind of hands would he do this with? Like, is he saying that he has a 6 when he bets this size? A 9?
A 9 would make the most sense to play in this manner. 4 usually just goes for the rest of it. But it was a well done play. Didn't risk too much.
That is some elite poker being played, Randy. I love being witness to some of these more intricate parts of the game tree. Just goes to show what kind of level these guys are on. Just another day in the office. Been a while since we've had a deep Sturm run. Joined us for the first time in London 2023. I remember there was a bit of a buzz in the room when he showed up. Rumours of how well he's done online. Kicked things off with a 6th place finish in the 50k there. That's his first final table. But he hasn't had an FT. I say he hasn't had an FT since Jeju, which was only a few months ago.
He's due.
But it's been a rough trip so far.
But I like Sturm. You know, Sturm joins us in the commentary booth from time to time. And
He does.
He's sharp, you can tell. Just cards not falling his way as of the last few festivals.
Oh, these two again. Under the gun versus Button. Clemens once more has Foxen in a bad way.
Infinite Davis. Big plans.
Oh,
Yeah, he's seeking vengeance.
Happened before.
105.
105,000.
That's going to get rid of the blinds. Seeing one of Fox's outs folded.
Like 750.
So he raised from under the gun, getting 3-bet from the button. Obviously, that's not ideal for King Queen suited, but very deep. He's expecting Reuter to have 3-bet bluffs, like Ace-X, baby, you know, some worse kings. Can't really fold, given the way the game's played these days.
Ace, Jack, Jack. Not really the flop one dreams of. You've got queens in your hand against an under the gun open and a call.
Feels like check is alright, or one of those like 10% pot bets. Yeah, it looks like one like 15-ish. Just because it's so hard to get called by worse, but you still want to maintain the betting lead because you've got ace, king, ace, queens on these ace, jack, jack.
Here we go. We knew he wasn't going to fold a gut shot.
Not for that price.
8 of diamonds on the turn. See if Clemens can find a double barrel here. If he doesn't, I do fear that Foxen may take it away from him on the river.
It's got to be a check for 2 queens.
It's going to be such a tough call should Foxen probe. 9 of clubs completes the run out.
Kind of a tough spot for the king queen, like betting to bluff out queens and kings, but you're holding 1 queen, 1 king in hand.
I feel like Foxen has a really nice hand to do it with, though, because of his suits. But yeah, I know what you mean. Targeting hands like queens, not easy when you block them.
That's a nice development for Clemens.
Okay, okay. Trade in blows, 1 apiece. Let's have a look at Clemens as well. Just looking at his Triton track record. 6 cashes. 1.3 million in earnings. Had a nice little pickup in Jeju. 3rd in the mystery bounty. 720,000, that being career best score for him at Triton.
Fold.
Little king queen action for Sturm on the button.
Who's in the big blind, Randy?
Most dangerous man at the table.
Most dangerous man in the room.
Foxen's going to come along for 20 more K. This deep 6-5 offsuit, big blind versus button. Not shy of playing post flop, even out of position.
Let's take it to the streets. Foxen has been involved in a lot of pots, and he's going to be involved here. Sturm with top pair, very decent kicker. Foxen with the open-ender. And I do wonder if this is a potential check raise spot, Randy, just given how wide the perceived range of Sturm is on the button. And also just how dry and disconnected this board is. Foxen potentially apply pressure to some ace highs. Maybe some hands that stab like Jack 10, Jack 9.
Yeah, I think it's a very high chance he goes for a check raise. Open-ended. Try to win it now. Plus, his type of hand with this stack depth, it doesn't mind building a pot. Occasionally, you know, he makes the straight. His opponent's already holding like a set. Or like top pair, or something that turns 2 pair at some street. It just is really nice to build the pot now. And also, when you check raise the flop, when there's no flush draw out there, rarely does your opponent re-raise again. So you normally just put in the price on the flop to what you check raise to, which is 85K.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. This is the part we anticipated. Sturm proceeds with call, 265 in the middle. Oh my word.
Another butters.
Foxen with the stone cold nuts, rainbow turn texture, 265 out there, and Sturm is very high up in range, Randy.
this is pretty bad for Sturm. He's definitely going to call down, assuming the board doesn't change too much. But Fox have to check raise check. That's sneaky.
Randy, is he coming for the double check raise? Because that's borderline disrespectful. Oh my word.
For him to check the straight here must mean that he gives Sturm a lot of bet calls with back doors. So hands like Queen Jack of clubs, you know, Queen 10 of clubs, stuff like this. A lot of Foxen's check raise on the flop are straight draws, and when he gets there, you know, it looks very strong. He might go for the double check raise.
Especially against this size.
Yeah, he wants to create the opportunity to win a 2 million chip pot. And he really can only do that by check raising the turn. In terms of what kind of bluffs Foxen could potentially have taking that line, what, an ace 5, double gutter? Probably some kind of 7x straight draw combo would make sense. Like 6-7, 5-7. Might look for some showdown turn, but sees a small bet and decides to try and represent sets and straights.
Don't try this at home, kids, but I think Foxen's coming with the double check raise. Like we're back in 2011. No one has won more. Oh my word, than Foxen has since he's returned, other than Alejandro Lococo, of course, who took down the Triton million for 12 million plus. Other than that, no one has won more than Foxen in the last 7 months.
Sturm's got to be confused. Did he really throw in the double check raise? If Foxen made the straight, would he still continue to build the pot? He doesn't believe at the moment. At this point, Sturm's hand does look relatively strong.
7-4-5 in the middle. That might just save him, Randy. Might just save him. I don't know, like ace 5, ace deuce.
Yeah, I believe it does save him too, because let's just say Foxen had king 3, king 4. They hate the ace because they could be up. He could be up against ace king.
Right.
So I wouldn't expect Foxen to value jam if he was holding king 3, king 4, 4-3, for example.
He's going to throw. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He wants to get as much money out of this strong range on the button. He's throwing out a time extension chip.
I mean, he might just ask for all of it, given he's got the nuts. He tried to get called by 2 pair sets. Yeah.
There it is. He has put Leon Sturm to the test for his entire stack.
Well, let's just say if Foxen did happen to check raise ace 5 on flop, I don't think he has ace 5 anymore. Given he hit the ace, they should try to show it down now.
Regardless of whether or not Sturm calls this, Foxen is going to be the tournament chip leader with 37 left. If Sturm does call, he's going to be the overwhelming chip leader with 36 left.
I feel like Sturm's put in enough resistance with his hand. He has sets in his range as well. So it's not like Foxen can just blindly jam as a bluff.
But when it's this man, Randy, the man that is just capable of running savage bluffs on you, perhaps you just level yourself into calling here. Let's ask ourselves, had the 7 not rolled off, is Foxen as aggressive? We've seen him do it before. Sturm in the blender. I mean, this is a genuine blender spot. We kind of throw that term around lightly sometimes, but he is pained by this decision. So can we just talk about the fact that this is a 150 big blind pot if he calls, 170 big blind pot if he calls.
There's a ton of chips in there already.
5 seconds.
I don't know if he can get away from this, you know.
He wants to call so bad. He knows Foxen is the type to just blast away. I was wondering, is that ace some kind of desperation bluff?
Another time bank being used here. Understandably so. Not often you see the calm, cool and collected Sturm just unsettled by a spot. And it is no surprise that it is this man, the one delivering him that discomfort.
It's a double check raise that's got him confused.
5 seconds.
You know, Randy, they always say how Foxen and Artur are always building big stacks, and it's precisely because of their image in these spots where they just get calls. Oh, he's flicked in the one chip call.
Oh my god. Alex Foxen. Biggest pot of the tournament.
170 big blind pot, single raise pot, button v big blind. Sturm started the hand 8th in chips with 61 big blinds, so 81 big blinds. He is now out the door.
Yes.
And Alex Foxen.
Your image pays off, huh? Sometimes.
That's well said.
Is the overwhelming chip lead, and you hear Clemens immediately just saying, hey, sometimes image pays off, eh?
Not sometimes, all the time for Foxen. My god.
Whew. Well.
How do you think Sturm feels?
Let that one breathe for a minute. Just let that one breathe for a minute, Randy. Alex Foxen is playing 2.6 million. For context, average stack is 773k.
How many chips does second have? Overall in tournament.
He has 3.5 times tournament average with 36 left. Second is Stephen Chidwick. Chidwick has 1.5 million.
He's got 1 million more chips.
He's got more than average stack, more chips than second in chips. What
Starting to make sense why he ships tournaments.
Dude, can you imagine if he just picks up number 4 here?
I think it was 10 seconds. You're welcome.
Zubab, ace queen suited. He's going to want some action. He'll welcome it, even against Foxen, I think.
Blinds did go up during that hand. It was a long tank, obviously. Understandably so. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen someone in that much pain. You know, at least this year at Triton.
Looks like Foxen's going to lose some chips here as he tries to attack Zubov.
Really
Small blind versus button.
Doesn't take a day off, does he? Doesn't skip a beat. Some players, Randy, they relish in the big pot.
Don't even want to.
They just enjoy it. You know, maybe they skip a hand or two. Not Foxen. Zubov will very much welcome a little 50% stack increase. Uncontested.
Hmm? Cashback.
Oh, okay.
You remember? Flip.
Flip? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Big flip.
Flip. Yeah, big flip, big flip.
I mean, at what point do we start comparing this run to Fedor's 2016 run, Bonomo's run, you know?
Right after this series, when he has more titles.
Jesus.
40?
23 places paid in this. It's getting down to a very nasty stage of the tournament. 12 off the money.
Feels like this ace jack can go many different ways. Some players 3-bet small, some jam, some flat. Let's see, he's playing off of 23 big blinds and the cutoff. He went for a re-raise, I believe.
I believe so, yeah. 95,000.
So this is a 3-bet fold. He makes it 95K. Very small 3-bet, but it's still very effective. Hands like King Jack offsuit can't mess around.
MC asking, have they got the dishwasher mic'd up in the back? Yeah, Randy and I are commentating from the kitchen. Randy and I are cooking up a meal whilst calling the action. We're right here in the center of the room. It's pretty epic, actually. I wish I could explain it somehow. We might have to do a little behind the scenes from the perspective of the commentators, but we are overlooking the room. We've got 2 TVs in front of us. We've got the massive LED wall behind us.
Let's just fight for it now.
That is pretty cool. We have, what, 20 or so tables in this room, Randy? You can see people coming and going. Got the reg desk to our left.
Exactly. Like Alex did.
Yeah, it's bustling here. I mean, 143 runners in this 50K.
It sounded like you painted a perfect picture.
Yeah, it's fun. It is fun.
So one more A6. Foxen this time as a regular open raise rather than a 3-bet. Chip Magic. 2.5 mil.
I wonder if his arms are that big, Randy.
What do you mean you wonder if his arms? You can see it.
Well, no, if you actually listen to the full English sentence, then you'd understand that I'm not saying I wonder as in if his arms are big. I'm saying I wonder if his arms are that big as a byproduct of just scooping in as many chips as he does over however many years that he's just built up all of this insane muscle mass.
What are these chips?
Structural
How much they
Doubting
weigh?
structural It's not about how much they weigh. It's just the sheer repetition of him scooping in chips.
I think it was fine.
So far
Yeah, the
during
Triton
the
Poker
series,
Plus
this
app
only happened to you.
does have all the information you guys need, so do check it out. Are we playing? Oh, he's got Ace King now. Okay, whatever. Forget about it.
I mean, you're just assuming he's going to win this hand.
Would that assumption not be safe 95% of the time, Randy?
I don't know. He's up against 2 9s, and 2 9s is quite good for Ponikovs. It's a little bit too deep to 3-bet get it in, so falls on flat off of 40 big blinds. Going to give Watson a chance to come along.
Yeah, so Watt's going for the old stop and go. You know, it's 12 off the money. He can't sneak his way in. He's going to be forced to play pots. And it's a king high board, Randy.
Okay, you win.
$140 out there. Doesn't even go big, just quarter pot. Red 9s on this texture with Sir Watts behind.
Yeah, Foxton sized down a bit just because Watson's effective stack is quite shallow. If he was up against just Ponikovs, maybe he goes a little bigger.
So Watts with a gut shot. 10 of clubs.
10 of clubs might get him into some trouble. Potentially check call this flop.
Check call the flop. SPR less than 1. It's tough because you just don't get to realize all too often, and perhaps that's why Sir Watts is coming with this check raise.
Yeah, given how shallow Watson is, I'm going to guess Foxton just pushes it in now.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen.
115.
Here comes the flop 3-bet. I'm sorry, I had to do that. I had to do that. Trolling the chat.
Now there's going to be regret for Watson with the check raise. Just got clicked. He knows Foxton isn't messing around.
Foxton up to 2.7 million now.
One-way street, just up.
Fabingo said, Henry, I love your commentary. Just stop saying buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. It's annoying. I agree. Sometimes, you know, when you're in the booth every day for, what, 7 hours on average, commenting on hundreds of hands, it can, you know, can get repetitive at times. You catch yourself saying the same things, you know, similar outcomes, similar scenarios. But I do agree that the onus is on us as commentators to come up with a more diverse and broad spectrum of analogies and sayings. What about giddy up?
Giddy up, man.
Giddy up, donkey. Stavros saying, just pay him and everyone else plays for second.
That was a good one. Buckle up. Watson's got 6-5 of clubs on a short stack in the small blind. Yeah, he's going to rip it in. Eek. 10-3 offsuit.
Randy, can you call HR, please?
No. No, I won't. You handle yourself, all right?
Russell coming in with some serious alpha, by the way. Saying just take phrases you commonly say and put them in ChatGPT. You have tons of alternatives.
Well, how else do you think he found Giddy Up? Roland, he's been nursing his short stack forever. Finally has a King 9 offsuit to go with.
Etched.
12 off the money. He's going to need a lot of help. Starting off with this one. Just 36% equity with the King 9 to bounce back up to 9 bigs. Zubov just looking to hold here. 5 cards away from playing a healthy 30 big blind stack. That's looking even more likely now. Roland's outs reduced by 1. Non-diamond king. Or a 9 needed. Oh,
that's a 9 of hearts.
Hello.
Full double, up to 9 bigs.
After playing all day, you get your 3.75 big blinds in. Spike a 5 outer. High hopes, Randy, of a spin up.
That's right. And remember, top 23 pay. So if he can spin this up a little bit more, he might be able to sneak in there, as there's only 35 players remaining.
We waiting?
Still the shortest stack of the tournament by 5,000. Watson has a little bit more.
Yeah, average stack of 41 big blinds. I mean,
interesting, right? With Leon's hand. We played like a hand.
Take a long time.
Yeah, we had very long time.
So we are just waiting.
Maybe we're 1 orbit behind and they think, you know.
Wait for the hands to, what is it, to balance out on the other tables, Randy?
Usually that's the case.
Keeping it as fair as possible.
Okay, let's take a look outside.
Oh, hello.
Korzanen.
See Stephen Chidwick. Matt Belcher. Looks like Matt's involved in a hand here.
He's up against Jules Dickerson. Belcher was a pre-flop raiser. Dickerson defended the big. 3, 5, 6, 2 hearts. Check, check. Little 30K bet from Dickerson on a turn with 4 of hearts.
Yeah, out of the big blind, saying that he can rep that board a lot more.
Yeah, he definitely has straights. Board does pair with the 5 on the river card. It's a bit better for the pre-flop raiser, technically. And it does go check, reveal, and muck. Looks like a 5? Queen 5. So Dickerson had bet second pair, trying to just charge some hearts. And he did successfully, and then checked down because the board wasn't the greatest.
Cameraman walking through the room. Over to this table to Lau, Stanley, Seth Davies. That man needs no introduction.
Who's that?
Good one, Randy.
He's checking.
Fedor Holtz, Ben Tollerine.
So he's up against...
$9.85, couple of clubs, 3 clubs on the turn, completing the front door flush.
Looks like Davies was the pre-flop raiser. Turn card appears to be the 3.
The 4-liner on board now. Any 7 would make a straight.
I think it's safe to say Fedor is more likely to have that 7 being in the big blind. Davies opened in the cutoff, which shouldn't contain many 7Xs.
Fedor is going to finally fire out a bet of 80k into 120, 2/3 pot. It's going to get looked up.
And it looks like Davies is winning the pot because he's revealing his hand. Davies with pocket jacks.
Yeah, jacks no club.
Fedor had 10-4. Complete with.
Open, call, call.
All right, so we're down to
Call, check raise.
down to the final 35.
Call and river.
Do you think everyone else is caught up now? Insane how much of a chip lead Foxton had. What happened to Mananovsky? He's playing 635k, 32 big blinds. He was on an absolute tear. He had 1.5 million at one point. It's just been
Time bank fold, yeah.
downhill from there.
Jack 9. No.
If he used the time bank, he would have called.
No,
He had to fold quick.
you had time to decide when you were taking your time.
Yeah, that as well.
Still, people usually make funerals for the
No.
you know.
It's not me.
It's a full house, bro.
Could be interesting. Blind versus blind. Zubov bottom pair, ace high texture, backdoor diamonds, and Foxton has a wheel draw to the nuts. Zubov seeking clarity.
Why do I feel like Zubov's not going to win this hand?
I mean, it's a pretty fair fight.
won today.
Equities were out wise in even positions.
I'm talking more about the sheer aggression of this man, Randy.
This is interesting for him to raise his flop. Ace, king, deuce. He has very few nutted hands.
First game they won, but then we won. So,
I mean, Zubov's going to get sticky here for at least one street, especially with the presence of those backdoor draws.
The deuce is actually really important. He blocks so many hands that Foxen can raise credibly for value, like King Deuce, Ace Deuce. Clubs.
Hello, green light. Green light to continue barreling.
Oh, sorry, it's your leg. I thought I'm touching this. Gift one. No card.
Yeah, it feels like Foxen, if he is betting here, he is trying to kick out like some kind of queen, jack, queen 10 maybe. There's a lot of ace X in Zubov's range to bet call to flop. Yeah, I'm not surprised he doesn't bet the turn.
Just because Zubov has all the strong ace X, right? All of the traps, like aces, kings, ace king. Foxen getting to river with just 4 high. The nut low.
It's very hard for him to credibly tell a story that he's got the goods. He would want to bet the turn with like 2 pairs. Yeah, that's really nice from Zubov. The pair of deuces. He didn't even consider turning his hand to a bluff. No, just knowing where Foxen was at. Where it's unlikely that Foxen would raise, flop, and somehow pair to queen.
Some hands. When they have 5th pair, it isn't.
Clemens just offering an empathetic shoulder. And Foxen, hey, look, you know, it's okay. You don't have to win every pot. You can give up some hands.
Yeah, wait till we get a table change and go win as many pots as you want.
Yeah, Foxen's like, well, not when they've got 5th pair and I could have got him to fold.
Seconds.
40.
Raise 40,000.
Clemens open, pocket 8s. Zubov folds button with the ace deuce, as expected. Foxen got king 5 of diamonds. You never know what he's thinking. I feel like he's going to VPip this one. It's on the looser side from the small blind, but you know, you get a little bit of discount. He's putting in mini whites. Didn't Clemens tell him he doesn't have to win every pot?
I don't even know what to call him anymore. Bull in a china shop, Miley Cyrus wrecking ball, bulldozer.
What 8s is going to come along? Is it call? 4-bet jam seems a little bit much. Wow. So he does make the call. So 340K in the middle. Hopefully dodge some kind of high cards for Reuter. Yeah, that's not bad. Acceptable. It's not bad for Foxen either, huh?
It's not, right. I was just thinking that. Foxen might get himself in a bit of trouble here. Middle pair. Down to the final 4 tables here. Just 9 off the money as Foxen continues. Quarter pot.
It's a very safe spot for Reuter to call in position. Just 1 overcard, and that overcard is not ace or king, which is even better for him. Should be some alarm bells for Foxen. He's up against a better hand. Two flush draws now. Most likely a slowdown from Foxen. He's never getting a queen to fold. He has to be worried mainly about that queen. Foxen beats like, what, ace 5, ace 4, suiteds, maybe some ace jack, ace 10, hearts or spades.
Let's see how the Austrian proceeds here.
The biggest question on whether to bet the turn or not is, am I getting check jammed on? If so, by what type of hands? Because you really don't want to bet fold against a big combo draw.
Right.
That's a disaster, you know? But if you never get check jammed on, then maybe you can consider a small bet to protect against the wheel and ace king. But knowing Foxen, and you just saw this guy double check raise earlier, yeah, you can't rely on him to say he never check raises the turn.
See if Foxen comes with like a block here. Versus check the side.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. Checking is also not bad as well. Looks like he wants to set the price himself. Would he go like 10%-ish? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. Snap call. These two have been trading blows. Clemens getting the better of Foxen in this one. Nice little 600k pickup. Bouncing back to 1.2 million. And holding his own. Holding his own out there.
He should be saying, I told you not to try to win every pot.
No, he's not.
He's not the type.
Not the type. Class act. So, oh, here we go. Iping has joined the table. Ponakov, Swatson, Zubov. Rakita's still in it as well. Blinds have gone up. $2.26 million. Sorry, 2.27 million. I was looking at the app. Zhao Samao has moved up to second in chips. He's got 1.9 million. Danilo Velasevic.
I'll get there. Slowly.
He's currently in third.
Not today.
Last low of the day, Henry.
Like you should be in bed already.
Do we wrap it up? Bag and tag and play down to a winner tomorrow?
Buckle up, Randy.
Buckle up.
Buckle up,
I've got
babe.
3 buckles on. Let's go.
Randy is locked in right now, as is Sir Watts. 7 big blinds.
So he missed 2 words. So he said.
Here's an Ibinger. Oh, that's bad for Watson. Might be early night. Unless he can find a 7.
An early night. You mean the worst kind of night? It's the kind of night where you get back to your hotel room.
Oh, wow.
Of course.
This guy, Foxen. Ibinger doesn't know. He just got moved to the table.
Roles have been reversed. Let's see if someone can spike a 2-outer on Foxen. But this is the type of night, Randy, where you go back to the hotel room and, you know, the girlfriend or the wife thinks you bagged for day 2. They're like, oh, hey, babe, how did it go? Like, you know, you said you were going to be home around 1:30. But, yeah, no, we're out there.
This has happened to me at World Series of Poker. Drive out.
Yeah. Can see you traumatized by that.
Yeah. It's like literally the last hand of the day. Oh, yeah, pick me up. How you doing? I don't have any chips. Oh, nice joke. No, I have no chips.
Oh my word, I feel for you, man. All right, so a little three-way affair here. Foxen just flatting on the button.
Yeah, he's flatting because Ibinger is super deep. He doesn't want to overplay the 2 jacks.
Oh, the case 7 for Sir Watts.
He buckled up, didn't he?
He did. He put all 3 buckles on.
He's safe.
Well,
He's
hold
very
on.
safe.
Hang on, Randy. There's still 4 outs to dodge across to.
Coast is clear. Weather is sunny. No rain. It's looking good for Watson. Of course, Ibinger and Foxen are hating the king on the board.
What do they say? Always coming 7? Foxen wants some clarity.
Yeah, he's trying to protect against like ace-queen, maybe get a little value from 10s and 9s. He also expects Ibinger to build the pot. What will happen? Did he fall asleep? Watson fell asleep in the driver's seat with 3 buckles on.
He's just power napping. He's got the Tesla set to auto drive.
You gotta touch the steering wheel once in a while. All right, wake up. Somebody wake him up. Like that?
Potential triple up spot here for Sir Watts. Loving it. Especially given that Foxen's bet cleared 2 extra outs. 6-15 in the middle. 1 card to come. Clean.
Oh yeah, that's a triple up.
Mad Dog with the triple late in the day. Thank God he doesn't have to go back to the hotel room.